Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, final day, Dublin Poker Festival. Testing, testing.
All players remaining in the main events of the fire over under the 300 side will be starting all tournaments in about 7 minutes. We are now opening the bags of all remaining players.
So, scene number 2 is Annette.
Hello.
2,200,000.
2,255,000.
Have a different one. Can you have the stuff, please? 2,255,000. Doesn't matter. Yeah, 2 million, 2 million, 2 million 2. 2 million 5. 4 million, 2 million 2. 2 million 3. 2 million 3, 55.
How are you, Stephen?
Good morning and welcome to the final day here in Dublin for the Poker Festival and the European Deepstack. We are down to 11. The 11 that made it through yesterday. Andy Dooner, Stephen Keogh, Danny Farage, Sam Banaham, Cale Shine, Jason Tompkins, Alex Kulev, Kevin Fitzpatrick, Hendrik Blockdyke, Annette Carroll and Per Johansson. They are the 11 that have made it through. On our feature table in seat number 1 is Alex Kulev. In seat number 3 will be Annette Carroll. Hendrik Blondijk in seat number 4. Hendrik Blondijk from the Netherlands. In seat number 5, here he is, Kevin Fitzpatrick. In 6, Stephen Keogh. And in 8, Andy Dooner. There was no redraw, which, as we love a redraw, there was no redraw. So it's the exactly same seats as last night. There will be obviously a seat draw when we get down to 9. That will be the unofficial final, and the final officially is 8 players. So when we get down to 9 and we lose a couple of players, we will have a short break, do the redraw, get them sat in the seats, and we will start the final. 11th locked up, 3,040. 11th and 10th both the same, and when we get to the unofficial final it goes to 36.20. We are just about to start. Good afternoon everybody. Craig King's Poker. Morning. When is day 4? Day 4. Oh, we're playing 11 to a champion. The champion will be crowned sometime today. Afternoon, carpet catcher. Afternoon, YouTube chat box. Who are you rooting for? Come on, Hendrik. Come on, Julius. Tommy Craig, your prediction for this tournament? I've seen him yesterday. Is Stephen. Yeah, he's played very, very well, hasn't he, Stephen? Stephen Keogh lost with aces against Dara Oki, and he came back and he's one of the chip leaders. Hendrik has got fans in the chat box as well. So good afternoon. David Lappin will be joining us. Unfortunately, David bust in 13th yesterday. Went into the high roller and unfortunately bust that as well. He will be coming down to join us. He has sent me a love message this morning saying that he's on his way to the comms box. Anybody stay up for the boxing? Anybody predict that? Not too sure. Many people would have predicted Tyson Fury in the 7th, but that's exactly what happened. A great fight. Hope Deontay Wilder's alright. But we are now concentrating on the final 11. If you're checking out the websites, and if there are any eliminations, please keep them out of the chat box. A lot of players just watch the TV stream without checking any information. So if something does happen on either table, which obviously it is going to do, then please keep it to yourself. And we're going to watch a fantastic live stream. I have also heard Dara O'Kearney is making his way to the comms box as well. This is going to be... We're going from the gruesome twosome to the terrible threesome. Oh, hey! The boys are on the way. Please prepare the deck. The blinds will start at 5,100. Thousands. Interesting that the final day is now a 50-minute levels. 5-0. 50-minute levels. So the first hand of the final day, 11 players left. Tune in, buckle up, sit back, crack open a can, enjoy the live stream. You thought Dara made day 2 of the high roll? He might have actually. Apologies to Dara if he has made day 2 and I said he hadn't. The high roller. Man, the final of the high roller, unless it's a spoiler and he's been eliminated. The high roller started at 12:15. So if that's a spoiler and he's been eliminated at the high roller, then apologies, but we'll find out. Just got a message from David Lappin saying that he's on his way down, and Dara will be joining as well. Unless he's got that many chips. But he doesn't need to sit down. Yeah, it's a good job we're not good job we're not got a feature table on there, isn't it? There's been given out that Dara has been eliminated. I don't actually know. I've not seen Dara and I've not seen David just yet. If he has bust out, then all I got was a message saying that Dara is coming into the comms with David. So the boys are on the way. We are live as it happens from Dublin, the Bonington, the Dublin Poker Festival, the Unibet Open, in conjunction with the Unibet Open, which starts on Thursday, the main event. Plenty going on before that. Any action from the outer tables, we will let you know. If I hear of anything, I will relay it. But like I said, if you know and you've got friends at the feature table and something does happen, don't forget we're on a 30-minute delay and we'd like you to keep it to yourself. €3,040 locked up for getting down to the final 11. Chip leaders in C8. Andy Duna. It said on the website yesterday that Kevin Fitzpatrick had got 20 million. There was a typo, obviously. And he ended up with 2,025,000-ish. So table, great for Annette, flying the flag for the ladies. She did ask the organisers if there was a last longest for the ladies in the main event. It was declined, but she would have won it, obviously. So the early stages of the final day. Alex Kulev sat in seat number 1, Annette O'Carroll in 3. There's Annette. The blinds are 50, 100,000. It's a standard raise on the small blind to 300. Hendrik might want to see a flop with a Queen 8. But easily come over the top for Hendrik. So he makes the call, Jack 9-4. Cuts a ball for Hendrik. Annette takes the lead with top pair. And a bet and a win. Afternoon, Emmett McCarthy taking down Andy. Andy sat in seat number 8. Chip leader, 6.9 mil. Oh, we're moving a player. We're down to 10. Kevin Fitzpatrick is moving because we are down to 10, and the first person out was Per Johansson. Per, who was on the feature yesterday, been on the feature quite a lot this week, finishing in 11th for €3,040. Well done. The next person out in 10th will be the same payout, 3,040. We're on 10, 2 tables of 5. There is an unofficial final table of 9, so all players will be moving to this table when we get there, whenever that may be. But we're on 10. Money's not changed, but we are on 10. Annette moves all in. We're going to get called by Alex. Definitely calling. Don't know what the dwell's for. Very surprised there's a dwell in this situation. All in to call. Don't see why you're ever folding 10-handed. Ever. Wowzers, look back down at Ace King. You're never, ever, 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 ever folding. Ever. And makes the call. So Annette's at risk with Ace Queen. And he tables Ace King. Annette is all in with Ace Queen. In fact, Annette has Alex covered just 2.5 mil, 2.2, 956. Annette needs to. It says Annette is all in, but I think the Ace King is all in. She needs to hit a queen, or I'm guessing the Ace King is all in by the look of the stacks. We'll check the stacks after the hand. But the Ace King beats Annette's Ace Queen. Not sure why there was a very long dwell with the Ace King. But it's more or less tournament life, and it's a big decision. It's the final 10 players of the European Deepstack. But a lot of players in that situation once have raised with Ace King, and there's a jam, a snapping. So Annette is not out, she is on 3 big blinds. They're double checking the stacks, making sure everything's correct. So eventually Alex gets the better of Annette during this week on a time when it actually matters the most, the final 10. So Annette has been crippled. Here comes Dara O'Kearney. We had the news you made day 2 of the high roller.
I did, and I lasted about 2 hands in day 2 of
And
the high
then-
roller.
I said you can't have lost because I didn't realise it had already started.
It had, yeah. It started at the same time as the main event. And actually the tables were right beside each other, so I had a great seat to rail, the outer table, but unfortunately didn't last very long. My good friend Adrian bust first hand, got very unlucky ace king against ace jack, and then I burst second hand to the very same guy.
How many players went through?
I think it was about 20-ish.
Alright, so not in the money.
No.
Unfortunately. And here he comes, the man they call Mr. David Lappin. 2 players that were cashed in the deep stack come to sit at the side of me to tell me how it's done. Well done, boys. Well, I'll just shovel up a little bit because I'm the loudest by a mile.
Well, I don't know. It could be it's you or Lappin.
I could probably be over the other end of the room and still manage to get across if you want.
So, David Lappin, you've just missed the... I'm calling it a slow roll. I don't know if you've seen it.
No, I haven't heard anything.
You'll have to
roll.
rewatch it.
I heard about this from an
You have to rewatch it on the.
Okay, I know nothing.
It was a standard. Alex raises to blinds of 100, raises to 200. The next got ace queen. She jams to a stack. He thinks about it for a good 2 minutes with ace king.
Well, that goes to show you the image that Annette manages to maintain. There's no question ace kings and snap get in there against Annette. She'll be in there with ace jack suited, ace queens and lots of pairs. You know, she's not afraid to gamble it up here or take advantage of people who might be opening
I
loose.
think Alex doesn't know that though. I did meet Annette when I was coming out, and she was adamant that most people would fold ace king in that spot to her. So I don't think she thought it was a slow roll.
So Annette's still on, but she's only got 3 bigs.
No, and there is some ICM there. I'm guessing, you know, it would have been a good chunk of his stack, would it?
Yeah, it would have taken him out.
Yeah,
It would have taken. It was a decision, to be fair.
There
I
is
just
some
thought
ICM there.
in that situation, with it being obviously we're 10-handed now total, so 2 5-handed tables. I just thought it was a bit of a snap.
Yeah, he doesn't want to flip there because of the ICM. So if he has to think she's doing with hands he dominates before he can call.
Credit to Annette for this deep run now. Hopefully she can spin back from 3 or 4 bigs
Yeah,
now, I'm
3
guessing.
bigs. Yeah, just over 300k with the blinds at 100.
It would be great to see Annette get a spin. She's played fantastically well. She's kind of done a bit of a Jarrow Kearney on this one as well. At one point yesterday she did into 2 bigs, managed to find her way back, so hopefully she can do that again.
Dara was down to 1 chip.
Well, one big I think you had, Dara.
Less than 1 big. I had a 25k chip at big blind 30. I kept getting these marginal spots where we were on a ladder and I had a whole round to get it in, so I had to try and wait to try and get the ladder because the double wasn't going to help me much. Did eventually put my 1 chip in under the gun when after
was it a big shove?
It was, yeah, I'm all in. Flamboyant.
Oh, great. And yesterday you ran very unlucky.
I don't know. Overall, did I? I don't know. I think I ran well. I obviously had a couple of sets during the day. I think I started the day with 300k, got up to about 500 or 600 in the early going, and then bluffed off a few and lost a few to go back to 100, which was probably again back to like maybe 12 or 13 bigs.
Yeah.
Then got a really good rush going. I think I went to the feature table and made some hands, got up to about 1.6 million at my peak, and then that hand, I'm sure you all saw it there, the queens and aces, bit of a cooler.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you can't, it is a little frustrating. I've been knocking on the door of particularly these Unibet events, maybe last 2 tables in Dublin last time round at the IPO as well, and at the recent Unibet Open, I think the last 3 tables. But I suppose you'd be more worried if you weren't knocking on the door occasionally. But
absolutely,
it would be nice to close the odd one. But you can't complain in a tournament like this. As I said, I ran really well on day 1 to spin back from 11k too. So I think it's a testament to this structure that you can actually make comebacks of that nature.
It was a great effort. 13th and 27th for Dara, 13th for David.
Both on our first bullets, I want to add.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, 1 bullet lapping apparently.
Yeah, not like 5 bullets last week.
Was it easy going back to sit down in the high roller with the blind so small, considering...
Actually, we both late reg, so I kind of went back to like 40 big, so it wasn't too different. Unfortunately got my aces in there against pocket 10s the 10 ball in the window, so that was the end of me, and that one was kind of a quick one. Disappointing end of the night when I think about it. Half an hour before the end of the night I was looking like I might bag up some good chips in the main, then suddenly I've busted the main and the high roller.
In quick succession, yeah.
That's the way it goes in poker.
So Annette looks like she has a decision here.
Yeah,
This is
they're in, aren't they?
Yeah, she's going to go with this for
Yeah.
sure. He's going to shove probably anything even 9 high, I think. So
she's got almost all her stack in anyway.
Yeah, she's on the big and she's...
yeah, she's unlucky to be behind,
no,
actually.
she decides to fold. To leave herself one big. Put the big blind in, put the ante in, and then folds for one big.
That's definitely not recommended.
No. No, there's a chance to get up to 660,000.
Annette said to me with the hand with the ace queen against the ace king, the thing she was most disappointed about was getting it in behind, because she pretty much always gets it in ahead. So maybe, I guess there she thought she would be getting it in behind again, but yeah, given the price she was getting, she pretty much had to get that in there.
And now she's all in on the small blind and no choice.
Yeah, maybe she'll phone and leave herself half a big blind.
Well, she's got 50,000, leaves herself 70,000 behind the line. To be fair, if she folds, she's got full orbit. And
she
anything
has a
could
full
happen.
orbit, and you can win the ante. The big blind ante changes things a bit because you do have the full orbit, and you can win the full ante when you go all in.
Mad love for Annette, but hated that hand.
Well, yeah, it's a difficult one to justify.
Is that all in again? Yeah, so the pressure's on now. Alex is up to.
Okay, she's
5.4
found an
minutes.
ace this time.
Yeah. The same hand from Hendrick.
So she's going to chop a lot. Oh no, she isn't. No, ace 3's out of the way, so she's going to go to the races here. And as you can see, yeah, like these random 2 cards are always in decent nick here.
Yeah, the ace 3's the really right aces are very, very deceptive because you're ahead of.
Would you like to
most
flip with
hands,
Queen
but-
8 or Ace 3? That's the choice. They're the 2 hands we've just got in the last 2 for Annette. So Annette is all in for her one big.
But she did get it in ahead, but she's now almost
the
dead.
Queen on the flop. He's going to take all the chips, is Alex. And then we could be on an unofficial final table of 9. That is.
That's
the
the
end
end.
of
That is it.
We will wave goodbye to Annette. Sad goodbye. She told us, unfortunately, she can't make the Unibet Open next week because she has a family function in the middle of it. Annette is one of the very consistent performers in Ireland. Back when they used to have last lady competitions, she pretty much always won them. They might as well have given it to her when she came in the door.
Yeah, Annette final table, the GG Masters, I know, about a year ago. And yeah, a whole host of final tables. An Irish Open final table, actually, if you go back a few years. So,
Do you think I can tell the Lourdes story?
tell the Lourdes story. Go on,
Okay,
one time for Annette.
Okay, the Lourdes story. This is my favourite Annette story. So Annette, people might know is a teacher, but she actually teaches religious studies. And at the time of this story, she was working in a Catholic school run by nuns. But the Irish Open is obviously on every Easter, so she used to have to disappear off to play the Irish Open. But she didn't want to tell the nuns that she was going off to do something as degenerate as playing poker. So she used to tell them she was going to Lourdes every year on a pilgrimage. So her ruse worked for years and years, but then randomly late one night, back when they used to put the Irish Open on Irish TV, she was on the feature table and the nuns were just channel surfing around. They come on the Irish Open and they see Annette sitting there on the feature table.
Oh my word.
She was well and truly rumbled.
Oh dear. So we are on the unofficial final table of 9. There is a redraw, so seats all players will have to stand up and rack their chips and then quickly find the seats. There is no real break, so it's literally find your seats, sit down, and we'll crack on.
So, yeah, we see there Jason Tompkins coming into shot there.
You
Looks
can
like
just
he's going to be
barely
the 9
see
hole. Yeah.
Jason's the slimmest man in Irish poker, but you can just about see him. He's a very hard man to pick out of a room because if he turns sideways, you basically can't see him. But delighted to see Jason there. Beside him, I see Stephen Keogh, who, as I said, I was really impressed by yesterday.
Yeah. In seat number 1, it's going to be Andy Duna.
Andy's a good friend of mine as well. Much improved player. He was always a good solid player, but he's added a lot to his game recently.
In seat number 2 will be Hendrik Blokdijk from the Netherlands.
Yeah, we had a bit of trouble with his name yesterday,
We
but
did.
we're going with Blokdijk.
I stayed up all night trying to master it. Alex Kulev in seat number 3 from Bulgaria, living in Ireland.
Yeah, top online player.
Danny Verhaage in seat number 4. And another guy from the Netherlands. There he is. Oh,
Yeah, he took my chips
I
yesterday.
don't think we've seen him at all, have we? Oh yes, we have. We saw him once there last night on the feature. Sam Banaham in seat number 5.
Yeah, I know Sam well. Actually, I was talking to Sam at breakfast yesterday, and he said that if he busted early, he was interested in coming and doing commentary with you, Tower. So Sam has done very well in recent years. He won a big Irish tournament, I can't remember which one, last year, and he got heads up against, I believe, Fintan Gavin for a Platinum Pass.
I think he won the IPO
I think he won the IPO. And
2 years ago, not the last one before.
He got heads up with a big lead against Fintan Gavin, but unfortunately lost heads up.
Yeah.
Carl Shine in seat number 6.
Shiner, one of the top online players from Ireland.
I think I might make him favourite here.
Shiner.
I think he might just be my the
I think
best
he's
player at the
relatively
table.
short, though, isn't he?
2.9 he's going to
Yeah.
feature
Okay.
with. I don't
Well,
believe.
all things being equal, Cahill might just have the edge for me in terms of playing quality. But we are looking at a table full of beasts here. it's gotta be
Kevin
said.
Fitzpatrick in seat 7. There's Kevin just doubling up his chair so he can see over the rail.
Kevin is a veteran, many final tables on his record, many mixed games caches actually in Vegas, going back into the early 90s.
8 is Stephen Kehoe,
Stephen's the young guy from Enniscorthy that I was so impressed by yesterday.
and in 9 Jason Tompkins.
Oh my God!
And as I said, yeah, there used to be a phrase, "Oh my God, it's Jason Tompkins," because Jason went into the Fitzwilliam, the main casino in Dublin, and it was at the height of his powers. As I said, Jason was the first, is still the only Irish player to have final tabled EPT, WPT, WSOP, Scoop, W Coop.
Deepstacks.
Now, well, he's won a Deepstack before actually. He won
Chopped.
the second ever Deepstack.
Chopped.
Well, he was the official champion though.
No, he said he was second.
Oh, was he? Okay, I thought he was champion. And
Domestic.
yeah, actually, he chopped
Domestic.
with
Wally.
Wally. But yeah, he went into the Fitz one night, and a young guy was so excited he shouted, "Oh my God, it's Jason Tompkins!" So after that was the start
Brilliant.
name for him. Oh my God, it's Jason Tompkins.
Brilliant. So this is the unofficial final.
Okay, so Davis.
Are we going to stop when it gets to 8 and say this is the final, or do we just carry on?
Well, there might be a redraw actually.
No,
Another redraw. I was joking.
We love a redraw.
So many
We
redraws,
love a
yes.
So many redraws.
Okay, so David's reckons Cahill's the favourite. I'm going with Jason. Jason Cahill's a phenomenal live player and has also won the Deepstack before. He won this a few years ago and got heads up for a bracelet. But I think Jason's live pedigree. If this was online, I'd put my money on Cahill, but this is a live tournament, so I'm going with Jason.
Speaking to those sort of live spider senses, Sam is definitely in the mix here as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He's one of those guys who's just really able to kind of figure out where he is in a hand when he's sitting across from someone. But I have to say, and this is the really great thing about this tournament so far, the standard has been really high. The lads there, 1, 2 and 3 seats, as you can see on your picture, played, I don't know, decent half a day of poker with all of them over the last day or two, and I was impressed by all of them, I got to say. I think they just played really well. Also the chap in the 8-seater, I'm going to guess is our chip leader because he was our overnight chip leader.
Seat 1 is now
Stephen.
He's Andy Duna.
Seat 8 is Stephen Keogh.
Yeah, Stephen Keogh. Again, he got a little bit lucky with the 8-9 against the 10s last night to get a really big stack going, but a little bit of luck like that's okay.
He got very unlucky early in the day. His aces were cracked by my ace king, and he recovered really well.
Oh, that was him? Oh, I watched that hand and I didn't actually piece it together.
Yeah, he played superbly on the feature table when I was there.
Yeah, I thought he played. He's really good table presence as well. He's
very, very calm and collected.
Exactly. No, this is a really top quality table. I think we've got a 3 to poker in store for you this afternoon, guys.
This should be a cracking final. Unofficial final.
NMP fan has rumbled us, Derry. He says they act all tough on stream, but they're actually romantically feeding each other raspberries on the.
It's actually a true story as well.
He's probably photographed just in case I claim it. Right.
Where's security when you need it? We got NMP fan literally 2 meters away from us here.
We're roped off, but it's just not big enough distance.
Still abusing us in the chat.
Limp Wacker says Sam Banham for the win.
Yeah, I think Sam would be a sentimental one because he was so unlucky for the Platinum Pass.
For sure.
And he was also shortlisted for the Platinum Pass that they gave out for Team Ireland. So he had basically two bites at the cherry, and unfortunately wasn't able to convert either of them.
Is the biggest chip still 100k?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so.
I'm having 2 bites of this raspberry now, guys.
2. You bite a raspberry in half. That's like somebody who sips a Jaeger bomb.
Oh yeah. You gotta take in all those lovely different.
Luckily for
flavours.
us, Adrian, our NMP fan, has got distracted by one of the prettier dealers, and he's gone off to chat her up now. He's lost interest in stalking us.
Gone off to see what's happening later.
Side event updates there, guys. 13 of the 50 entrants who just about hit the guarantee for us on the high roller.
In fact, you got them over the line.
I got them over the line by busting in time to jump straight in. 6 of them paid there, 17k up top, 3.5k if you come 6. Pretty nice min cash there, 3.5 buy-ins.
Just want to say, Jason doing some very, very sexy stretches before the final table start.
Limbering up.
Getting into the zone.
Nice.
Are you the lapmeister?
Am I Lapmeister? I might be.
You got a DM.
I don't know. I don't think Dave knows how to open DMs.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
I'm not sure he even knows what a DM
He'll open
is.
them up. They'll be there from 2010. So Doug's just giving a bit of advice to one of the chip leaders. Like, here's what you do when you get to 1 chip.
Yeah. What are you doing with all those chips?
Yeah.
This is far too difficult to play.
This is what I did with 1 chip.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the 300, they're on the final table as well. Oh no, they're not. Sorry, they're coming up to the final table too.
I think they are actually the 300.
Is it 8 of the last? Yeah, it is 8. Sorry.
Yeah, the 300. I think that because the 300 started here,
Yeah,
and I think they moved them into the main arena now,
I can see that. And actually,
away from the noise.
shout out to former Thirst Lounge employee Adam Neal, rapper cum poker player. He's made that final table. Good luck to him
He
today.
was chip leader.
We had on the chip race. He was such a big deal when we had him on the chip race that he showed up an hour late.
Oh yeah, I remember that now.
So here we go, the first hand of the final. Who wins it? Dara, who's your tip?
Jason.
I want Jason to win it. I'm pals with Jason and Carl, but Jason would be a closer friend, and
Yeah.
I am also rooting for him. But it would be great to see Carl get a run too.
For what I've seen, for me, it's either going to be Stephen or Alex in the final 2.
Yeah, Stephen has a big stack as well, so it's hard to bet against him now. Final tables, skill is obviously going to play a part, but most of the time it's just going to come down who runs best. You might have seen me briefly popping into shot there to have a word with Jason. What I actually said to him was, whatever you do, don't come 5th. Because he's been 5th in an EPT, 5th in a WSOP.
Okay.
It seems to be the spot he generally... as I said yesterday on the stream, he's run really badly on his big final tables, unfortunately. So, really high quality final table. I think pretty much all of these players are probably ICM aware, so you're going to see very, very cagey stuff early on, I imagine.
Yeah. This time last year, Jason made the WPT final table in Barcelona. He came, I want to say 7th in that one.
Yeah.
For about 60 or 70k. Previous to that, he won the last ever Dublin UKIPT Cup. That was
He also won a Dublin UKIPT high roller years ago.
That's right. That was the one in Galway. Was it? Or was it Dublin?
No, the Dublin one was in Dublin. He, in fact, he might have 2 UKIPT high rollers. He definitely beat Tim Farrelly heads up in Dublin.
Okay.
I remember in the high roller.
Oh, and straight away, Kevin with the Django's.
And he gets it through. So you can see there the chip counts. Andy's chip leader now. Wow, that's a tremendous spin up for Andy. Andy was relatively short when I bust on his table yesterday. So he's spun right up, and he's now chip leader.
Yeah, and you see there, European deep stacks has remained a deep stacks all the way through. There was kind of talk because, obviously it is only a half-hour clock on day 1, 40 minutes on day 2. People did suspect that this might end up being a slightly shorter stacked affair when we got down to the business end, but it really hasn't.
50 minutes today.
Yeah, 50-minute clock today, and these guys all starting with an average of maybe like 35, 40 bigs. So I don't see this one not being a deep stack until we finish, to be honest.
That's exactly what it is.
That's not him.
Is it not?
There's a P in there.
Doesn't say that on there.
Colin showing with the hooks.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's probably somebody put his name in wrong for a result.
So you check the database and we're looking for 2.
Yeah.
One's like an absolute legend.
Jason's going to let this one go here with the ace-9, yeah.
Yeah, so you can see Jason's best live.
Now here's an interesting spot now. On the button, Andy with the 9s. I would prefer a flat in this spot if I'm honest off 30 bigs. I think it'd be 3 bets he has to go with his hand. And are you in great nick against a guy who is ICM aware, 4 bet shoving? I'm not sure you are. So I think calling all day here.
Andy has made a very good call here. A lot of players would overplay 9s in this spot, but Andy recognising that getting in, what are the blinds now?
100k exactly.
100k. So getting in 30 bigs against and calls up very much on the solid side as well. Yeah. So you're not going to be in good shape. You are going to have to go with your hand, but you're going to be praying it's ace king rather than a bigger pair.
Alex has a pretty cool hand to smooth call with here.
Yeah.
I think again a 3 bet. He maybe could have leveraged both guys given their stack situation, but I like the call. It should play so well, doesn't it, Jack?
I think a 3 bet would have been pretty terrible there in the big blind against the under the gun opener. You're just always going to have to release the hand or under gun +2.
Lost one.
+1. Sorry, we get there in the end.
No, the raspberry. We lost one.
Yeah. David's now eating
one man overboard.
David's now eating raspberries off the floor.
So we've got a board that nobody really likes too much. Alex actually taking a big lead here with the queen.
Yeah, he's not going to love it though. So this might just get checked down.
Yeah, almost one of those spots where everyone has just enough value to hang on, not enough value to bet.
Yeah. Although, with no bet now,
Jack Queen will certainly be happy.
Now, I was just about to say, if the river was a blank, Alex would likely think his hand was best because an ace would have bet already. So he might have gone for thin value, but now he's river 2 pair. He's actually going to be almost certain he has the best hand.
Question is he going to call the raise? Or just call even raise. Obviously, King 10 could be in there. That's not unreasonable.
I think you have to. I mean, if you're just worried about King 10, that's.
Depends on the sizing, maybe.
Yeah, you can get value from ace, all the aces that have 2 pairs.
Is this a spot, Darrow, where maybe you go for you raise, but you don't call if the guy shoves, because then he kind of has to have King 10?
Yeah, probably. I mean, the only other argument for calling is that you might then get a call from Andy on the button. Given that nobody's shown much aggression, or Andy might even make a move since he covers the other 2 guys.
I think if I'm in Cahill's shoes here, I'd probably look to make it maybe 1.3, and then I actually fold, leaving myself 1.3 if the guy does go with it, because I figure only the nuts would continue. And as you said, Dara, targeting 2 pair hands or maybe like lower sets, maybe 7s and 3s.
3s or 7s might play this way as well. Yeah. 3s would probably bet the turn, but 7s could certainly play this way. Yeah, Call doesn't do anything in a hurry in these spots. He takes his time, sizing it up, trying to decide what he can get value from. It's a very weird spot because the flop has got checked and the turn has got checked through. So in theory, all 3 players have very marginal ranges. It's hard to see too many strong hands out there.
And I don't think you can call actually with the Queen Jack here. I think this is a pretty tough spot. You're obviously losing to even better 2 pair combos. King 10 is out there.
Yeah, I think the problem Cahill has is that when he raises, he can't really be bluffing very much because if he was going to bluff, he would have bluffed an earlier street most of the time, and he does have Andy
so
behind him.
So he's just called.
Yeah. He has just called. Yeah. He basically, I think it was a combination of factors there. When he raises, it's very, very hard to get called by a worse hand. He's hoping maybe Andy does something behind as well, or makes a side call. That pot play is very differently because it's 3-way rather than heads up.
Sure.
But good result for Cahill. He played that hand very well, because a lot of players will stubbornly c-bet because they have jacks and they think that's a really good hand pre-flop. But when the board comes down ace, queen, x, your jacks just shrivel up in value and there's no point of betting. He checked all the way to the river and got lucky on the river in the sense that he made a set that made his opponent 2 pair.
So nice start for Cal in the final, well, the unofficial final, which is 9. First prize, €35,290. We'll get there in the end. I'll start saying euros when I go home.
You'll be saying that in Manchester. So Kevin, is Kevin going to open A6 here?
Yeah, it's an aggressive open.
This is very loose. A6 suited, you could certainly justify opening here. A6, I mean, A6 in many ways is the worst ace, because you're going to be in bad shape against all the better aces, and you can't really make a wheel or anything out. But he's got the ace9 behind to fold. Alex in the small blind is going to fold king 4 offsuit. So he might get this through actually. But no, Danny will defend Jack 10 off. So this is a very good result for Kevin. Loose open, but a very good result. So the flop
King
is
4-4 is the flop, 2 spades.
Yeah, this is very hard flop to hit. So whoever was ahead pre-flop is almost certainly still ahead. So he checks with his showdown. Turns a 6-high flush draw. He might bet now, having given his opponent his check twice.
Yeah, I like almost a 1 big blind bet there, or something very
small. He does
small.
check though. He's just trying to take this to showdown and win. Now he's allowed the Jack 10 to get there. I think Danny should be able to work out that his Jack is best here. Given that Kevin hasn't shown any willingness to put chips into this pot, he has to lead out here.
I like a sort of a 40% bet here in this situation. I think he's going to have to pay the piper if Kevin has ace jack anyway, or queens.
Yeah.
You know, that's just a bet he's going to have to pay on the river himself. So he may as well make one and target a hand like pocket 9s for a call.
Yeah, that's 275.
Okay. Kevin's really not beating anything now, so
would be a crying call.
Would be a very crying call. We did see him make some marginal calls yesterday on the stream. But he did also make a fold against Mr. Lappin with pocket 8s.
Oh, he had pocket 8s that time against my queens?
Yeah.
Or I was getting no value then.
No.
I was hoping he might have a pair of jacks or something. That was probably my best shout at a call on the river.
He did take quite a while to fold the 8s though. So.
Yeah, that was a funky spot actually, now that I dwell back. Obviously we're going to watch Kevin make his decision here, and I guess he is considering a hero here.
Well,
or maybe considering something more audacious.
Yeah, he has a 6 of spades, which I guess is a blocker to flushes, but...
It's a weird time to start telling that story though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's weird, because if you had a strong hand you would have bet an earlier street.
If he bets now, he's kind of representing jacks a lot of the time. And that's kind of the most plausible one that would raise in this spot.
600.
This is pure street poker, Dara.
Yeah.
Oh, he's called. Okay.
Well, he just called. I thought the dealer said 600.
No, he just called. Yeah.
Okay.
That was a very much a hero call there. Like, he's not even beating Ace X. He's basically beating
Ace Deuce,
Queen High,
yeah.
Ace Deuce. Chopping with ace deuce.
Yeah, flashing back to that hand yesterday now, I will say now, I didn't get a chance to hear your commentary on the Queen's hand. In most scenarios, I'm going to be honest with you there, guys, I had about 35 bigs. I'm just going to go with my Queens.
Yeah.
I just feel like, okay, the guy's going to have ace king a bunch. He might have aces and kings, but you know, he might have jacks, or he might just have hands that it's no harm for me to just take it down there, where he can make life difficult for me out of position. But in that scenario, I felt like Kevin was more likely to be a bit tighter, and also that, you know, on the off chance that he did have some, that it was an informational raise with some sort of medium pair, or maybe like an ace jack or something. Yeah. I thought no harm navigating against him. You know, you can sometimes win more chips by playing the streets.
Sure, yeah, that's perfectly reasonable.
The folding all the way around to the button.
Yeah, Kevin taking a bit of a hit there. I didn't really like the open, and I don't like the call on the end, so I think that's a spot he could have avoided.
Yeah, and I actually think, as played to the flop, firing a little c-bet on the flop is pretty reasonable. Firing a little turn delayed c-bet is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I think on the flop it could go either way. I think checking ace high is fine. If we have a checking range, ace high is a good one to put in there because it's ahead of all the whiffs. But once the flop and turn get checked, I would always bet the turn. Just mostly to clean up equity against the type of hand that his opponent had there, Jack 10. Also, I think one factor as well which makes the call on the end less good is that if his opponent was going to bluff, I think his opponent would have started bluffing the turn after the flop goes check. Very few players will wait till the river and then bluff out of position.
That's really good. We've talked about that a bit on the strategy segments of the Chip Race Star. I know how, when dealing with recreational players and even some pretty sophisticated players too, in a live setting you're more likely to see the most likely type of bluff. You're not going to see that kind of stranger bluff.
The cheap, obvious bluff as opposed to the elaborate bluff.
Yeah. Anybody out there who does enjoy strategy content, do subscribe to the Chip Races YouTube channel if you can.
Shout out to Dara Davey in the chat. He's asking if this is the final table. This is the unofficial final table, Dara. And as I'm sure you'll recognise, Cathal Shine and Jason Tompkins are there. Also Kevin Fitzpatrick, who you will remember we've had some interesting times with.
Well, started with 11. We lost 2 pair, Johansson and Annette Carroll, 11 and 10. Unofficial 9, and then the official final table will be 8 players, as Dara has just said. And is this the famous Chip Race duo in the booth, says Badoosh.
Sure is.
It is indeed.
So we've a pot, button versus blind here. Cathal just peeling with the ace-7. Flop's hard to hit, so again, it's one of these spots. Whoever's ahead pre-flop is still probably ahead. Danny decided to check behind with his king high. He has a lot of showdown there with the king.
And he's not going to get ace high to fold on the flop.
And he's not getting ace high. Yeah, it's a fairly pointless bet because you get called by all the better hands, and you only fold out worse. Turn. He might decide to start bluffing the turn, maybe to, or this can be a kind of a merge spot where he's trying to get a hand like Queen Jack to fold because that has some equity against him.
And it is possible he will get an ace high to fold on this street.
Yeah, because Cathal would be worried about having to call 2 bets. No, yeah, I think this is a perfect standard call though. Andrew Brockus has a great phrase in these spots, which is don't fold to bets that haven't been made yet. A lot of people will fold on the turn thinking, well, I'm going to have to fold the river, but that's fine. You're supposed to have hands that call the turn and fold the river.
Yeah, and well done, Cathal. He was sticky with the ace high, basically GTOing it up there against Danny's range, and worked out nicely.
Yeah, the problem for Danny with the bet on the turn is that he didn't really have any river cards that improved him significantly, apart from the king of the 5 making him a pair. You would prefer to have 2 hearts or even a gut shot like 8-5 in that spot.
So the unofficial final. Shiner and Jace heads up, says Dara.
Yeah, that would be epic to see. Two of the golden generation of Irish poker. Most of the top Irish players, my co-host David Appin included, started playing around the middle of the last decade, middle of the 2000s. Jason and Cathal are of that generation.
Yeah, actually, when I think back, I'd say there are at least a couple of dozen Irish poker professionals who probably started between 06 and 08.
Yeah, they were very much the golden years. Because online poker was at its peak, guys were able to. Guys like Cathal. Cathal comes from Kerry, which is one of the more remote parts of the country. Jason was living in Athy, also Not to insult people from Athy, but it is kind of middle of nowhere. But because of online poker, it was possible for those guys to play lots and lots of hands, even though there was no local poker scene.
It's the Birmingham of Ireland.
I actually thought you said...
No, it's the Walsall of Ireland.
I thought you said he was living in a pie. I'm like, what's that mean?
A pie. No, a thigh.
What does that mean?
Yeah. In fact, Jason's had many nicknames down the years. We said already, oh my God, it's Jason Tompkins, but he was also called the Athyminator for a while.
Was he?
Yeah.
I've literally never heard that one.
Yeah.
I just called him Skinny for about 7 years.
Yeah, well, I think you came up with it when Skinny, which
Won't be that skinny eating pies.
which was incredibly
Imaginative.
So anyway, we've brought raspberries, yogurt and mint and white tea. What is this?
I'm on a health kick, Tower.
Is this just pretend before the roast dinner?
No, do you know what it is?
This is amazing. He ran into Andy Black yesterday, and
Literally. Is there anything left?
Andy was carrying a carton of shredded carrots and celery, all the stuff. Andy's one of the cleanest living people you'll ever meet. David was carrying a carton of bonbons, so he's been shamed into this now. Now he's turned over.
He
Andy
actually
Black
had a
is his new
delivery
hero.
of the bonbons as well.
Yeah. No,
yeah.
They came with the licorice all sorts.
Do you have to buy your own bonbons?
I do, unfortunately, yes.
No, you get them delivered Amazon style. Do you know what it is? This is going to be a long festival. I got here 4 days ago. I'm going to be here for the next week.
Yeah.
Darren and I are then going off to the UK tour in London, in Aspers and Stratford, and that's a lot of live poker. And live poker equals, fried breakfasts in the morning and some sort of meat and not that much veg in the evening.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of health in that, so I kind of my body was giving in. I was very sick actually at the tables 2 days ago. I've just decided since then I'm going to go down. There's a supermarket nearby.
Nice.
I'm going to buy, what is it I got here? Moroccan mint and white tea. I've got some raspberries. I ate a fruit cup and a salad yesterday for my dinner. I'm going to try and be good, Tower.
Uh-oh, Kevin's in trouble.
Yeah, he's running into the aces here. Look at this. Stephen's picking up the aces.
Wow.
This is an amazing spot.
I don't think Kevin can get away here, can he?
Kevin's 3-bet. He's 3-bet a third of his stack. So
I suppose it's a cold 4 coming, so that's pretty bloody strong right now.
Yeah, Stephen might flat here.
If he flats, he almost certainly knows he's bringing in Danny with a much wider range than maybe he'd love. He's going to be out of position to 1, in position to Kev. I think he'd probably go for that. I think you just hope that Kev really has a hand now. When you've got aces, it's unlikely that your opponent has ace X. He has in this case, but a lot of the time he will have a pair and he might just go with it.
Yeah, this is anything Stephen does here is going to look super strong. That's part of the problem of the spot for him.
Yeah. Any bet he makes, he's committed to Kevin. Okay, maybe he can make a sizing that's not committed to Danny theoretically, but
yeah, it's very hard. Danny started the hand with 4.1 million, so
can click it to like 1.3.
He can click it, but clicking it
that looks so strong too.
That looks ridiculously strong too.
Yeah, you're right. It's one of those spots where he's almost forced into revealing he has a really strong hand, unless, as you say, Derry, he flats, which also looks kind of strong.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, but then players sometimes don't necessarily see that. But so yeah, he has 4-bet to 1.5 million as expected. Kevin's in the agonies now because he's made a big bet. He's put in a third of his stack, but he knows he's in rag shape against the cold 4-bet. I think he can possibly get away here, even though he's put in a huge amount of his stack.
Hand on heart, I think you're up against a range of Jack's ace king here in most scenarios. Let's give Stephen some credit here and say he throws in one random bluff somewhere, but that's going to be that might even be true.
When you run the equities of ace queen against legitimate ranges, it's really like 30 to 35%.
Yeah.
So even when you have a third of your stack in and you're getting 2 to 1, you can find the call, particularly with ICM.
Yeah. Kevin goes with that. He's basically
fold,
praying it's Jacks, and that's not a great scenario when you're praying he has the one worst hand in his range.
Yeah, Kevin's gotten beaten up now because the first time I guess it was slightly unnecessary opening the A6, but and he got himself into trouble. But this is just unlucky. He's basically run into a hand. Also, Stephen is like a young, aggressive guy, so he can think Stephen is just at it in this spot. You see him looking at Stephen a lot there. Kevin is sort of old school, try and get a read, try and see if the guy's trying to push me around.
So, decision. Mr. Fitzpatrick counting his stack, 17 bigs.
I don't think Kevin wants to make this his last stand, to be honest. This is a final table. It's easy to ladder a few spots without getting involved sometimes. There's going to be a lot better spots than this.
Yeah, this is a horrible spot now.
This is not the hill you want to die on.
No. This is pretty much the worst hand he does. He 3-bets for value, so you can, just good fold. Very good fold by Kevin there. Very good fold. So that moves Kevin right down now to second from bottom on the chip counts. Under 20 big blinds, which basically means he doesn't have too much other than pre-flop poker now.
More TBC says, now you're on a health kick, are you putting 2 slices of cucumber in your GNC instead of 1?
Oh, he's very smart, that boy. That's very smart.
I can confirm that. I mean, Lappin here has been blaming the dinners and the meat and all the thing, but like the late night drinking isn't helping either.
I haven't had a single drink this week. Oh no, I had one drink with you, Dara, on the third night. I had a single gin. You
had 2 drinks.
A single gin and tonic that night.
No,
I bought you 2 drinks.
Oh, maybe you didn't have a second drink. I didn't notice that. I was very, very disciplined.
Very disciplined.
But you were very ill at the time.
Correct. Lappin, the first person to get his bomb-bombs delivered.
That was just from buying you 2 drinks.
yeah.
Prices of drink in Dublin now. I could only afford 2 for Dara. I couldn't afford 1 for myself.
Yeah, you can buy an entire pub in Malta for what a drink in Dublin costs.
Exactly.
Alex raises to 200k. Pocket 9s. Sam should come over the top.
Don't know. It's a tough one, to be honest. I think he might just let this one go.
On the button, you could definitely call here.
Oh yes, he's let it go.
Yeah, that's a good disciplined fold. Yeah. He's also got Kevin behind now, who has a reshoving stack. So Ace 10 is not a lovely hand to have.
No.
Stephen can definitely call here with the 9-6. Oh no, sorry, Stephen was small blind. I thought he was big blind. Jason's calling with pocket 3s here for sure.
Yeah, it's the dream big blind hand. Really, you get to set mine at the best possible price with no chance of anyone squeezing you out of the pot.
Just 100k to call. So Alex against Jason, 2 of the online generation.
King 5.
It's the kind of flop where Jason could still be ahead against a decent chunk of the range, but he will be in a dark tunnel. It's a tough situation. Do you think he calls one, Dara?
Depends on the sizing, but the problem with calling with a hand like pocket 3s is you have so little chance of improving, and even if you do happen to be ahead of a random hand, you can get counterfeited in addition to whatever outs the guy has. So
well, he has size down here.
Yeah, it's a really small sizing.
From a minimal defence point of view, I think Jason's probably supposed to call once here, but as you said, Dara, it's just so hard to navigate.
Yeah, I think he does have to call though, that sizing. The sizing is just so small. He's basically just hoping he either pings its Miracle 3 on the turn, or his opponent shuts down and he wins. And
sometimes the opponent will shut down a lot on the paired board. That's something that you will see a lot. I know the king obviously does hit Alex's range, but when it's a paired board, you know, what Alex is now worried about is that Joss has any king. Like, he could even have king deuce suited here in the big blind. So
yeah, we do get to realise equity a lot of the time here, because Alex does have to worry about Jason having a king. And obviously, since Jason has pocket 3s, he can also have pocket 5s. So,
do you do one of those advanced blockers in this spot if you're in Alex's seat here? Do you sort of maybe make it 200k, 240k, something like that, and then snap check back the river?
Yeah, I think 9s can bet for a couple of reasons. That's one of the reasons. Another reason is you do just want to fold that equity. If Joss has ace high there, if he has something like ace 10, which he's called one with as well, that has still 6 outs against your hand, so you benefit from that folding.
I guess a hand like ace 5 probably has to call twice too.
Oh, ace 5 is snap called twice, yeah, for sure. Ace 5 is a much better hand than 3s in this spot, even though obviously it's losing to mostly the same hands, but it just has more ways to improve.
Yeah, I think Jason will lay this one down. I think he's probably...
Yeah, good discipline fold from Jason. Both players play their hands perfectly there.
So we have more TBC in the chat box. Great to have you here, sir. Am I allowed reveal? Can I leaky lappin, or is there? Let me know. Let me know if I'm allowed to do a leaky lappin, or maybe you'd like to yourself.
Is this leaky lapping anything to do with the final table?
No, it's not. It's completely unrelated and to do with more TBC.
Leaky, yeah. Lappin got his nickname Leaky Lappin after he famously leaked. For our 10th anniversary Unibet Opens, we had a very special edition in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
But it wasn't confirmed because there were a lot of legal difficulties, so we were all sworn to secrecy. Lappin went on a live stream and just blabbed that the next one was going to be Vegas. Production people came from everywhere to pull plugs and screaming, and a statement was issued saying that Lappin had a senior moment. And
well, in the spirit of Leaky Lappin, I want to make it official. More TBC has in fact joined the Unibet team.
Excellent.
He's moving to Malta in the next few weeks now.
Oh, TBC, well done, congratulations.
Joining the team. He's a very shrewd swoop in during the transfer window. We got Cat Arnsby, we got more TBC, putting a great team together.
Excellent. Queens for Sam. Raising it up.
More TBC says I'm pretty sure he leaked Paris too. Yeah, I did actually leak Paris.
he did actually leak Paris as well. Yeah, you leaked quite a lot.
Oh, Kevin's
I've
in
also
a
leaked
spot.
Talon.
Oh,
Kevin's in a good spot. This could be the end,
this is the end of Kevin,
Mr. Fitzpatrick. It's
Yeah, he's
17 bigs.
He's going to
We're
need the
doing
deck to
nothing
bailing
but
out
jam.
here for sure.
We're doing nothing but getting them all in. And Sam will be calling it off.
Big spot here for Sam actually.
Yeah.
Because he takes this pot down, he's going to have 5 million plus and be right in the mix amongst the chip leaders.
This will be a shove from Kevin.
It'd be amazing if he got away here. Obviously, the races come from under the gun. Under gun 3
Never getting
has.
away.
But yeah, there he goes. He's not. You're still not loving it though. You
No.
know, you don't feel like. You know, is Sam raising 9s? Probably not. He's probably flat in a hand like 9s or 10s here. So you know, you're sort of getting it in, hoping he's got the ace king or ace queen, and you might be racing. But there is some dead money in there anyway.
You'd love him to raise with ace jack, but as we can see, it was queens.
Sam hasn't snap called.
Yes, he has.
He has snap
He
called.
has,
Sorry,
yeah.
we just don't have it on
It's
screen.
just a click on the button. Just needs a. He made the call, so we have an all-in on the unofficial 9. Kevin Fitzpatrick.
Kevin very much at risk here. He does have 2 live flush possibilities as well, which improves his chances a bit. But you can see he's a very... Oh, and look at this!
Wow. Oi, oi.
Oh my God!
Body blow for
oi.
Banham.
Is Sam going to get absolutely done again on another final table?
No diamonds, no draws. Needs to fade one of the 2 queens.
Would you believe it? Would you believe it?
A queen of clubs on the river. Oh, 2 outs to fade to survive and get back in the mix. Kevin Fitzpatrick, the poker god giveth and the poker god take away.
And the table having a good laugh about that. That was
Wow.
cruel. That was cruel for Kevin. Kevin departs the scene, leaving probably nobody over the age of 35 at the table now.
Don't deal. Stop the clock. I think we're going to make the official photo for the fight.
Oh, you hit the jack, the poker god giveth, and he taketh away in the same hand. Ouch. So over 5 mil.
How much is 7?
And Sam, as David says so, back in the mix.
Yeah, huge chip differential there for Sam. He either becomes one of the short stacks with 1.5 million or he becomes one of the big stacks with 5.5. He's in an absolutely great seat now.
Oh.
There's a lot of guys getting up from the table here. I'm not sure. Are we going on a
I
break?
think it's the official 8.
Oh, so they have to get a
they've got
photograph taken.
Photos taken and everything like that, malarkey, and that's what I reckon. I don't actually know how long the break actually is,
Okay.
so we'll stick with you for 2 or 3 minutes. I think it might be a 5 minute, it might be time to go and grab a coffee. They'll do a full chip count. So we'll just turn off the mic for 5 minutes. We are now on the official final. So we reckon this is the 5 minute break to have a complete chip count and a picture. Nope. Where's the picture? Nobody took a picture. Oh, I can't believe it. Nobody wants a picture of the guys. Surely somebody wants one. I don't know. No photos of the guys. Can't believe it.
Who?
Straight. No, I thought they were going to stop for 5 minutes and have a photo.
For an unofficial photo, yeah.
But no, straight into it. We're now on the trail. 8 down to a winner. I'm glad we didn't go on a break. Would have missed the action.
So Sam now moves into the chip lead, very slightly ahead of Andy. Jason is still very healthy, although he's second from the bottom with 32 big blinds. Hendrik is now the one at immediate risk, seat 2. He's sub 20 big blinds. I ran off there for a moment just to talk to Jason briefly about how the final table is going so far. Jason felt very strongly that Stephen should have flattered the aces against Kevin. I tend to agree. I think even though he was slightly worried about Danny coming in, flatting in that spot. If you get more than 10% of the effective stack in pre-flop, that's a great spot for aces. What do you think about that, David?
Yeah, as I said, he's sort of caught in that every action he takes looks really strong. But I suppose the one chance you want to do is give your opponent some sort of head-scratching decision-making down the streets. And like if you do get a board with lots of low cards on it, can the pairs go away? If you do get a board with an ace or a queen on it, can the ace queen get away?
Yeah, I think probably the fives were folding anyway, to be honest. I think the fives alarm bells would have gone off for the fives after the flat of the 3-bet, but I think had the board come queen high, he would have got the rest of Kevin's chips.
I feel like you have to have a very balanced strategy overall. Obviously, notwithstanding that we're playing live and people don't really kind of consider balance because they won't be playing these opponents in this scenario ever again probably, but I think if you do want to flat, you probably want to flat your entire range that you play then. So you want to flat maybe, your jacks through to aces, and you want to flat your ace king suited as well if they're the hands you're going to continue with, because otherwise you become very...
Yeah, I agree we can't just flat aces obviously, but I don't think we necessarily have to flat our entire range. I think we can split our range between flatting and 3-betting. Some of the hands are definitely better as 3-bets, or 4-bets rather. Sorry, cold 4-bets. I think a hand like Ace King is a much better cold 4-bet. But yeah, we do need to find other hands for sure to balance our range. Jacks, I think, is possibly a good one.
So flop time 9-10 Jack. Open ender for Alex. Go. Back door for Andy in seat number 1.
Yeah, 2 wide ranges here, button against big blinds, so it's very plausible that both players have hit this type of board. You can see here Andy not really liking that board. It's pretty much as bad as it gets for Raggy Ace. Alex definitely has ways to win this one now. He could lead out here with his open ender. It is his best chance of winning here. Andy will have some checkbacks that are strong enough. He'll probably have some 10x's and 9x's that will check back this flop. So he might even have some weak jacks. A jack 7 or a jack 6 might check back this flop. So
I think there's a lot of marginal hands on that board. on that flop.
A better 275. And the call. Morning, Mick the Mod. Is this the final table? Yes, it is. Where did Annette finish? 10th. TBC has confirmed that. Is that Dara and is that David? Yes, it is.
Yeah, Dara Davey making the point here regarding our question about balance is that we actually have no other hand, in his opinion, that wants to or could flat, so it becomes two face up, but then that implies that your opponent knows that, and we're into a bit of a levelling situation.
Yeah, it is very hard to think of another hand that wants to flat, but at the same time, I think this is a sample size of one. I don't think we necessarily need to be balancing this spot. You're never going to be in this situation again, and it's just to give a player like Kevin a chance to make a mistake.
Well, Mick the Mod, yes, the treble didn't do very well. The -1 was very good at 8-5, and Crawley winning at 13-10 was very good, but the other three decided not to win. And yes, we need new music. Can't bear to listen to Nights in White Satin anymore. says Beanie Man.
Can't be dealing with all this Moody Blues nonsense.
It's funny, Darren and I on day 1A were talking about how absolutely brilliant the playlist was, and then by day 1B we'd heard that same playlist about 6 times, and we're like, I'm not sure I'm loving it quite as much as I was.
Yeah, they have mixed it up. They've got some playlists from players apparently, so
good stuff.
Some of the days where it's been more
and then every now and again somebody just pulls the plug.
Yeah,
I think they should just throw some dubstep into the mix here, and I guarantee you the views would go up. The betting frequencies would definitely go up.
Absolutely not. You want it's 80s music and nothing later than that you want here.
Do you think you could make musical choices that would induce action? Do you think that would be possible?
Yeah, for sure.
You could put it on, for example, you could put on Ian Simpson's playlist, and that would induce a lot of action because people would want to bust.
People would just leave the room. Yeah. I think actually, I remember when General Noriega was in his last days and he was holed up in Sunday Embassy. I'm pretty sure the American CIA flew Simpson in with his tunes, and they blasted Noriega out. Noriega just wasn't able to take any more of it. He was like, okay, lock me up for the rest of my life. Just turn off that awful music.
Looks like Stephen's going to c-bet here. Obviously, if he's ahead pre, he's most likely ahead still, and he does have the King of Spades in his hand. Not too shabby a card. Small c-bet gets the job done.
So we are on the official final table. Hendrik is going to need a bit of help. He's on 10 bigs. The blinds have gone up 61-20.
So looking at that now, Jason and Danny and to some extent Cahill in the most sort of tricky ICM spots. Obviously they're sitting there in 6th, 7th and 8th of 9. And
I think Hendrik is very little ICM, to be honest, because he's so much shorter than Jason. He can pretty much just play normally. He has to find a good spot to double up now. He can't really wait around for the people to bust.
Yeah, Jason's spot's probably the worst.
As long as he's there, it's a much worse spot for Jason and Cahill. Yeah, unfortunately, so far this is replaying like an action replay of Jason's most high-profile final tables, where he came 5th. He's getting very, very little to play with. He's getting some sort of marginal spots like the 3s, where he played his hand perfectly but still lost some chips. So hopefully Jason will get a run of cards, and also Cahill too. Very much rooting for Cahill. But they'll both be hoping that C2 makes his move soon. See how watchful the guys are, both Cahill and Jason, watching the action intently. Very important on a final table. You only get so many shots at these in your career. You really have to give it your all while you're there.
So limp pot.
Yep, flop time. Queen, King, 9, 2 clubs. So both hit a slice.
Yeah, top pair bad kicker against middle pair worst kicker.
Danny can go either way here. I think he's elected to check this time, and Sam will have an option then to bet or check. He checks as well.
I think Danny's hand plays better as a check. You'll get more action from worse hands, and while you might want to protect most of the hands you're protecting, a lot of the hands you get action from when you bet the King 5 are just going to be better than your hand.
Yeah, Danny's got to look to get value now, having let the board run out.
Yeah,
he's got a pretty well disguised second pair, and Sam has a pretty well disguised third pair, so he's probably going to have to call, and he does.
Yeah, he does have to call there for sure. Beating all the bluffs, beating even some marginal blocker bets.
No one can stand this much share. Lappin should get this. Is that like a life after love? Do we have like... Did you believe in love? Did we have some of that earlier?
Is that on next, is it?
That might be coming up, I'm not sure.
He says you should get it, so
Yeah, I don't get it.
you need to explain it to us,
No one can stand
David.
this much share. Might be a reference to us taking the piss out of Ian Simpson's stream over the years. I'm just missing.
It's mostly Meatloaf, I remember.
Is Ian Simpson a Slipknot kind of guy? Is that
He does like a bit of death metal too,
He
yeah.
does like his death metal, yeah.
a bit of Slayer?
Yeah.
Dear.
Maybe his musical taste has changed now that he's a daddy and it's all cats in the cradle stuff, but
Even that's kind of a bit dark.
well, I mean, it's going to be terrible, whatever Ian, I mean, Ian's music taste is just terrible. It's going to be different, but it might be a different type of terrible now.
Ian basically chooses his music based on what allows him for it to be socially acceptable for him to take his top off. He
Yeah.
wants to run around with a t-shirt off.
There's a famous picture of him at a concert.
Swinging it around.
All of that, yeah.
There's a famous picture of him at a concert with his shirt off, and he looks absolutely manic. And he claims that it's because the lead singer exhorted the entire crowd to take their shirt off, but nobody else in the picture has their shirt off. So I think maybe just the voices in Ian's head told him to take his shirt off.
Danny with the Django's.
Yeah, the button raise. That will win.
Dara's assured me it's a South Park reference. I do get it now because there was a South Park episode featuring a sort of fictionalised version of Cher.
Okay, just have your own in jokes there with your former
That's what
former
Twitch is, isn't it?
flatmate. Yeah,
That's what this whole platform is for, just making in-jokes.
well done, lads. Yeah. Make a joke that you think two people will get, only one of them actually gets.
So a reminder, guys, because we have quite a few people asking me, and I've actually had quite a few text messages personally asking how did Annette finish up. She unfortunately final table bubbled, or unofficial final table bubble. She came 10th. She was very disappointed. We met her in the lobby actually coming in. We had to pretend we didn't know what happened there. We were forced into that spot where we had to go into the conference box.
yeah.
Still see her in the tournament that we knew she was gone from.
We lied to the viewing public, although I did let slip that I had discussed the hand with her before I came into the booth. So I was actually quite shocked to still see her on screen because I thought that was her exit hand, the way she described it.
Yeah. Henrik is all in with the ace-ace. He's going to get looked up here in some worlds. Maybe not by the ace, maybe not by the fives, I should say here.
Fives has to worry
Got a
about
few
the pairs
people
behind.
Yeah.
Fives is in a tough spot here. It's also 12 bigs.
So what we've seen of Alex, this could actually just be a call.
Yeah, I mean, Alex will definitely be on the loser side. Like he's the online generation who'll just go, well, I could pretty much always have the best hand here, so I might take my spot.
Yeah, you're sticking 1.2 in, and you've probably got four guys behind you who can put it in for 4 million.
Yeah, a good fold there. I think it's.
Stephen's definitely calling.
Stephen's calling for sure. Yeah.
Ace Queen way too good in the big blind.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to worry about anyone behind him.
Doesn't think about it. Just flicks in the chip, makes the call.
And this could be the end.
Hendrik has played really, really well. There's nothing he could do in this spot. He just has to go with his ace.
This is the end,
As we know it.
my friend.
So he's a 2-1 dog.
He's got hearts. He doesn't have diamonds. He mostly just needs to pink that ace, or that eight, I should say.
Yeah. No help there. Doesn't even have backdoors at this stage. So it's an 8 and an 8 only on the turn of the river will save him.
And that is not it.
He has some chop possibilities now. A 10 or a 4 will chop. So an 8 to win, a 10 or a 4 to chop. Actually,
And it's a 7 of hearts.
it's a 7. No joy for him. He almost
Hendrik
makes it
stands
straight.
open for the final time. We will say Hendrik Blockdijk has been eliminated from the Deepstack for €4,420. We're
Yeah.
down to 7.
In the words of Tony G, on your block dike, Henrik.
Well, we have Markovan and Limpwacker on Team Sam here. It's also Sam's birthday today, apparently.
Happy birthday.
I did see Sam talking to an older gentleman before kickoff who looked exactly like an older version of Sam, so I'm assuming it's his dad who's come in to rail. be some sort of birthday celebration if he manages to ship this. Having shipped, we believe, the IPO in the same venue, and almost won a platinum pass in the same venue.
So we're on 7.
Yeah, and again, with this attrition rate staying high enough, I don't think we have anybody now in the field who has less than 30 bigs.
Yeah, Jason was second shortest, and I think he had 32 bigs. So
now the average stack's staying nice and high, like probably 45 bigs now is the average stack.
Yeah, we could have a period of real shadow boxing now for a while before our next elimination, unless there's a cooler.
Yeah, with so many stacks kind of boxed between the 30 and 40 big blind mark, it really does make sense for everybody to take a cautious approach. So with 7 left here at the European Deepstack's final day, Jason Tompkins and Stephen. Okay, a little bit of blind v blind.
Yeah. We just quickly checked Sam's hand him up there. His biggest score came in 4th place in the Winamax Open, which is a 6-max tournament.
Jason checked back the ace-8 pre. Again, looking to play some small ball here, so his hand nicely disguised. Stephen, with the king of clubs in his hand, decided to fire out. He's, again, sort of a mergy bet, Dara. This kind of achieves 2 things. One, it cleans out equity against, random 2-card hands that haven't connected, and also he does have some decent barrelable cards here on the turn.
Yeah, I think also the factor is because Jason checked back, most players don't have the ace here, so on the ace-high board you see the limp stab a lot from the small blind, so probably once the board came ace-high, Stephen was going to bet irrespective of his holding. His hand does make a particularly good bet because he can turn equity. Now he's kind of in a weird spot where he knows he's almost certainly behind. He hasn't picked up any equity either.
Yeah, not much sense in Jason betting here. I don't think he's got, in a lot of worlds, an opponent who doesn't have
good check.
Anything at all.
Nice check behind there by Jason, recognising that his best chance of getting another bet from a weaker hand is to check the turn and get him to bluff the river.
So
now Stephen pretty much knows he has the worst hand here most of the time, so he just has to decide whether he wants to bluff or not. King high does have some showdown.
In a showdown against the spades, I guess the miss spades is kind of what he's hoping for.
Yeah, miss spades. It's pretty much just miss spades. He does have a spade in his hand as well, unfortunately, so that's blocking that part of the range.
Yeah, Jason, I suppose the one thing he doesn't want to allow Jason to do is realise what a deuce here. I suppose Jason checking back could easily have a hand like 3 deuce, 7 deuce, 8 deuce. That he would have to minimally defend here, blind v blind. Now this just makes it for an easy call for Jason.
Talking about Kevin.
Yeah, pretty quick call from Jason. Happy to table a winner, and I think in the end probably targeting the deuces. It just seemed like Stephen could maybe get a deuce to fold in that spot, and given that Jason didn't raise pre, that takes out some of the ace X's that Jason might have. Probably meant that he had a bigger number of deuces combinatorically.
That's a really good hand for Jason. Not only does he pick up chips there too, but he's laid down a marker. Stephen now knows that Jason is not capped on ace-high boards when he checks behind.
48 bigs big stack, 32 bigs small stack.
Yeah.
Wowzers.
We talked yesterday when David was on the feature table about how Cahill had by far the worst seat because he had David, Jason and Stephen behind him. Look at his seat now. He's also got arguably certainly in Jason, maybe the best player on the table, but Stephen is also incredibly capable. So Cahill's been very unlucky with seat draws.
$10 left in the high roller from the exactly 50 that played.
Yeah, there was a high attrition rate yesterday for a very well structured tournament. People came to gamble.
I have to say Cahill is a real example of how playing solid poker and sort of mistake-free poker. When you watch Cahill play, and I've watched Cahill play an awful lot online, I've watched him play a decent number of feature tables now, you rarely see anything flamboyant, you rarely see something kind of, audacious from him. What you see is just somebody playing absolutely solid, error-free poker, and it gets him so far.
Yeah. Nick Howard made a very good tweet on the subject recently. He said that the reason why poker is so difficult is that it's a game which rewards people who just do the normal thing as opposed to trying to be flamboyant. Anybody who tries to be flamboyant, it generally doesn't work out for them. And we have this kind of human thing of like, well, you can't win by doing the same as everybody else. But the reality of poker is that the people who win in the long term are the people who make the least mistakes.
Four of spades hits the river. It's checked all the way down. Anybody want it? Or we're just going to play with the king. And it not been too much involved so far. Comes to the final day as chip leader.
Adding to your point there, Dara, as well, one of the features of poker as well is that you tend to see people get rewarded in a different way for flamboyant play, particularly if it's on a live stream. It captures the imagination, it gets some attention. People congratulate someone on what seemed like a crazy bluff or an amazing hero call, whereas you say, okay, when you get that right, it looks fantastic, it does make for a TV moment, and people get puffed up by that, but in reality, minimising that side to your game and actually just keeping your fundamentals strong is so important and will lead to a better number of results in the long run, I think. These triple barrels with king six suited, for example, when you're just like completely airballing, looks great on telly, but
no need for it. No need for it. Yeah, no. Lappin is essentially bragging about the best hand he played in the tournament, where he found a really good triple barrel spot, got it through.
Well, no, actually what I was trying to do was make the point about how, in reality, a hand like that does look kind of sexy and does get people talking and does get a bit of attention because it looks above the rim. But in reality, so much more of poker is about just like doing the right thing with a short stack, doing the right thing, understanding how ranges interact with one another.
Yeah, and that was a reasonably there were very good reasons for the triple barrel there, let's say.
So back to the action, raising it up, Stephen in seat number 8 to 280k. Andy Duna coming along for one of the first times today.
Duna
raising up.
Two of the big stacks here.
Yeah, Andy's a good friend of mine. I know him for years. Lovely fellow. He was talking to me about the Luke Vrabel interview we did for the chip race, which was his all-time favourite. He said he was walking through LA airport listening to that, and he literally couldn't stop laughing. He was getting very strange looks from security.
He's a lovely guy, Andy. Andy's actually the person who took me out yesterday, am I right? No?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see your bust out, actually. Yeah, could be, yeah.
Yeah, he had the ace queen against my king jack when I shoved my 12 bigs or 11
You're right,
bigs.
he did, yeah.
Nice fella.
Yep. Another great poker player from Kerry, I believe.
Oh wow, the Kingdom representing.
Kingdom, a lot of great players have come out of Kerry. We've obviously got Cahill Shine there. We've got Andy representing as well. Connie O'Sullivan has been around for a long time, and Keith Cummins, who's actually born in Cork, but everybody thinks he's from Killarney because he lives in Killarney. He's former guest of the chip race. I know he's a particular favourite of David's.
So if you're just tuning in, this is the final table. We are on 7.
So I'm going to kick things off here under the gun with Kojak.
King Jack suited, yep, fine hand to open. When you have a stack like Sam now has, you're mostly rooting for lots of folds, but you don't mind if the blinds call, or the thing you really don't want to do is get 3-bet with this hand. Stephen does call with pocket 8s.
So again, two of the bigger stacks.
Yeah, they both have pretty heavy ICM here, so they can't really go crazy.
Taking after you. We're on the water.
Well, it didn't look like it right there, I'm just going to say.
I think it might be vodka in that water bottle, judging the way the tower...
The lot just went...
I think someone spiked Tower's water.
Yeah. Oh. I think McCluskey's going around spiking people's drinks.
So King 6-7 flop. Sam.
So definitely the kind of flop where Stephen can't give up. He's got the 3 card straight there, pocket pair, that's effectively second pair. He's definitely got to call one bet here.
So a bet the 325 and a call from Stephen with the snowman. Ace of diamonds on the turn.
Oh, big card here. So, you know, adding to his kings, he's now got the diamonds playing for him. Stephen pretty much has to give up to another bet here, but he's been slipped to. Stephen, check is most likely going to be the outcome here.
Queen of clubs hits the river. So
yeah, it's pretty much the worst board run out ever for Stephen now. Sam probably going to look to get a little bit more value here, do the betting himself maybe for, I don't know, something small. It's got to be small here, maybe 400k. No, he's actually going to check it. I guess King Queen is definitely in the range. Maybe Sam's just trying to do a bit of pot control or not put himself in a dark tunnel against that type of hand. It is much more likely that he's up against a hand like 8s, 9s, 10s. I suppose I might have gone for a very small kind of blockerish sizing for that, but then again it's probably not going to get a call on this board texture. Looks like he might have actually induced a bluff here. Stephen giving it some thought. The question is he going to call? What is the sizing, and is he being put to a real test right now? So it's almost kind of, I suppose Sam has almost played it like he's the one with pocket 8s or 9s.
625.
And he's put the brakes on. 625. Not a spot you're loving here with King Jack. You're trying to figure out what bluffs are there. You know, like, is 8-9 suited turning its hand into a bluff? Yes, probably sometimes. Is a pair of 7s now turning their hand into a bluff, sensing weakness and feeling like he can get pocket 9s or 10s to fold? It's a really funky spot, actually. Sam with a head scratcher. He does make the call. Fishy line there from Steve, I guess, and that's why Sam has looked him up.
Do we have a new chip leader?
We may well do, Tower.
7.2 mil, we do indeed. Sam Benham.
Birthday boy, 60 bigs, not too shabby. Jason, bottom of the pile there with 30 bigs, but still plenty to play with.
Sam Benham, chip leader. Won the Unibet Open DSO Cup at the end of 2018. And the Unibet Open starts this week on the Tuesday, at the Invitational on the Wednesday. We're looking forward to watching that. And then the live stream for the main event starts on the Thursday, which the guys will be playing mainly and commentating open out in the comms, I'm sure, during the week. We're down to 7. And the Dublin Poker Festival European Deepstack 2020. €6,010 locked up. And good afternoon, wherever. Nice in white satins playing in me ear hole.
So I just ran off
Maybe
there.
I'll take it out for 2 minutes.
I just ran off.
You're listening
there.
fast, are you?
I just ran off there to check what's happening in real time. I won't spoil or anything, but a bit slow coming back because so many people were telling me how much they were enjoying the Towers commentary in particular.
I'm sat listening to you two legends today. It's great.
No, I've had people over here saying how good the Tower is.
Let me tell you, you two guys just completely work off each other. Whether we're talking about raspberries or aces, it doesn't really matter.
I'm kind of getting raspberry belly now. I think I might have overdone it on the raspberries.
Yeah, you did eat an entire carton of raspberries, apart from 2. I don't know why you decided not to eat those last
Floor.
2.
They fell on the floor.
Oh, they're floor raspberries. They're lost to the floor. Yeah.
To be fair, I did get some nice little chocolates off Dina that Dora decided that they were his yesterday.
Oh, you can't.
If there's any chocolate around you, it's
Thanks for
off
reminding me,
limits.
Tower.
Yeah.
Well, the boys open up their incredibly small miniature chocolate candles.
Yeah.
I'll call the action on this one.
Yeah, go for it.
Looks like Sam's got the Kings. Wow, birthday presents all over the shop here. Django's against even sevens here. You would assume we're going to see a 3-bet here coming out of the big blind, which always looks quite strong, but again also looks like Sam might be just taking advantage of the fact that he is now the chip leader and can lean into all of these guys. If Sam makes it, I don't know, maybe 800k here, I think Stephen's got to just let it go.
Yeah, against a deeper stack, or against a shallower stack, we could certainly call here, but this is the two big stacks.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Sam make the sort of 3-bet you would expect here. Maybe something like 3.5 times.
Turning into the Sam Burnham show at the minute.
Yeah,
it really is.
Stephen, I don't think Stephen can call him now.
Oh wow, it's a big one, Dara. 1.3 million, so he's basically saying play for it all or get out of here.
Yeah, I think I'd like the smaller size in there to allow a hand like sevens to maybe just pile and think he's going to get a fold sometimes.
Also keeps hands like maybe ace queen suited in that have to sort of call because they can't really just like roll over at this point.
Yeah, although there's some benefit when you have kings specifically of getting the ace x to fold against the other big stack too, because you're going to hate the ace high boards. But I think I would have gone for a smaller size in there for sure. So you can see Jason Tompkins back in his seat.
We're on 7. This is the final table. The high roller is on the bubble. 8 left, 6 getting the money. The 300 is down to 3 by the looks of that, straightforward. And the side event looks like it's got about 100 runners.
We will be jumping into that side event later. Myself and David.
Yeah, at which point we'll be leaving you, Tower.
Is
that to go?
Is that a 200?
It is. Tara looking for his 4th cash of the festival. The festival's only about 4 days old.
Yeah, this might be too high buy-in. I mean, 2 of my 3 cashes have come in 100 quid events, so that might be my level. This is a 200.
Again, not just one of the great voices on commentary, not just one of the great podcast co-hosts, not just one of the great online tournament players in Ireland, but also one of the best live bowl comp players out there. It's got to be said.
Thanks, David. Thank you for that.
Do you not play the 4 card between you? Omaha's on at 4 if you fancy it.
I do. Dara doesn't, although actually I think you've played one and come second in one PLO tournament in your career.
I've played 4 PLO tournaments in my career and I've cashed 2 of them. I have come second.
And you don't play more because?
I don't really know what's going on, to be honest. I just keep looking at the 4 cards, trying to rearrange them into twos.
Patterns.
It's very confusing. You basically have 6 hands every time.
Well, the Omaha starts at 4 if you do fancy it. The Unibet Open Satellite starts at 5. The Nightly Turbo's on at 7. The Last Chance is on at 9. And the Midnight Madness is midnight, which yesterday collected €1,300.
The degeneracy, I love it.
The absolute degeneracy of it.
€1,300 for €10 in.
They also got somebody into the high roller
right.
on a blind dome flip contest as well. Laura Carroll, one of the great characters of Irish poker, does a lot of work at the party poker events, I know. Laura Lashes, as she's known for a reason I've never fully understood. A slightly worrying nickname, but
Laura Lashes. Absolutely.
So actually, Dara, speak to that for a moment. Obviously, you play EPTs, you play the World Series main event. You've actually played some 25Ks in the last couple of years as well. So when you do sit down for £100 event, admittedly this is a Unibet festival and it's sort of part of the job that we, do the rounds and show up in all the different tournaments. But how do you sort of make the adjustments? It must be very weird going from, say, a 25K against Sam Greenwood and Steve O'Dwyer to suddenly into a £100 comp.
Yeah, for me there's no adjustment in terms of the stake level. I mean, it really doesn't matter what you're playing for as long as you're playing for something. The only thing I don't like is when you're playing for absolutely nothing, because then it just doesn't really play properly. But as long as you're playing for something and it's in any way meaningful, then it's real poker. So the only difference is obviously players at different levels play differently. That's not to say that the players at the lower levels play worse. I mean, you see some terrible players in 25Ks as well. And in the high rollers, but yeah, it's just a question of different types of players, and you play differently against different types of players. But as long as there's money on the line, I will always give it my 100%. So we've a hand here between Sam and Stephen again. These two have butted heads.
Yeah, there's a lot of horn locking going on at the moment. Sam getting the best of it, not just by winning all the pots, but he is a bit of a card rack right now.
Yeah.
That's 2-2-5 on the flop of Jack, Ace, Queen.
Yeah, Stevens makes kind of a side call there because he's got the ace.
And it's the Ace of Spades.
Now he's picked up the non-flush draw, so I think that's one of the few cards that's going to keep him interested.
Does Sam ever slow down on this card?
I mean, he has to be worried about the flush, I guess, but yeah, and it is against one of the other biggest stacks, so yeah, he might slow down here. It's a tricky spot because even though you have a set, it's hard to see too many.
He has slowed down.
Yeah, he has slowed down. It makes a lot of sense really because it's hard to see too many worse hands that continue now. That's a lovely river.
Diamonds.
Stephen's got a terrible run out here because he got the spade on the turn to keep him interested. Now he's got the ace to think he's going to be good a lot of the time. But he has checked. He has recognised that the best way to get value from a worse hand is to check. I think this is going to go check bet call.
Yeah, and it just depends on the sizing here. I guess Sam has to target a king queen, a rag ace. They look like the best case scenarios. You always talk about a target hand, Darren.
Yeah.
Sort of like what you're trying to get value from. I guess if you put out a sort of a 60-65% bet here, you can target the king queen and the ace 5, say.
That's 550.
So it looks he's gone for half pot.
Half pot and a call.
And a call, yeah. So that's very, very standard. Stephen's been unlucky there with the run out. He had to call the flop because he's hit his ace. He was going to fold the turn unless he improved. He did improve because he picked up the nut flush draw. Now he didn't have to face a bet on the turn at least, but then the ace on the river made him think he had the best hand very justifiably. So had to call the river, I think.
Yeah, so rough hour for Stephen there. He's seen his chip stack going backwards. Almost every pot he plays, he gets chipped away at a little bit more. I know there is no such thing as momentum in poker, really, but it can sometimes feel a bit like, the cards and the poker gods are just going against you right now. He's going to have to gather himself mentally.
Does for sure, and all the momentum is with Sam at the moment. Jamie Joyce in the YouTube chat says Samuel only played about 2 hands and he's gone to chip leader. I mean, that's often the way it goes on final tables. You have to be very, very careful with pick your hands. I mean, arguably you could say the undoing of Kevin, the first player we saw, was that he tried to get a little bit too active early on, got himself in trouble with the a6. You kind of just have to pick your spots very, very well and be patient, and you're seeing all the better players on the table are doing that. Sam has been very, very patient and waited.
And he's loosening
been
up
very
now.
watchful, and Jason has been very, very careful as well. But now Sam is in an amazing spot because he's such a big chip leader now. He can basically change gears.
Yeah, there's a great situation. Cahill now, a very attractive king-queen suited here on the button. Dara Davey explained to me that the reason I'm getting raspberry belly is because my body doesn't understand what it's like having raspberries put in it when it's not accompanied by gin.
Yeah,
it's probably true, actually.
You need the gin,
I swear the gin and tonics are normally with the raspberries.
Into the commentary booth, please. So Cahill's decided to raise with the king-queen suited, recognising, I think, that Sam is probably opening up here, and he does take it down. That's a big win when you have king high, basically.
Sam Bainham's session so far, for sure.
Yeah.
Big chip leader, 8.7 mil. going along very nice. We are down to the final 7. Started the day with 11. Per Johansson and Annette Carroll didn't make the unofficial final table. And since then we've lost 2, Hendrik, and we've lost Kevin. So we are down to 7 in the Deepstack final. Keep you updated with what's going on in the room. The music's quieting down, thankfully. No more nice in white satin for us to be singing away with.
So, having gone for a very loose open last time, maybe a slight rush of blood to the head from...
He didn't open that hand.
He didn't open?
No, he contemplated the 10-6, didn't in the end, and it was just an open from Cahill on the button.
Okay, so Cahill opened, that made far more sense, yeah. Yeah, the 10-6 would have been very, very loose. Yeah, Sam is playing super disciplined here.
I think he was having the evil thoughts, but they never. He repressed them.
Very good on his birthday.
Well, when the deck is being so kind to you, giving you the aces and the kings and the queens,
you might as well keep waiting for them. Yeah.
So we see here now, Cahill's opened up to Queen Jack O from the cutoff. Defend here in the big blind from Andy.
King 3 suited. King 3 misses completely, so Cahill could win this if he shows aggression.
Probably the perfect hand to see bet, really, because it doesn't have enough showdown.
Queen high, he can turn a spade, he can turn a 10 or an 8 or a king.
Looks like he did check back though,
Darren. Check, yeah. I mean, it is the kind of board which hits the defending range very well as well, so maybe he wants Andy to check twice before he bets. Now he's turned an ace, which is a great card for him to bet, because his opponent rarely has the ace here.
Yeah, and he's almost played it like an ace-x hand, hasn't he? With
delayed c-bet from Cahill gets the job done. There's more than one way to skin a cat there, and that's really good example of Cahill recognising it's not a brilliant board for his range. He just checks behind, but then he gets a great card on the turn.
Yeah, I got to say, small pot and maybe just a one street of decision making, but I definitely would have c-bet that. So I'm interested to know why he didn't, and obviously some of the reasons you've said there, Darryl.
Yeah, I think it's just too good a board. You're going to be over c-betting if you're betting the queen highs there. Also, in terms of your check back range, if you have a hand that can go runner, that they make reasonably good checks because you pick up a lot of good turn cards that you can think about betting. Then you want to have hands that bluff the turn, bluff the flop, bluff the turn, and bluff the river. So it's interesting to think about how you apportion all the hands in your range. If you just bet them all on the flop, then you get into very unbalanced spots. Yeah. Shiner's a lovely guy as well. I went over to wish Annette good luck before a thing, and she gave me a big kiss and said, I said good luck sweetheart, and then I said good luck sweetheart to Cahill as well, and he goes, oh, no kiss for me. He's very much the quiet man of Irish poker. He's been around forever, he's crushing, he's won this tournament before. Got heads up for a bracelet, and yet almost nobody knows who he is.
Get it quietly, win the lot.
Yeah, very much. That's the way Cahill goes about his business. Cahill also has a tremendous temperament. I've never seen him angry, flustered, anything. He's just always completely level-headed.
I'm guessing at the next break we might have a chip race, and some of the 100Ks. Do they have a $250,000 chip? What's the next big chip?
I have no idea, I think we definitely need some. The stacks are getting quite big now in terms of numerical chips. And
Rob Dan says if you cross the line with your cards, are you folded if they're in your hands? No, it's not a betting line. It's a design on the table.
Yes.
It's not. You do get forward motion over in the States. Forward motion is classed as a bet, no matter where it is on the table.
Yeah.
It can be right in front of you, and you can move it forward an inch, and it's classed as a forward motion, which is a bet. That is not a betting line, it's just a design on the table.
Oh, wow, what we got here?
Oi, oi.
Andy with the kings on the button.
Not being too involved, has he, our chip leader?
No.
Or our chip leader at the start of the day.
Former chip leader, Sam's now the chip leader. Andy's been playing the... Alex has got the aces.
These are two big stacks.
Two big stacks.
Oh, this can't not go all in.
This is a 10 million pot.
This is huge.
So it's an auto 3-bet from Alex. Andy's not going to not going to ever not 4-bet here on the button. It's button against small blind. These are the widest seats possible.
50 big blinds effective.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You could get 80 big blinds here in this spot. I think even with the ICM.
I think you could get well, almost 200 big blinds, I imagine. I mean, button against small blind. This is just
what
massive.
sizing do we go to with the boots?
I mean, we want to go the same size, I guess, with most of our
850
range.
maybe?
So 3.5 to 4. Whatever.
There's
works
been a
out.
raise
Like closer to 9 maybe.
There's been a raise to 260, so we want to do 7.5.
850 maybe.
Alex
59.
Kulef is counting them out.
So what sizing has he gone for?
He's better 1.1
1.1. He has sized up. Yeah, I think you do want to go with all your range. So as I said, 3.5 to 4 is reasonably standard in this spot.
He's almost made it so he can shove now. I was going to say, like, if he makes it 850, maybe there's room to 4-bet, but now you're just going to lamp it in.
You just you do just have to lamp. Also, you put in a lot, but you've also left enough behind that you could fold to the 4-bet. Another thing in these spots is, given when you're this deep, you don't want to give the guy the right price to set mine. So that's a reason to size up somewhat as well.
Oh, and heartbreak for Duna here.
Just make sure they've not changed.
Yeah.
Just make sure he still has kings and not king 4.
And you want to take your time in this spot because obviously, you know, you're looking for a call from a hand like jacks or queens. You want to
snap. That's the quickest snap you've ever seen.
Oh, and it's agony here
Alex
for
turns over the
Duna.
aces.
Can he hit the miracle
Wow.
king?
This is a cooler for Andy. He won't be out, but he will be short. He'll be down to 10 big blinds unless he picks.
Alex still putting all his chips over the line. He doesn't really need to.
And barring the unlikeliest of chops here, we're going to have a new chip leader.
Yeah, we're going to have a massive chip leader after this pot. Somebody's going to get through the 10 million mark.
Yeah, nearly 11 million this pot. Alex.
Over a quarter of the chips in play in this pot.
Alex, the aces, the kings. We're just checking on who is the all-in player. They are close. They will definitely check the stacks. But it does say Alex is all in.
Oh, and there's the Django.
Yeah, so now suddenly, having been in terrible shape pre-flop, he's in amazing shape now. Just has to fade an ace or some runners.
So running spades.
Queen, jack, or running spades.
The jack.
Spades is one of the. So a queen, an ace, or a spade.
The jack of spades on the turn.
So the outs have exploded there, top right. We got 10 outs here.
Queen, an ace, or a spade.
Wowzers.
No.
It's an absolute brick of the 7 of diamonds.
Too many outs.
That is
what
cruel.
That is
spike.
horrendous for Alex.
Wowzers.
Andy Duna, huge chip leader now, over the 11 million mark. Alex, heartbreak, it's got to be said. He's done nothing wrong. He's played absolutely superbly for these 3 days.
Yeah, the dealer did her best.
Yeah.
We had the sweats on the turn. We did our best to keep him involved, but just coming up short and in 7th place for €6,010. I've been impressed with him all week. I've said it every time I've seen him on the feature table, but he has just been eliminated. Alex Kulef out in 7th.
Yeah, a young Bulgarian who lives in Dublin now.
Regular in Larry Santo's 2-5 game, I know, and he plays a lot of online.
Yeah,
as a future.
That is brutal.
Impressive.
That was brutal. Obviously, Andy did nothing wrong there either. You've got to get your kings in, and then it's in the lap of the gods.
Yeah.
You do have to get lucky to win tournaments. Andy's had a lot of bad luck over the years, so you certainly couldn't begrudge him that.
Mr. Newport in the building. How are you, Nick?
And there's how many paid? Six.
Yesterday's
Tag me in, bro.
So, cruel game
It sure is. Well,
sometimes during the day, and that was one of them.
Well, some fun news from the outer tables. I can report that a three-way deal has been done in the 300 event. Adam Neal has picked up 4K for his troubles. He's actually bussed straight away in third place. Adam Neal, Thursday payday. He did bust straight away after the deal in third spot. I don't know if they're playing on for either the trophy or maybe a little extra money. I'm not entirely sure, but definitely some three-handed business was done. So Adam's made a nice little payday.
Very nice
to
indeed.
Quench that thirst.
Payday.
And similarly now as well on the final table of the high roller, they are down to 8. And yesterday's commentator, Nick Newport, we're delighted to report, is in 7th position out of the 8 left. But decent stack and plenty to play with there. So fingers crossed for him making a deep run. 17 grand up top there.
2 spots off the money in the high roller.
And it's a very big min cash in the high roller. You can see it's basically 3.5 buy-ins.
Yeah, that is huge.
Yeah. That'll make the RCM really big.
Why is there no 7th spot for 2K? Man, I don't suppose 15 up top would be.
I'm sure Nick would agree to a 7th being paid for 2 grand right now.
Chip counts there. You can see Andy moves into massive chip lead. Sam also very, very healthy with 8.8 million. And then the others are pretty much bunched together.
Yeah, Stephen's had a tough time.
Stephen's had a tough time.
He's
been,
that 28 bigs.
Yeah, he's been dragged back into the bottom half.
This is often how it happens. Like, there's often just not much you can do on final tables. It's whether you win your hands or not.
Yeah, well, as Dara Davey has rightly pointed out here in the Twitch chat, so many setups, all the boards and all the setups we've been seeing so far. Nobody can really do anything other than what they've done.
Yeah, shout out to Dara. He's not here, but it feels like he's in the commentary box.
Does, yeah. Well, he's definitely the biggest contributor right now to our Twitch stream. Thank you for that, Dara. And thank you to Mick the Mod for his great moderating as well.
Also, well done in Dara. In Talon, I saw that you bricked all 10 tournaments you played, but you posted a very nice picture of your son on your Instagram, so it's all good.
Wow, ice cold. Should have come to Dublin, Dara. I think that's the lesson there. Ice cold.
Oh, let me just turn the fan off.
Dara Davey, former 2-time UK IPT Player of the Year.
And also by far the best chip race newsreader.
Well, Cat Arnsby did quite well last week.
I'm still on Team Dara as far as news reading goes.
Yeah, well, we're all on Team not Ian anyway, that's for sure. We can agree on that.
Not Ian.
We can agree that Ian is just...
ABI, anyone but Ian.
Yeah. I don't even know what Ian is. I don't know how to describe his ineptitude.
Yeah. I'm just plotting when I'm going to move to Uppsala now. Dara Davey moved to Malta a couple of years ago. I followed him out there. Just in the last few months he's moved to Sweden. I suppose that's where I'm going next then.
Yeah, you'll be following him to Sweden, like following him around. So we've a hand here between Carl and Samuel.
And the last hand of the session by the looks of this.
Looks like the last hand of the session.
It does indeed.
See Jason getting his stylish bag.
I do hope we get a new coloured chip in play.
Yeah, so do I. Look at all the chips from the Sam. This is getting ridiculous now at this point. And he's not even the chip leader.
Dara Davies cracking me up here in the chat box. Sorry. He says he's guiding us two clowns to some decent content here in the live stream. He wants to point out that he's actually 0 for 14 in talent.
Awesome.
I assume there's been some re-entries. And he says, and I still do have a brilliant son.
You do, yeah, that's true.
And that is it for the first session. We are down to 6. Fantastic coverage from David Lappin and Dara O'Kearney. We're back in 20.
Jack, and you put the Jack, and then you put the Queen. Oh yeah, I remember. When I was talking to him, and I said, "What are you doing tomorrow on Tuesday?" I probably go back home, but like 15 minutes away from here. And I put in and said, "But did you ask me this? This becomes the reason?" I said, "Yes." And I said, "Mountain order for humanity." I didn't finish my sentence. I'm gonna stay. And he said it to me because I
got a message from Amazon. Click here tomorrow.
if you don't get it, you just need to send a message to them because he has it as well. So we said
Let's do this.
「
Deepstack family was very start. 6 press match to start please.
How many hours to extend the final table because there are 6 left. So.
You get back on chips, mate? I have to figure out if they brought the fella. What?
Only the fella is used to say that.
I had told the lads asked me how many chips we need using these for the 8-cup main event. So I sent them that. They weren't meant to be used in the Deepstack main event. So I obviously didn't send enough. So I have to see if the bigger ones have arrived or not.
Because I know it's made about Deepstack, but it's very Deepstack.
Yeah, I hate anyone that has more than 5 stacks. Shouldn't happen. I have to check if the pieces arrive.
That's fine, that's fine.
If you want higher chips, because Derek said he has blacks.
No, he's only got a million plaques. And I don't want
that's
that.
too big.
Horrible.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing, right? You want something like 250s.
11.
You want 250s or 500s? That's what you believe.
500s would be fine. 250s, if they ever appeared, I'd burn them.
250s?
Yeah, they shouldn't exist.
That's what it is.
500Ks, yeah.
Good luck.
The next value chip should not be 2.5 times the previous value.
Fair comment.
But look, I'd probably take it at this point if there's nothing else. Squeamishly. Yeah, I'll have to find out if I get 400Ks. Sandwich and all. Should we get another 5 minutes, maybe?
No crumbs.
It's just not nice, is it? Mayonnaise all over the cards now. Yeah, exactly.
When did you win it, mate? 5 years ago?
Yeah. Why like that?
Deepstack is going to start in 30 seconds. Take your seat, please.
So the players are coming back for the next session. Dara and David are still with us. Dara was doing half an hour. 2.5 hours later, still here.
Yeah, having too much fun with the tower and David.
Absolutely.
David's gone off to get some coffee, but he will be back shortly. Thank you to everybody who is watching us. Shout out to all the people also tweeting. Jamie Jonningham, who I'm guessing his real name is Jamie Cunningham, but he's very skillfully describes his name as Jamie Jonningham on Twitter. Says, loving the commentary, lads. Issuing my one time for Beast, Andy Duna. Andy's a very popular player on the circuit. Yeah. Great to see him do well.
He's chip leader at this moment in time, 11 million. He busted the boots with the Django's. Kings versus Aces against Alex Kulev, who was in seat number 3. 11 million chip pot. Second in chips is Sam in seat number 5. Sam Benham. He's got a lot of supporters online as well. So too Stephen. We're not forgetting the rest of the guys because Carl, former champion. This is going to turn into a popular final 6 players. We are on the bubble in the high roller.
And we see the stealth figure of David Lappin striding majestically back towards the commentary booth.
Do we know if Nick's still in? We're on the bubble in the high roller.
Still there?
Yes, I can see him from here.
His lovely hair.
Lovely sleek hair glistening in the squalid air of the Bonington.
Zeke Tweak got heaps.
Who? Zeke, the PLO beast.
75 runners in the 200 the last time I saw. Decent turnout.
That would be 77 if myself and David can pull ourselves away from here. So there you see the chip counts. Andy's still big chip leader. Sam in second place, and then the other stacks are still very, very bunched. See Jason coming back and forward to the table, checking his phone obviously between hands.
Who on earth's texting?
I wonder. I think most of these players probably have people railing them who can feed them information on how their opponents are playing.
Yeah, it's not against the law.
Yeah,
it happens to everybody.
They're all experienced on that front with good, wide circles of friends. I was saying yesterday that Cahill actually, if you remember, David lived in a house for a while with Nick Newport, who was on the final table, and Derek Wall, and also, who's the fourth player? I'm drawing a blank. Andrew Sweeney.
Ah.
They all lived together for a while.
I knew Derek was. I didn't realise Andrew Sweeney was also there. It was in Stepaside, as I recall.
Yeah. You see that a lot these days. Young online players deciding to live together.
So does Jason defend to a min here? Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah, Andy's opened under the gun, which under the gun 6-handed.
Difficult old hand to navigate the A7 in that spot.
Yeah, it's not I don't think it's not as difficult as people sometimes think, because obviously you're worried about domination, but when you have an ace and your opponent has an ace, it's less likely the ace will come anyway because there's only 2 of them left in the deck. If the board comes ace high, your opponent's always going to bet, so you can check call, and then the fact that you can have the ace protects other hands that you want to check call, and you can just check fold when you whiff completely.
$70,000, 140,000 the blinds.
Loving these blind levels, gotta say.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's blind levels we've never seen before. And this table is now playing very deep. I mean, I think the The shortest stack on this table is 25, 30?
18 actually.
Oh, 18.
With the
Okay.
blinds having crept up a little bit, we do have 2 stacks around the 20 mark now.
Jason and
I can't recall which the other one that was on screen there a moment ago. Yeah, the 2 of them in 20. But you're right, most guys with 30 and then a 60 and an 80 big blind stack out there.
So Jason limping from the small blind. Jason and I had a long chat yesterday about how to play the small blind when you're short stacked. That's changed a lot. Back in the day it was kind of like shove or fold. Now you see a lot more limping from the small blind. And we see he did limp in with the Queen 7.
Yeah, pretty bad board for Jason there. He just gives up.
Yeah, that's one of the huge advantages of limping. Like,
so there we go.
Sorry, yeah. So Jason on 20 bigs, having lost that hand, second shortest stack. But there's still post-flop play with these stacks. Back in the day, 20s big blind was just kind of regarded as a reshove stack. But as you can see, you can do creative stuff like limp from the small blind. And then you can just give up when you miss completely. You've just lost that extra half blind.
Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted you there, Derek, because we obviously got the graphical information that we were talking about a moment ago. What were you saying there about the strategy, blind be blind?
Yeah, just limping makes a lot more sense now when you're shallow. You obviously can't just limp weak hands, so you have to think about how you're going to balance your ranges. Limp some very strong hands as well. Because you limp those stronger hands as well, that stops your opponent. Back in the day, the reason why people didn't limp the small blind was the big blind would always raise and people always folded. But now, if you can construct your range very well, you can get to play a lot more hands, like the Jack 7 there.
So, Andy, obviously with the big chip lead now, will he lean into
9-7 again?
Here?
I'd like to see him limp with this hand. I think it plays well enough post flop that you don't have to raise, and if you do raise and get shoved on, you're going to have to fold.
I like that.
And he does call, yeah. Andy's very accomplished in these spots as well. He was actually grinding the shorter stack for most of the day on my table, and very, very well.
So flop time. Flop of 9, 5, 4, 2 hearts.
Yeah,
Top pair, Andy. Danny also gets a piece of it as well.
Yeah, the more chips definitely going in here. The Queen 4 has to call at least once. He's also got a backdoor flush draw with the 4 of hearts. So a lot of reasons to call here. He's going to be head a lot because Andy's going to stab very wide on this board.
Yep.
Oh, that is...
That's great news for Danny, not so good for Andy.
Yeah, and this is a very disguised card because there won't be too many queen highs that will call the flop. It really has to be a queen with something else.
Yeah, so wouldn't be surprised to see Danny bet again here, targeting a 5 and a 4. Obviously, they're the more likely holdings, something with a 5 or 4 in it that Danny has. Now, we see here it's Queen 4. It's the worst possible outcome for Andy, but I'd quite like to see another bet, and he does go for that bet.
Yeah, the bet makes perfect sense here. As I said, the Queen is very rarely going to hit Danny. So you can actually bet for value here because you can get called by a 5 or a 4, all the draws.
Yeah, and I suppose 2 ways to go here. If Danny feels like there's enough bluffs in Andy's range and he might unload, he can just call again and let the chips come to him that way.
Yeah, very strong preference for just calling here.
Yeah, I like the call. 80 diamonds on the river.
So 6-7 has got there. That's absolutely possible that Andy has something like that. But I think in reality you're going to see Andy either go for another small bet, looking again to target the same bit of the range that he was ahead of post, or check and probably call.
Yeah, I think the check is fairly standard here because basically the draws mostly miss, apart specifically from the 6-7 which we're blocking. The Jack 10, which might have hung on if it had something else in the flop, has also got there, but the more obvious draws like the hearts have all missed. We're not blocking the hearts as well. So check call.
Is he going to snap off a half pot bet here? He probably is.
We could even think about possibly check raising as a bluff. Now it wouldn't work here, but we might try and get him off a better 9. Having the 7 of diamonds is kind of useful because it does block the 6-7. But I think check call is probably the most likely outcome here.
Yeah, and it is pretty likely that if you're in Danny's seat and you have the 6-7, you're probably going to continue doing your own betting on the river rather than go for the more audacious check raise line.
Yeah.
depending on the sizing here, this could be a very easy call for Andy here. If it's a small bet,
850,000.
Yeah, you can see 850
half pot.
into
So it's half pot, basically.
just over half pot.
It's pretty tough.
This is tough, and you saw Andy flick his tongue to the side of his mouth there, which is a discomfort signal. That's kind of like, I feel like I have to call here, but I'm not loving it.
Yeah, like 2-3, 6-3, all possible. Obviously, hearts the most likely. Misdraw.
Yeah, we do just pretty much have a pure bluff catcher here, I think we can agree, because he's not going to bet any hand for value that's worse than our hand.
No, given the ICM spot here, in fact, I think if Danny had a hand even as strong as like King 9, I think he just might check back.
Yeah. And he might find a really good fold here.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it there, Darry. He's not in a spot where he thinks that he just might be pipping his opponent. It's a bit more polarised than that. He's got the bluff catcher. Maybe having the 7 in his hand as a blocker to the 6-7 is going to convince him to call here.
Yeah, the problem is his 9 is not a very good one. Yeah, I can't blame the call. I like the fact he thought about that one. I think he does have to call to avoid getting exploited there with the hearts missing. But yeah, he certainly didn't feel good about that. That's one of those spots where you're pretty sure you're not good half the time, but since you only have to be good, what price was he getting? 3-1. You only have to be good quarter of the time. You feel you're probably good 30 to 35%. So
and I think specifically as well with the 9-7 clubs and diamonds, he's unblocking hearts and he is blocking the straights. So he actually has a very good hero call candidate.
It is a good bluff catcher, yeah.
So the chip leader loses a few to Danny in seat number 4. Danny Verhage from the Netherlands.
Am I right in saying Danny was the other shorter stack?
Yeah.
So he has now chipped up a bit.
No, sorry, Stephen's the other short stack.
Stephen's the other one. Oh, Stephen has drifted right back, yeah. Yeah, Stephen, this final table really hasn't gone well for him. We saw him get the aces early on. He picked up a reasonable pot, but apart from that, pretty much nothing has gone right for him.
Queen Jack in the hijack. Stephen.
Yeah, and even off a shallow stack here, he's playing 19 bigs. He's going to look to play some poker, so he's just opening up here. Obviously, the Queen and Jack play quite well as 2 cards on their own, and he doesn't mind playing the streets. In this instance, though, chip leader Andy, who's going to look like he's at it, but I don't think Stephen can do much even when played back at here.
I think he's just limped, has he?
Oh, he has just limped. I quite like that, actually.
This
Nice.
is becoming very standard. We saw Alex do this yesterday with Jack 10 in a similar spot. The younger players will look to limp in these spots with these hands that they can throw away to aggression. They're not putting in too much, but they play very well in limped pots.
Yeah, certainly seeing that in that sort of 15 to 25 big blind zone.
Yeah, that's exactly where you should start limping.
And it looks like Andy is going to raise it up, so he's happy to get it in against Stephen's range, despite the fact that the limp could be balanced out with some traps.
Andy's hand is
it's
super
also
strong
going to be
here.
hands like the one he has.
Andy's hand is super strong. Stephen should be able to get away now, and this is one of the advantages of limping, because if he had raised, he was getting 3-bet anyway, and he would lose that extra chips.
That's exactly what they both do. A little bit of news in the high roller.
Oh, yeah?
They're paying 7.
They have agreed. They took your advice, Tower.
But 7th is literally your money back.
Money back.
Okay. Yeah.
1.1.
And are they down to 7 and it's everyone who's left agreeing to that?
I'm not sure. I was just looking at the clock. They've actually changed the clocks over there. 1.1 for 7th. And I think they took it off top.
It looks like there's only 6 of them left in there.
Yes, because there was a guy just stood over there with his hands on his head.
So that person probably got paid.
So it did say 1.1 up for 7th.
And Nicholas Newport's still in the mix.
So Nick Newport,
Zeke,
down to
and
the final 6
Mr. O'Dwyer as well.
I think Tononi's gone.
Yeah, so we have a Dwyer, we have a Newport, and we have a Tweet.
Yeah.
Now we also have John
Hannafy, yeah. He was crushing yesterday. And as I was walking over to the table, he told me that blue is my colour, so now apparently I know that I'm wearing a blue shirt today.
Yeah, almost electric blue there.
Yeah, apparently it's my colour.
There you go. Blue is the colour.
So offsets your co-host size.
Perfectly, yeah. Sparkling blue eyes. So
10 deuce 3.
10 deuce 3. Danny's raised on the button. Cahill has defended from the big blind with 6-5. Pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, Cahill does have the gutter here. Might compel a call. Might compel a raise.
Backdoor. No, no backdoors. It's a spade, 2 of spades. Yeah, it's a hand you could think about raising. The problem is Call's a little bit too shallow to be doing too much of that.
Well, a huge card for Danny here on the turn. If he was behind the 10, he's going to be licking his chops here. What?
He checks behind.
Well, that baffles me, I have to be honest.
He's basically trying to get Cahill to bluff the river or to call with the worst hand. But yeah, I think you have to keep betting. I mean, we know Cahill has nothing
like
but
that. Yeah, like in this spot, you got to look at the board texture here. There's a 2 and a 3 on it. If Cahill has a folding range out of the big blind, it's going to be hands with 2s and 3s in them. It's so much more likely he's got a 10, and when he has a 10, now as we know, it's actually worked out great. It's like one of those spots where I really don't advocate for the line Danny has taken, but almost as if he has soul read Cahill. He's actually managed to take
I love the perplexed look as well. This is. You see players do this when they have an absolute monster in the river and you bet into them. They give you the perplexed, why are you betting, look, and then they raise. Now, after the perplexed look, he's going to count out his chips.
Make it 1.2.
Yeah, the perplexed look is trying to sell the idea of, like, I don't quite buy your line, therefore I'm going to raise because I think you're bluffing. When you're sitting there with a monster.
But can I point out something really interesting here? Cahill has bet 300k into a pot of 1.4, 20% pot, literally designed to just blow him off ace high random cards, where he's basically saying, look, I'm obviously value betting here, maybe thinly with a 10 or whatever it is, and blocking, so just fold your rubbish. And actually in this instance, he has pretty much the nut low he can have.
Yeah. That's a very good point. Sometimes when you talk through hands with players and they tell you, oh, he bet 20% of the pot on the river, it made it really obvious he had it. I mean, if you think it's really obvious that a player has it when he bets 20%, then people should start betting 20% into you, as Cahill just did there now with the bluff.
Yeah. So purely designed there, obviously to get him off, no piece, but to get him off ace highs.
Just looks like a value bet, yeah.
Jay Vox has been studying Stephen's first 5 hands of the feature table, the final table. Aces, ace king, ace queen, king jack, and ace jack.
Yeah.
That's
taking
it nice and steady. Not the best day, to be fair. The first session was a bit brutal for him.
Yeah, the problem is you do kind of have to wait for those spots, and it really comes down to how many chips you make with those hands. We haven't seen anybody really stepping out of line on this final table at all.
No, and I think with the pedigree of most of the players, I think we were expecting that, weren't we?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, superbly high standard all the way through. It's got to be said, as commentating with you, Tower, on day 1A, I have to say, I think in terms of thickness of field, that was like 10 or 12 tables of pure quality. Probably a little weaker, quality-wise on day 1B, but still very strong overall. And as this tournament has whittled its way down to the last 3-4 tables, it was just pieces everywhere.
I think the first session set the tone with what do we have, aces 5 times, kings a couple of times.
There has been some cards too.
It was insane, wasn't it, the first?
So Jason opening king jack offsuit under the gun. Again, this is the way the game has changed in the last few years. People used not to open these type of hands with 20 big blinds under the gun, but nowadays it's become much more standard. You're basically trying to steal the blinds, but you're hoping that the blinds will just defend as well, and you can play in position against them. You do have to stay active with the 20 big blinds, because otherwise you'll just always drift back.
And Colin is going to make the call here out of the small, getting a little bit of a discount. It's certainly a standard call from the big. Given the shallowness of the stacks, I wouldn't have been that surprised to see Cahill fold this one, Dara, out of the small. What do you think?
Yeah, I think folding is. I think it's a toss-up between folding and calling. Certainly, 3-betting doesn't make much sense.
He makes a call.
He does make the call.
10-7-10.
So this is the kind of board where Jason might fire the c-bet, because it's very hard to hit this board, and you can get hands like under pairs to the 7s to fold over 2 streets.
What I think is interesting here is, given that Jason has opened under the gun, and given that Cahill has called given Jason stack from the small blind, both implies strong ranges. That may be the case, but they're both at the very bottom of those strong ranges here.
Yeah, I think the ranges are much wider than they used to be. So Call's going to have to call 1 here on this board. I mean, he can't really call with 5s and fold this board. He does have a backdoor, very bad flush draw. The problem with the flattening a hand like fives is that it's very, very difficult to navigate post flop against a very good player like Jason, which is why I think David rightly was suggesting maybe folding is better pre-flop.
Well, on this board, I guess similar to what we said in the hand earlier on, when the board is paired, you're more likely going to get an honest response from the villain here on the turn.
Maybe not against Tompkins, though.
Tompkins with a gooder now.
Tompkins knows his ranges. I mean, Tompkins will know that betting here he can fold out ace highs and he can fold out maybe the under pairs as well. He's also picked up a gut shot, so he has picked up equity. So I expect Jason to bet here again, and then Coll's going to be in a really horrible spot where he's going to feel like he pretty much has the best hand most of the time to justify calling, but it's the spot where he could be facing the third barrel on the river. Yeah, Jason's going to go for it here.
Polarising bet here from Joss.
Yeah, I think Jason's recognising that Cahill's range is mostly ace highs and weak pairs here. And Jason's been playing very, very steady, but you can see when the time comes he will make the aggressive play, and he has, and he's gotten Cahill to fold. Cahill pretty much had to fold there. Again, it's one of those spots where you kind of know you have the best hand most of the time, but you just can't call.
Any chance for a shout out from the commentator for Steve from the DCU Poker Society of 2015? Instead of studying for your exams, he was organising poker tournaments.
Yeah, I was actually,
and it's obviously working dividends.
I was actually at the table with Stephen yesterday, and he told me he told me about this DCU Poker Society. He told me that's where he had started playing. Very impressed, given how that's only 5 years ago. How well Stephen plays. So clearly that's a college pool of sharks there in DCU.
Anybody else as good as Steve from the DCU? Let us know.
Stephen's from the same town as I grew up in as well, in Scorty. So great to see a fellow Wexford man doing so well.
So we are down to 6 if you just tune in. This is the Deepstack final. We're on 6. And a great final, and a great last 2 days, to be fair.
Well, Stephen's going to be all in here. Ace, queen, offsuit. Exactly the type of hand he'd be hoping to be able to find to have a spot here for a reshove over Sam, who is likely to be one of the looser opens here. Obviously, once it gets around him in the cut-off, he's got all shorter stacks who have ICM problems behind him.
Yeah, Sam has played the bigger stack, very, very disciplined, and he's opened the hand, which is a perfectly fine open, and he's immediately run into it. Jason won't think too long about the ace-8.
And that will be the end of it.
Yep, Stephen picks up 580k.
Back to 20 bigs.
Beanie Man says a big shout out for the tower, for this tower lad, for the comms over the whole event, particularly the Lone Station last night. You analysts needs to become Porter tournament players in order to join him in the booth more often.
Well, I have to say, Tara, a huge credit to you, and this is something I can say with authority. I did Twitch stream for a little while. Doing a solo job on this commentary stuff is really, really tough. At least when you're in there, you know, even if you're doing a long day with someone, you've got the other person to bounce off. If you're having a little energy ebb, they might step in and pick it up for you or whatnot. This on your own is a really tough gig, and when you do have to do that for hours on end, it is much appreciated.
Nice one, boys. Good to have you by my side. I'd rather you stay in the tournaments, to be fair. Make that money. Make that money.
Well, it's a good booby prize to be able to join you anyway, put it that way.
Dara with the 3 flags so far this week.
Yeah, on fire there. Unfortunately not been able to turn one into a gold medal yet, but he's got a silver and a bronze. Maybe he'll complete the trio today.
Nice job done, thanks David. Team second place.
Team third place as well.
Team third place, yeah.
It has been a thoroughly enjoyable tournament.
Saving it for the big one now, the Unibet Open next week, I hope.
Yeah, and we've been another big week. Another big week. High Rollers is the first major event on the calendar. Then we'll be joining the Unibet Open. There's an invitation as well that myself and David
will you be jumping in the comms as well then next week?
I would think so. Obviously, heading up the comms next week will be David Vollenhoven and Henry Kilban. Henry, fresh from his result in Rosvadov. I'm sure he won't mention it too often. Henry's obviously become a bit of a superstar now, joining David Vollenhoven over the last, maybe 6 stops. David's been in the main seat for, I want to say, 5 years now. And they'll be taking the helm, but hopefully they'll allow Dara and I to pop in from time to time.
Good stuff.
Particularly it being a Dublin stop, I think we probably have a bit of local knowledge that they'll lack, and I think that can always.
I'm looking forward to the invitation on the Wednesday.
Oh, you might get one.
Yeah, you've got the sit and go going on the Wednesday.
Sit and go should be loads of fun.
Yes.
I'm especially delighted that Ian Simpson's going to have to be at home watching that one on telly. He'd love to play that. He might even fly across just for it.
Yeah, I mean, he would have been first person out anyway, but
I know,
it would have been fun.
Would have been fun to watch him for those 7 hands.
Yeah.
Mediocre Poker saying there was some great super deep 10 cent, 20 cent, 12-hour cash games at the DCU.
Wonderful stuff.
I'm sure there was.
That's the way to learn the game.
No rake, I hope. Well, we've got a little bit of something for everyone here. And he's got a pair and he's up and down.
Check the
middle pin for Danny, and Samuel has got the check mark now. Probably no one's delighted with their hand enough to bet it, and no one's sad enough about their hand to give up. So I think we're going to have probably a check round here in almost all worlds. Sam could go for some really thin value, perhaps. It would be akin to your thin value bet, I remember, from a couple of days ago, which I was absolutely gobsmacked by. Where I think you managed to find, with exactly this holding, pocket sevens on this sort of board, and you managed to get the call out of a hand. I think I want to say it was like 6-5.
Yeah, I do remember that hand. That was against the gentleman I actually ended up getting heads up in that tournament, and unfortunately came back to bite me on the ass in the main event, because I went for a bluff on the river and he snapped me off with king high.
I saw that one as well. Yeah, he was a non-believer for sure.
Definitely a non-believer. Yeah.
So 6 players left in the deep stack. The high roller is now, there are 6 left in the high roller, they're all in the money. 81 in the 200, and if you fancy a bit of Omaha, it starts at 4 p.m.
Maybe I'll play that instead, and then I can late reg that one. And I think it's going to be the story of the day now. I'm going to be like, maybe I'll just leave that one and jump in the next one late.
When does the 200 close?
You'll end up playing the Midnight Madness.
Just play Midnight, no, stick in a 10 quid for it,
Just stick in the tenner.
I feel like I'm committed here to the commentary booth as long as Jason is still in. Then I might disappear.
Something tells me you might have a piece, Dara. Would that be fair to say?
I did say yesterday on the stream that I do have a piece of Jason, and as much as I like you, David, my piece of Jason was bigger than my piece of you. So I was very much rooting for Jason, always rooting with my bank balance rather than my heart.
Your heart.
Jason's gone for a limp on the button with Jack 9 suited. I like this play a lot. This is really, again, this is something you see the younger players doing that was considered absolute heresy years ago. And he's going to save himself money if Danny raises.
Yeah, and most worlds I think Danny's going to bump this up to about 4x. Jason's just going to get away. If Danny makes it smaller, Jason may consider a call. He does have one of those smooth sort of hands. We're about to find out here. I do like a race from Danny. I think, given that propensity in the modern game that you talked about, Dara, Ace Queen is actually an induce here, and Danny just has to put in 4 bigs and hope that Jason has some wide shoves in his range.
Yeah, when he raises here now, Jason will balance his shoving range between his strong hands and some bluffs, and obviously Ace Queen is crushing that overall range. Yeah. I mean, Jason will shove some weaker hands just for value, weaker aces and hands like King Queen.
He has gone for the slightly bigger than 4x. I advocated 4x there. He's probably gone about 4.3. I do like a fold for Jason this sizing. Had Danny gone a little smaller, Jason can sometimes call with a hand like this.
I think to a smaller sizing we'd always call. I think even at this sizing it might still be a call. It's just such a pretty hand, and we're in position.
So pretty.
It's so pretty, and we're kind of but I think Jason will make. Looks like he's going to make a disciplined fold here.
I think I like the fold to the 4.5x.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things I like the most about Jason's game. He's so disciplined in these spots. He doesn't make petulant, stubborn calls. Doesn't bleed chips that way.
Final 6 of the Deepstack. Good afternoon, wherever you are, wherever you may be in the world. We get them all watching. We had Australia watching the other day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Gigi.
Yeah, and Australia watching.
Cagey affair we've got now with the remaining 6 stacks very much divided in half. 3 shorter stacks, 3 big stacks.
Yeah.
Creating an interesting dynamic.
I see implications coming up for the shorties. Well, 25 bigs is not short, we know that much, but...
yeah, especially in these days where you're seeing more limping and small raising.
Yeah.
There's still lots of play with that kind of stack.
Speaking of swaps, Darren, Mediocre Poker 617 in the chat here says he swapped 5% with Stephen. If Stephen wins the tournament, it gets him out for the weekend.
Sweet.
Nice. It's always nicer to get out than to make a small profit.
It feels so good to get out.
Yeah, getting out is just the best feeling in poker.
When you're buried, it's like that Sunday session where you're down $2,500 and you got this one game on screen and you're like, oh, I'm going to have to play this for like 3 hours. Yeah. What's up top? Just enough to get you out.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, what's the point? Do I even want to be here? Well, I just punt it off. No, the inner pro kicks in and you battle through, and if you do convert that one, oh, it's so sweet.
So you can see again, we have another limp pot from the small blind. We're seeing a lot of this. This is really a testament to how high quality this final table is. This is playing like a high roller now. These are the kind of plays you see in high rollers.
Yeah, the cream has risen to the top for sure.
Yeah. So Danny's limped in from the small blind. Sam has checked behind with Jack 9, as you pretty much should. It's a hand that plays very well in position, and you don't want to get blown off it because your opponent will have a balanced range of limp where he raises.
So a bet 225 and a call. Aces Hearts on the turn.
Yeah, this isn't a bad card really for Danny because Sam would have raised most of his aces pre-flop, but his hand isn't strong enough to bet for value anymore. He basically has a bluff catcher now. Question is, Sam decides not to bluff. Yeah, because there's no point in bluffing there. Sam can't really credibly rep the ace. Sam playing very, very disciplined poker. Paul and Jason sharing a joke. Know each other very well, obviously. Been on many, many final tables together. I was recalling yesterday on the stream the first time, years and years ago, Jason became aware of Cathal Shine. He got heads up in a tournament on iPoker, I believe it was, with Cathal, and Cathal asked if they wanted to do a deal, and Jason immediately went on to MSN, which is what we used to talk on back in the day, asking me, do you know who this Shiner guy from Ireland is? Is he any good? Is he somebody I should be doing a deal with? And I told him immediately, yep, it's somebody you definitely want to deal with.
Is Unibet a standalone platform?
It is.
It is.
Ah.
Yeah, Relax Gaming provide the software and it's standalone at the moment.
Used to be on microgaming.
Yeah, it was microgaming skin for a while, and the .f4 client until last year was on iPoker, but they're both the .f4 and the .eu clients now are on the Relax platform, and maybe in the future we will bring some of the other brands across. Unibet, obviously, parent company Kindred, own quite a lot of poker and other kind of sports betting brands and whatnot. Some of them offer poker, and there is thoughts that maybe as part of the future planning there'll be a bit more of a synergy there as people will come on board to Relax. The big one there is 32 Red, that I do believe leaving microgaming is going off to maybe iPoker, I think is the plan at the moment, but there was talks of whether would it join Relax, they weren't sure. For now it looks like they're going to stay separate. I'm sure there's some big wig head up the company good reasons for why they're doing that.
You're saying there are over 130 qualifiers for next week. Does it help being standalone, or is it?
It's a good question. I don't really know whether that makes a difference or not. You know, like by comparison, you look at something like the MPN. For years, probably got similar numbers of qualifiers. So I don't know if there's an advantage. In that sense, the big advantage is how you can obviously choose all the schedules the way you want it. You can schedule your live stuff and your satellites the way you want it. You can have control over the way it looks. Relax do an update roughly once a month, and it usually, whether it fixes a few bugs that might have been part of the last update which improve things, or improve things on its own, you have that control, which is great. I think when you're part of the skin model, you're sort of subject to the software company's whims to a much greater degree, don't have quite as much control over your product. I think it was a big gamble by Unibet 5 years ago. I know my old boss Dave Pomeroy my new boss, Chris Burkefall, as well, part of this kind of movement, if you like, of Unibet Poker's growth now as a standalone client. Obviously, they started pretty much from scratch, just bringing across some of their micro gaming loyal people across the Unibet platform 5 years ago. But wow, has it grown! I don't know if you saw those reports came out. The financials came out about 5 or 6 days ago. 18% year-on growth for Unibet now. So you're looking at a company that has,
that's huge.
Even within the company, I think Unibet Poker, when Dara and I joined, I want to say 3 and a bit years ago, was less than 1% of the overall offering. Is now closer to 2%. So you're talking about roughly doubling in that time. So yeah, reasons to be very positive in an otherwise contracting ecosystem. Unibet are making actually big strides forward,
very good.
Which is testament not just to the lovely offering you have online when you join there, not just the array of different kinds of tournaments and the recreational kind of vibe that's created, which I think is very popular, but also the live offering as well. When people can satellite into things like the Unibet Open, the UK Tour, the IPO, the Deepstacks like this week, and then of course as well the DSO, which you can satellite into on the .com and the .fr clients. It's great reasons to get on there if you do like to travel for a bit of poker.
I'm guessing you can satellite into the 200s as well, like the London one that's coming up.
Exactly, yeah. We've been running satellites for that for about, actually 2 satellites a week. I think it might be like Mondays and Saturdays. Saturday is the final one, and you can win 500 quid packages, which is basically your buy-in and then roughly the same amount as the buy-in in cash. That's just given to you as cash in your account, so you can do what you want with your hotels. If you live nearby, you can pocket the lot. If you don't, then maybe you need to spend most of that on accommodation. But yeah, we're expecting big numbers, by the way. Shout out to John Scanlon, Cassius Scanlon, who between them, John is obviously the main man in the poker room there in Asper, Stratford, and Cassius is a very important member of our events team. They're obviously a husband and wife duo, and they're sort of joining forces for these UK Tour events, 3 of which will be in Aspers this year, and I think they're going to be absolutely massive. They're going to break all the Unibet UK Tour records.
I saw John in Malta. I was having a chat with him last year, and he said when he was winning from Malta, either November or early December, he had the single biggest delivery of JD in the UK. Now, I don't know what it was for. He said it was for some kind of promotion. Obviously, JD promotion. But that was as far as it went in the conversation, because we obviously diverged somewhere else. And I just wanted to know what it was for. He said it was the biggest single delivery of JD in the country.
Wow.
So whether you won a hand and got a bottle, I'm not sure.
Sounds like exactly the type of thing you shouldn't be talking about on stream, frankly.
That is a great idea.
John, explain yourself. What's going on? What's this sideline you've got?
So, fold around to Stephen on the button. He's gone for a limp again. This is the sort of modern game where players will limp off these stacks on the button with a hand like ace deuce rather than raise and have to fold to a shove.
King Jack 10, rainbow is the flop.
If you're Stephen, do you ever take the stab here in the hope that you're cleaning out equity against the low cards that may have just like completed and checked back?
I think I prefer checking back.
I like the top of the table.
I think I do too.
We're winning a lot of the time. He's going to go for the bet though. I mean, there's certainly merit in the bet. We can fold that equity. But we're against 2 players as well. That makes it more likely we're getting looked up.
And in this one, I think we're going to have 2 players both of whom are going to call here. I think Jason probably compelled to call with his gutter going along with that middle pin, and then the king 4 behind might feel like it's ahead as well and will be getting a very good price. But Jason makes a very tight fold.
Yeah, well, I think his gutter was terrible because
it's pretty ugly.
If he fills his gutter at any ace mix a straight, so that could be just getting him into trouble.
He has to call in one spot.
Yeah, credit to Joss on another boxy fold there. Well played.
And he's out of position there. I mean that's a very good fold from Jason. I think that's a player. That's a hand people could get seduced by. Now, when you do have the 9, of course, you can hit the nicer straight of 8-7 as well. But I mean that's very very specific. Jason just bailing on the flop there.
Yeah, good discipline from Jason there. I think a lesser man maybe put some chips in there in not just a spot where you're necessarily behind, but a real dark tunnel where it's hard to know where you're going to be at, facing probable aggression. And we're going to see another barrel here from Stephen, so really representing this very wet board texture. I can't say I love this, to be honest. He obviously can have some very strong hands in his range, but he is putting Andy under some pressure here now. I kind of feel with top pair Andy has to call once more and re-eval river.
Yeah, it's a horrible spot for Andy, because his
he
kick was
just let
so
it go.
bad.
Wow.
He just let it go. The aggression paid off there. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're going to start betting the flop, you can't be a one and done spot. But it worked out. It's certainly a close one. Calling now the shortest stack.
And what David was saying about the chip stacks there.
You make a great point there, Jar, actually, because I think, actually, now that I think about it, if you are going to bet the flop, maybe you have to then decide, well, I've kept in all the kind of bottom pairs and middle pairs and these kind of hands on the flop.
Yeah.
Now I have to try and blow them off.
Yeah. I don't think you get them off on a lot of those hands on one bet. I think the range of hands that folds to two bets is much wider than the range that folds to one. And the range of hands that fold to one bet are really just all the worst hands anyway. The 8-7s and whatever else they happen to have.
Yeah, on reflection, I'm not a lover of the flop bet, but given that he did go for the flop bet, I do like the turn. And I'm thinking more deeply.
Yeah, I think I often advocate when talking about these kind of spots with people I coach, I say, well, you can go one of two ways. You can either decide you're going to bluff and just keep going, or you can decide you're going to take your showdown and keep checking. What you don't want to do is you don't want to mix the two up.
No.
You don't want to bet once and then shut down.
Yeah. Interesting stuff here, of course. Often these limp pots create situations that we're not as experienced at commentating or analysing.
So the stacks are drifting back now for the three shorter guys. They're all in that horrible zone. Now, a few years ago, you would have just seen guys opening and reshoving, and it would have gone bish bash bosh. But now we're seeing a lot more limping, a lot more post-flop play with these kind of stacks.
Even from the shorter stacks, they're playing proper. And like David said earlier, Steve will always play properly.
Yeah. I'm going to give a bit of credit here to a man who was on the live stream earlier this week, Gary Clark, who has a great phrase for this type of poker, as he's described. Chippy-tappy poker, he calls it.
Also give credit to a forthcoming guest on the chip race, Michael Acevedo, who pretty much wrote the book literally on this type of play. His book, Modern Poker Theory, goes into all these types of plays, why you should limp off shallow stacks, what kind of hands you should limp, what hands are limp calls, what hands are limp folds, what hands are limp re-raises, how you proceed on certain flops. That's something which the current generation has put a lot of work into with the solvers. A couple of years ago, you pretty much only saw those plays in high rollers because those guys had put the most work in, but now you have seen it filter down to this level.
And so important there for a couple of reasons. One, MTTs in general end up in a sort of a 20 to 30 big blind battle average, and you're always going to find yourself shorter than that at some point. Yep. And secondly, final tables always end up in that. So if you don't have those two skills, if you don't have the ability to sort of navigate through sort of the last 50, 100 players of an MTT with those 30 big blind skills, and if you don't have those shorter stacks skills on a final table, you're at sea. Yeah,
I agree very much with that. Just on counterpoint to that, we actually had a discussion about 20 big blind strategy and less on the table yesterday, the feature table I was on, because there were a lot of players there who were sort of well versed in that, and Andy Black just cut across it all and said, I have no idea how to play 20 big blinds or less because I never have less than 20 big blinds.
And he's back in the building again for another day around the tables.
Yeah, I reckon Andy might be hitting the cash tables today. There are some small side events. I'm not sure any of them will wet his whistle, so he might be sitting down for a game of 5-10 PLO. But he is in the room again, which is great to see. Obviously, Andy, one of the stars of Irish poker for, well, as long as I can remember, certainly as long as I'm even watching the game of poker, Andy Black has been somebody who's been making TV tables, and I remember his Aussie Millions final table. I remember that fantastic documentary back in the day featuring him and Dunnach OD with John Hurt doing voiceover. Again, that one of the earliest things I ever saw in poker. So,
and there's a trophy this week.
Oh, the man doesn't stop picking up trophies at these events. Which goes to show, there's a lot to be said. Andy probably not somebody who keeps up with all the modern paradigm stuff that Dara's just described there, the Acevedo book, these kind of things. He maybe, I'm sure there's an element of joke in there. I'm not saying he's dismissive of it. He is always interested in absorbing that stuff. But certainly so much of the chips that Andy wins and so much of his skill set is about understanding the sort of weaker half of the field and really gobbling up those chips before anyone else has a chance to.
Yeah, on that feature table we actually saw Andy raise call King 6 suited, which caused general consternation at the table. And then Andy said that he'd been playing tight, so he felt he was being picked on. And somebody at the table said, don't think you would describe that play as tight. It might rhyme with tight, but...
When you clip your...
Right, clearly. Right would be what he was thinking of.
This week was a great hand. Did you, when you clipped it to Twitter, did you clip the whole stream of 12 hours?
There was a few tanks in there, I appreciate, yeah. Well, I had to just kind of work. So, okay, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to talk you through my thought process there. I opened the hand. Okay, it's kind of a loose open, but I think it's a fine open.
Yeah.
I get 3-bet so small. Most of the time when I get 3-bet, I'm going to be tossing away the king 6. But he really made it like such an amazing price, and we were both deep. So I thought, okay, well, we'll kind of have to go along with this for the price. Then I see the board, which has the absolute world's fair of backdoors.
Yeah.
I know from my deep GTO analysis, spending all those hours I do with Pio, that
GTO, yeah.
that this is one of the spots where you have to turn a hand with lots of backdoors into the sort of hand you balance with your sets and really strong hands.
Yeah.
So I thought, okay, perfect opportunity. That'll blow him off all his ace highs and whatever. He calls, okay, now he's getting sticky, he must have a pair. Now I'm thinking to myself, well, if I hit a blank, I can just abandon ship, wave the white flag, I'm not in the hand anymore. But I get one of my best cards, to be honest. I know it's a card that maybe means that I have less sets, but it also gives me a lot of equity in the hand. Now suddenly I've probably gone from almost no outs to having a decent 9 outs, or maybe even my king is good sometimes, so I keep going. Again, I think that's good, but I think the sizing's important there. I think I have to go again for a kind of a smallish sizing, because if I am going to go for on the river, it has to be a maximum pain river decision. I put my villain to, and there, as we see there, I did miss the river, and but I also got kind of a good river. The 4 came, which meant actually some of my bluffs get there. My 6-7, which maybe I take the same line with, also makes a straight. So really my villain is under the most amount of pressure. My legitimate hands are probably sets and now boats because of how the hands roll out, and even my draw got there. So really he's he shouldn't. I'm in my head going, he actually kind of has to fold queens. However, here's where it gets interesting. I'm taking my minute and a half, 2 minutes over the decision, and I start thinking to myself, okay, Doke's in the commentary box. What's he saying here? Doke is like, here's lapping. He thinks he can bluff. Yes, this makes a very good candidate for the line he is, but why is he trying to bluff a French guy here in this spot? I just don't understand. There's no need for it. So I'm running through Dara's probable commentary and maybe not liking my line, or maybe thinking I'm being a bit too aggressive. And but then I in the end I just felt like it's like the worst thing in the world you can do in poker is to have a plan and abandon ship on the plan. If you're going to commit, you have to commit. And I sort of made my bed with the turn bet once I decided I was going to turn the hand into a bluff and turn down the turn.
There's actually a crucial detail that David's getting wrong there as well. The opponent wasn't French, he was Belgian, and that's really important. You can sometimes get a Belgian to fold the river. 0 chance of getting a French player to fold the river.
Well, I have to be honest, I was surprised by the 7s. In the end, he has the pocket 7s. Actually makes a better call than queens in a lot of ways, because it blocks the 6-7. But I was in my head thinking, fold queens, fold queens, fold queens. That's what I'm kind of hoping to, the type of hand.
I don't think he was folding queens.
You don't think he was folding queens in the end? So, again, maybe I had a little bit fortunate in the end that I got a guy who was kind of considering the absolute value of his hand rather than the sort of what I was trying to represent versus the kind of range he can have. Maybe I was just playing a couple of levels up and actually got lucky in the end not to have kind of leveled myself out of the tournament there.
Yeah. So as David broke down there, the greatest hand that anybody ever played ever for the 17th time on the stream this weekend.
Not true. Anyone who's been tuning in knows I haven't actually even talked about it once.
The first
Carl got a shove through with the ace-9. So he's chipped up a little, but he's still in the 20th line zone.
But can I just say, classic commentator there understood, I had almost a sixth sense that was going to be a nothing hand and could get in the full story while the viewers can just watch this boring hand take place that we didn't need to commentate on.
Much better to hear the hand they've already heard about 17 times.
Well, the ace-9 shove and getting it through. So the blind 71-40. The big blind ante is in play. Couple of minutes at this level.
So the Queen-9 suited in the hijack. Sam, he hasn't picked up too many hands. He's been very well rewarded with the few he has picked up, but he's gone for, this is a pretty standard open, run into a bunch of nothing behind. Andy has 7-4 suited in the big blind. You can certainly justify calling this deep, and he has made the call.
Yeah, I love getting it in here.
Yeah. These are the two deepest stacks at the table.
Oh, look at that lovely flop.
7-4. Yeah, it's not often you hit the top pair when you put the 7-4, but Andy's managed to do it.
The dream.
Yeah. But Sam has the queen high, no real backdoors, so this is the kind of hand you might stab once, or you might just wave the white flag with.
Yeah, I think Sam has sort of maybe resigned himself to giving up on this one early.
I think, yeah. Oh, he's hit 2 pair on the turn.
That was pretty nice.
Yeah.
That made it easier to fire out that bet, maybe.
Yeah, the flop went check as you'd expect, and then Andy fired the turn, but Sam made a very disciplined fold with the queen high.
So you see a little bit of chipping up from our short stacks. They've all got above the 20 big blind mark now. A couple of them had drifted back to like 16, 17 bigs there for a little while. So a lot of poker still be played on this final table.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, especially in the modern game, these type of stacks play so differently. Where we could really see a war of attrition for a long time. The 3 shortest stacks all have fairly severe ICM as well. Because doubling up while it's great and gets them into the mix, risking all their chips, there's a fairly significant difference between coming 6th and coming 4th in this spot.
Yeah.
So the blinds up next hand, 8160.
And if his birthday cannot get even better,
Oh,
another
the
pocket
ladies.
pair. Wired up is this man Sam. Pocket queens. Oh, and he's found a victim.
He opened the previous hand. I think call with 20 big blinds is just going to have to
This
get it
is
in
it,
here.
yeah.
This is a setup.
Yeah, and
This is a
standard
setup.
shove.
We might be looking at other hands coming in behind, but in a lot of worlds, this is just going to go shoved by Cahill, and it's going to get all the way back around to Sam, who'll snap it off. Cahill's got 30% chance of staying in this tournament there.
Whoa,
Yeah.
is that just a call?
He's found the call.
He's found
Wow,
the call.
That's an ICM call.
Like it.
Call's managed to avoid the spot here.
Spider senses, perhaps.
That is very impressive from Gall. Most players are already all in and getting the bad news that they need to hit a 3-outer.
I think I might be one of those players, Dara.
Yeah, this is ICM basically.
But if it does come queen high, they'll case it. When it's not, Jack 6-7.
He's going to get away, Dara.
I think he is. Yeah, he's been. Sam will bet this flop, I feel, because he has the overpair, doesn't want to check behind.
Now, to look at the flip side of this call, because obviously, as you said, it's an ICM call. It's kind of hand that there's no shame in getting it in, but clearly, Cahill, for ICM reasons, for navigational reasons, for live poker reasons, perhaps has decided to take this route. Is he allowing himself to get exploited in another way on the counterpoint to this?
Yeah, there are some situations where he has the best hand and he ends up losing the pot because of the line he's taken. It's certainly not all pluses for this line. That's why we didn't immediately shout he should flat here. But I think when you weigh up all the pros and cons, the times you get away are huge for you. The few times you lose a 3 or 4 big blind pot that you should have won are less of a factor, let's say, because of the ICM.
Yeah, absolutely sick getaway there.
Sick
As I
getaway,
said,
yeah.
I'm definitely in an alternate universe. I'm sitting there funking for an acer on the Turner River already.
Yeah, I think it's a very different situation if Cahill is 6 of 6 and 5 of 6 is well clear of him, so his ICM is less. But with Cahill effectively being equal stack with the other 2 shorter stacks, he recognised the situation there that he didn't really want to get it in. Yeah, Dara in the chat box says, "Wow, Cahill, that was a very, very impressive from Cahill."
Well, it was a very good.
Sorry, that's all nice. Wow, Cahill. Yeah, let's all celebrate Cahill. Whoop-de-doo. He's just called my King 6 a dumpster hand in a previous chat. I just noticed. So
is that the greatest hand that was ever played being called a dumpster hand?
Hang on, I just want to check. Who can Mick the Mod as 90-second ban at least for Dara 999, please. Minimum 90 seconds. Yellow card.
No, quality analysis from Dara there in the chat box. Well done, Dara. Dumpster.
So Sam raising it up after Danny wanted to see a flop with 10 deuce, but he's not going to get the chance. Level number 39 of the tournament.
So stacks are up there. The 3 boys now, the 3 bottom guys are all under 20 bigs. Cahill is 16. The other 2 guys have 18 and 19. So we're going to see this caginess continue. Expect to see a lot of button limping, small blind limping, small ball poker basically.
Well, it really has concertinaed out, hasn't it?
Yeah. And because the 3 big stacks are also like not exactly. There's no runaway chip leader, let's say. They can't really go mad either. So they all kind of have to just wait and see what happens with the short stacks.
Yeah. Well, a war of attrition perhaps between these short stacks now. Cahill, Jason, and Stephen.
In most worlds, the three bigger stacks are going to get four-handed with one of the shorter stacks. So unless one of them has a crazy moment or there's a crazy setup like kings against aces.
So the big blind is 160.
Danny's on the button with Jack 7. That's not really strong enough to call, so he's raised it, trying to take it down. And he does do it, yeah. Yeah, you'll see there, if you're splitting a range between limping and raising the button, you want to raise your stronger hands for value and your weaker hands that don't really play great. Whereas if he had Jack 10 there, that would be a much better candidate to limp. It's kind of a weird spot where you do hear the player saying, I raised because if my hand was too weak to call. But that's actually the way you should construct your ranges. You're just teasing me with this now.
Dumpster hand.
David is still sulking.
Doesn't he have tears?
Yeah, there's a single tear rolling down the lap and cheek. You've definitely got to my co-host. You've shut him right up, Dara, with your description of his hand as a dumpster hand.
He's sticking it out on his salted caramel yogurt.
Yeah, I'm going to comfort eat this caramel yogurt now.
He's off
Thanks
he's back off the raspberries now. Yeah. He's back onto the comfort food.
Go fire another bullet in Talon.
And then take a picture with your wonderful son.
So, I thought the sixes were involved. They're not. The sixes are not involved.
So
it's Jason who raises under the gun.
Jason
King Jack suited against King Jack suited.
King Jack suited. The two King Jack suited. Red against black here.
So, gosh, another battle of chasing under the gun against Carl's small blind now, it looks like. Might Carl go for this ever, Dara? I don't think so. This is a flat, isn't it?
Yeah.
Value-wise, fives and King Jack suited feel kind of similar, don't they?
Yeah. It's a different situation because he's up against Jason, who's one of the other shorter stacks, so getting Jason to fold or knocking Jason out are two big outcomes for him.
More valuable, yeah.
Far more valuable, but I think it's a flat.
He might be getting it. It might be around this time he's getting words that Jason was at it with King Jack the last time too.
That's true. It's possible. Yeah, Carl's thinking over all his options. You can actually make a case for all three options.
All three options, absolutely. You're thinking exactly the same thing.
This is the very definition of a close spot.
More TB says it's definitely a salty caramel yogurt. Sure it is. And he's gone all in here.
He has gone all in. He's decided, he probably has gotten more.
Oh, and Stephen's woken up with 8. Oh, they don't feel too good in that. Yeah, he's quickly folded. I was going to say, that can't be.
This is going to work. Jason won't call it off here.
Well.
Yeah. Yeah, good.
Great poise and awareness from Cahill. Maybe getting the information fed back to him from our live stream that Jason was capable of opening the King Jack offsuit last time round from that seat. Maybe thinking there's enough folds there.
Yeah.
Tara Davey says super close, all three routes have merit. Yeah, that's what we just said about 3 minutes ago, so thanks for piling in with an identical comment. I'm sure the chat group are delighted to have you put that in written form for anyone who is just watching the stream with mute on.
Oh, I tell you what, you touch nerves. Dara, you touch nerves.
Yeah. Maybe David won't be moving to Sweden after all.
Danny wakes up. Ace King in the hijack. 6-handed. Raises to 350. Nines for Cahill.
Call, that's nines.
He's not getting away this time, Darryl.
This is a standard get in now.
Yeah.
Button against hijack. There's no flatting here.
Like, I suppose you could make a similar argument, sort of, Dara, as the last one,
No. No, you can't. I think last time was not under the gun versus under the gun +1.
No.
I feel like it was.
I think it was one seat different. I think it was low jack against cut off.
Okay. I could be wrong on that, but I think hijack versus button is a very different situation.
Anyway, I'm getting this in all day myself.
Yeah.
So to the races we are going to go. Cahill Shine has a 43% chance. No, sorry, we'll improve those odds from now when we get rid of the other cards. He's exactly a coin flip here.
Does he survive?
So it's a very, very slight favourite here, Cahill. But one of those spots, you rather have the 9s or the Ace King here, David. The 9s because they're 51%.
Yeah.
I just suddenly realised who I was asking. You're far too rational.
Does the short stack survive? That is the question. Not on that flop.
That is grim reading.
He doesn't even have the backdoor hearts. The Ace of Hearts covers the 9 of Hearts.
Yeah, so it's Queen 10 or a 9.
Oh, out.
There we go.
How does that help?
That he doesn't.
Oh, sorry, Queen is no good.
How does that help exactly?
I was desperately trying to find a way.
Yeah, it is just the 9.
It is on the.
And unfortunately, we lose Cahill. Another great performance by Cahill. He's a man who goes very quietly about his business.
Former champ.
Yeah.
Another great run by Cahill.
Phenomenal player, I've got to say. He's just an absolutely phenomenal player. I know he was my pick to win this one.
Yeah.
Sad to see him go.
I win. Jason's still in.
Jason's still in. You in the last longer.
8,180 euros for 6th.
Phenomenal effort.
Now down to 5 and 5 figures locked up for the players.
Dara Davies now said he had actually typed that in before we said it because there is a short delay. You cretin. It's kind of undermined by the fact that he's misspelled cretin, so maybe learn how to spell correctly, and then maybe you should be make more comments in this chat box.
So it's looking, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but it's looking like another 5th place finish for Tompkins.
Tompkins just honing in on his sweet spot.
Yeah, he's been card dead on this table, and you feel for him. He opens the King Jack under the gun, and Cahill's having none of it and piles the King Jack in, and he has to fold. He'd be very glad to see Cahill gone now. That's one headache out of his day. Stephen and Jason now have very similar stacks, so they are going to be basically eyeing each other up. Stephen has again limped the button. Again, this is the sort of modern play we'd be talking about. I'm not going to beat it to death, but this is...
Might Jason go for this, Dara?
Yes, he could do.
Given the fact that he's seen Stephen do this a few times, obviously some people might decide, okay, well, some players are only going to do it as a trap, but once you realise, okay, that's not true, and actually he is a balanced range, you might consider lamping in the Jack Queen offsuit here. Obviously makes a good call too, and that's the route Jason has opted for.
9-5 deuce.
So reversal of fortunes there, as limper Stephen has turned a dominated holding into the best hand right now. He should absolutely bet it here.
Yeah.
The 9 definitely values
9 is the
a bit of
nuts
protection.
Here. 9 is definitely the nuts here. You can get called by a lot of worse hands. You can get called by ace highs, diamonds, backdoor hands even. He's up against 2 hands as well. Jason makes a very disciplined release. And that looks like a nothing pot, but Stephen picks up 3 big blinds there, which moves him comfortably clear of Jason now. Jason's a short stack with 13 bigs.
Yeah, and it comes back to, is that Jack Queen a bit too valuable not to just go with in that spot, given how wide the limping range of Stephen has been seen to be? Should he really now sort of pounce, hoping that his hand is either good and will get through, or has good equity against some of the calling range too?
I think
it's close.
It's very close, and you can justify both plays, and they both have pluses and minuses. I think we'd prefer to shove a really rag ace though, because we're blocking the calls. Queen Jack just plays a little bit too well and doesn't really block the hand we're behind. But now with Jason on the 13 bigs, there's going to be he can do less limping and flatting in general. We are just going to see more shoving and reshoving, I think.
I suppose I kind of feel like maybe some of the hands that do dominate us, given the fact that he started the hand, Stephen, with about 18 bigs, the ace jacks, the king queens, they're probably just going to shove, aren't they? Are they not the perfect hands kind of within that the split range that you would construct? They'd be the good ones to just go with. Given the fact that the big blind can put you under pressure with Jason the shorter stack in there. So maybe your Jack Queen is actually kind of a cool one. I don't know. I'm just thinking.
Possible. I'm just going to actually check. I do have a lot of work. I've done a lot of work on this recently. And let me just look at the limping range. Yeah, you're actually right. A lot of those hands do actually raise pre-flop. So it's one of those spots though where you're really just hoping the guy doesn't have a hand. You're kind of like ahead of the bottom of the half of the range and crushed by the top half. So it's definitely a funky one.
Stephen makes the tight fold under the gun with fives. I like that.
The five is going in for an open.
Yeah, it really plays very poorly as an open. He doesn't really want to limp a hand as weak as fives with the whole field behind him. And if he shoves, he's really closing his eyes, and it's a bit of an ICM punt, to be honest.
It doesn't play very well post flop as well either, because you are looking at 2 or 3 overcards most of the time. You don't really know how to proceed then. So yeah, that's a good disciplined fold. Andy obviously has a standard open with the tens. Sam probably has a call here with the ace deuce. Yeah, you can't really fold an ace, even if it's an ace deuce.
Absolutely.
Queen 9-5,
so
Rainbow.
Very, very good flop for the tens. Just one overcard.
See, I open with the fives. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you flop your set. There you go.
Can definitely go both ways here. I kind of like the check actually.
Yeah, check makes sense for sure. We don't really. The bet doesn't achieve a lot.
Yeah, you're obviously targeting some 5x and some 9x for some value. You're cleaning up some equity, but you're also...
Yeah, the hands we're getting value are probably only calling one street anyway, and we can get it later on.
Yeah. Oh, and J-Vox pointing out that the pocket fives did fold. Yeah, indeed, in this particular instance, it would have been a dirty bad beat, but I do like the fives fold on balance.
So do I. Yeah, and he's gone for the bet now. He's picked up a gut shot and 8. I mean, this is a pure value bet. We can get called by 9 and 8 or 5. Some ace high instead of something else. And there's gut shots now. Obviously, any hand that has a jack at 10 and a 6 or a 7 has a gut shot. So we do want to bet here.
Yeah, and I think reason to believe Sam would have let out on the turn with a lot of his queen X's. So Andy feeling pretty good about his 10s as.
Good discipline fold by Sam there. Recognising that ace high isn't really a good on this board.
So here we are again. Jason Tompkins finding himself 5 ways in a major live tournament. What a resume this man has for final tables. WPT, WSOP, EPT, UKIPT, Deepstacks,
Scoop, W Coop.
The list goes on and on and on.
UKIPT High Roller Champion.
Now double European Deepstacks final day. He came second to Willie McCormick in the second ever.
Jason's treble.
Oh, he's 3 times?
3-time champion.
Wow.
He final tabled the year after he came second, because I also made that final table.
There you go.
That's how I remember. We were both the first double final tablists in only the third ever running.
Okay.
So this is Jason's third final table, believe it or not, in Deepstack, which is that might be unprecedented.
Yeah, I absolutely think that is unprecedented. Anyone in the chat can prove us wrong, do so. But yeah, 3 final tables. This tournament going 13 years now.
Yeah,
and
after the first year, always getting 300-400 runner fields. So final tabling 3 times in a decade is pretty impressive. Jason looks like he's just shoving chips between hands. Been a frustrating final table for Jason so far. He has been very card dead. He's got a lot of spots where he's just had to do what he has to do.
He has also won the European Deepstack High Roller as well.
Oh
wow.
There
we go.
Just something else to add on, you know.
Just
something we just flippantly forgot.
There's just too much to remember with Jason.
Yeah.
Final table the Sunday Million too, actually. So pretty much just right across the board. Final table is everything.
Some man
does always come fifth, but
yeah. Well, he's going to come at least fifth today.
Yeah. I may have jinxed him actually. My last words to him before the final table were just don't come fifth. Well, I'm delighted to see him hanging in there. I mean, he's playing so disciplined. He really must feel this is an action replay though, because his other two high-profile fifth places, EPT San Remo and WSOP, he was completely and utterly card dead.
Would you believe it? Another wired pocket pair. Samuel with the Djangos on the button here. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
He has been the man with the hand.
He's got a big stack as well. As Tara was saying, I think you weren't here for that, David. The biggest chip in play for the entire tournament is 100k. So we're going to have these monstrous stacks accumulating as we get to heads up. There will be at least 400 chips in play heads up.
It looks good. It's like the World Series heads up where they're sitting behind piles of things. Yeah. Makes for some good photographs.
So you can see the aggression frequencies there. Danny's been the most aggressive, but really that's kind of just been a virtue of the way the cards have played out.
So 30 minutes to go until the end of this session. As you can see,
chip leader Danny here opening things up with Jack 10 suited. He's been called by the other really big stack, Andy, with A6. These guys happy to play a little bit of post-flop poker together. It's going to be hard for these guys. It will have to be a real cooler to get these two stacks in. So there we see a whole lot of nothing for either player. It's gone check, check. Definitely think the Jack 10 has to come out firing here on the turn if checked to. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. He is going to try and target some King X and Queen X for folds. Question is, can he get the Ace X to fold? Now, from a game theory point of view, Andy should be making the call at least once here. And it looks like he is going to be sticky. Like this from Andy. Danny's bet designed to get some Queen X's and King X's to let go of their holdings there.
9 of hearts on the river.
And it has gone a quick check. So again, excellent poker there from Andy, who decided ace high is good enough. 5-handed under the gun is really just the hijack, and he can get sticky with a hand like a6. There's plenty of hands that are worse. Small pop, but a well played hand from both players. Fifth place guaranteed. 5 figures here now, at least. I think it's about 10.5 for fifth. They are, of course, playing for 35.5.
10,720 for fifth, and locked up 35,290 euros, and the trophy and the accolades that go along with the European Deepstack
the respect of your peers,
Absolutely.
the bragging rights in your study group.
It is a big one to win. 13th season. The guy that sat in the middle of us, me and David, won the first one. Mr. Darno Oki in it.
Yeah, it was a 1,500 buy-in back then. Sort of a smaller, arguably more elite field type tournament for the day.
Yeah.
I think it had a it was a deep stack, but it had a really long clock as well. So I think back then it might have played over 4.5 days.
Wow.
Which was, really bit of a marathon when you think about it. Famous final table, of course. Joe Beavers made the trip over. He made the final table. I think he busted in 6th, and they might have done some business 5-handed. Gary Clark was at that final table, I know. So was...
I think that was Joe's last cash. No. Only kidding, Joe.
Mark MacDonald also at that final table, as I recall. He's quite a famous one from back in the day. Launched many's the career. And arguably ended one as well in the case of Joe.
So we are on 5, started the day with 11.
Well, this looks like a tempting one for Joss now. He's only got 11 bigs, ace-4. I think any ace probably just about good enough here.
Yeah, the lot.
You won't be loving it, to be honest. It's obviously a pretty raggedy ace. You're behind pretty much all the calls except maybe a king-queen that might look you up. So just hoping to get this one through, and that he does. Jason picks up a very nice 2.5 bigs to add to his 11. Squeaks him back to 13.5 bigs, and maybe a little bit of foul equity on a reshove now. It's been a solid short stack ninja performance from Joss Tompkins. He has had fairly little to play with over the course of the, 2.5 hours of this final table so far. No panic though, he'll know. A little bit of good fortune, a card rush could be on the horizon. He can easily get himself back into the mix here.
A couple of hands on the trot and then you're just straight back into the mix, aren't you? That's
it.
all it takes. You spun 11k up and managed to finish 13th, which was pretty impressive.
Yeah,
I did like the all-in. I did like the all-in live in the chat box.
Oh yeah, that one did take an age. The two boys were giving each other some serious stare downs. When you think about it, one of them had top pair with the no flush draw, and the other one had an over pair. So I don't know why it just all didn't get in much faster, but it did allow me to create some drama as I sort of had. I'd also given it from the table's point of view. I'd also, as soon as the turn came, which obviously I was still in good nick, I did stand up as if, that's a bad turn for me, just to create a bit of drama.
Did you put the coat on as well?
I didn't put the coat on, but I stood up away, and I by standing up and away, it did allow me to get onto my phone and sneakily update you guys. Well, there's an action card potentially. Jack 8 gives Danny up and down. We've also got the top pair for Andy. Not a top pair he wants to get a lot of chips in here with.
So the river is a
and he has hit.
So
he's found the back door here. Obviously, Andy, as we said, not loving his ace. He basically has one pair. And if he faces a bet here from Danny, a chunky bet, he knows he's essentially bluff catching. Now, Andy is going to bet here, pot of 2 million. I reckon he's going to go about 1.5. I think he'll size up here. There's reason to believe Andy could have a cry call in him. I like a larger sizing in this spot. I don't think Andy's going to act fast here no matter what. He's going to study this spot. What is the sizing now? We predicted 1.5. He's going with 1.2.
Even smaller, yeah.
a little over 60%. And immediately Andy's going to look for some physical information. He's going to get the chat going. We'll see if he can pick anything off, Danny.
Yeah, with this sizing it can look like a thin value bet with a worse hand. So can't imagine Andy's going to fold, but maybe he will. Maybe he'll find the fold.
Andy may feel like he's underrepresented his hand over the course of the earlier streets, and that may compel him to feeling like he was more bluffable and therefore has to get sticky now.
Yeah, it's just not too many. There's no flush draw on the flop, and there's no straight draw either, so it's difficult to see what the hands that start barreling the turn are. I guess hands which pick up equity, but then Queen Jack would just check behind on the river.
Yeah.
Jack 8 has got there, obviously.
Yeah, so 7-8
so
maybe,
pretty much
but then
7-8
is probably not calling pre.
7-8 is not calling pre, so yeah, it's
maybe 7-8
wow,
suited
really good
is.
fold from
Good
Andy there.
fold.
Great fold from Andy. Figured out that there just weren't too many hands. While I ran out of the box there briefly just to talk to Jason about how the table is going so far. Jason made a really good point, which is that he feels he's got a bad seat now because Stephen is getting to limp a lot of buttons because Andy is not raising the big blind very much. But Jason's not getting the same luxury because the Dutch boy is raising from the big blind.
And he's chip leader.
And he's
done it.
And he's now the chip leader. So so Jason's in a tough spot. He feels Stephen has the better seat. We talked about the Queen Jack hand and he considered both options, but he is trying to take the lower variance approach.
Yeah, by no means am I criticising the limp along. I think it's a perfectly fine hand to call with, but I was just trying to break it down in terms of the types of hands that the villain may be just happy to shove himself with, given that he has a bit of an ICM miserable spot too, and maybe just all in kind of simplifies that decision. And actually they're the hands that Jason's most worried about.
Yeah, you can certainly go either way on that one. So Danny has raised from the cutoff with the 5-4 suited. Jason's got the Queen 7 suited in the big blind. He's very shallow now, but this is a type of hand you normally want to defend.
Yeah, when you get shallow, obviously some very
he's just too shallow,
profitable spots do emerge, but where you sort of will call and go with equity.
Yeah. Yeah, so Danny applying the ICM pressure there to Jason, and Jason having to fold just.
And I do feel like Danny maybe more so than Andy. Obviously we don't know everything about these guys' games. We're getting quite a small sample size hands, but he feels like he'll be a stronger front runner in terms of aggression levels.
I agree completely. Andy has basically locked up since he hit the front, and it seems like he's basically waiting it out until they get 3 or 4 handed. Danny looks like he might try to pull clear now. Sam has also been playing the big stack very cagely, so there's a good chance actually for Danny to pull clear of both the other big stacks, and by the time they get 3 or 4 handed to have a significant lead. It's particularly miserable for the 2 shorter stacks because they have the biggest ICM pressure.
It is look staring at Danny and seeing the stack in front of him. I know the biggest chip is 100k, but that's a terrible problem to have when you don't know where to put your cards.
Yeah, he's got too much chips. At least the table is spread out a bit now.
I'm trying to diet. Oh, go on.
So Joss is going to have a spot here. He's blind v blind. Unusually, perhaps it's folded round. So with
the apples have arrived.
With the random ace, he's certainly going to be getting it in here. He'll be unlucky not to get this shoved through. He'll be unluckier still if
raspberry.
I'm gluten intolerant, but thank you, Tar. And he does get the shove through here, Andy, with just the 9-6. So again, some precious chips added onto the stack of Jason Tompkins.
Oh.
And as you can see there, wow, it's like the princes and the paupers.
Yeah, that was a spot for Jason. Even as shallow as he has some hands, you could think about limping, but ace 2 off makes a terrible limp because it's usually the best hand pre-flop, but it's going to be almost 50-50 against every hand. So you just want to take it down pre-flop.
Dara Davey making the point that I think you and I are probably in agreement here, Dara, is that we're surprised by that Queen 7 suited fold. Too shallow isn't really a reason. If anything, it's actually easier to play shallow. I do tend to agree there.
Yeah, I agree. I was slightly surprised by that one, yeah. Shout out to Dara. I mean, he's on point. He brought up the fact that Davis' hand earlier was a dumpster hand. He's really on his game today as an analyst.
I'd almost gotten over too. It's been brought up again.
It's a great. I mean, people often ask me what you do when you're on a downswing, and when you're on a downswing like Dara is in Talon, where he's busted 14 bullets. It's great to come on and tell people how you would play hands better than them.
Oh, the needle. 5 players left in the deep stack. If you just tune in.
Do you remember when we used to think Dara would become the third most cashed person in Ireland, no problem, by around this time, by around 2020, I think we used to say it.
But then he had a kid and he stopped playing.
Well, I had a kid
and just dragged him around.
I'm right behind you.
Yeah, Hunter, who's 2 years old and has been on 104 flights already.
107.
Great. Quality parenting there. Yeah. Dragging him around to every bowl comp in Europe. Okay, so Stephen and Jason, 13 and 15 bigs, and they're so far behind the other guys that a double doesn't even get them up into their league. They need a double basically to catch the boys ahead of them. So the game about Jason and Stephen is all about outlasting each other now.
Yeah, it really is. Some good things can happen, obviously, but you know, a lot of people play poker to win. A lot of people kind of think it's all or nothing, but really, for any poker player worth their salt, it's all about maximising the current predicament you find yourself in. And for Jason and Stephen, outlasting one another is very valuable right now. In fact, it's worth about, I don't know, $4,000.
Fold around to Andy on the button. He's going to open the ace-5 suited. Andy doesn't have a great seat now either, though, because he's got the 2 big stacks behind him.
So just raise it up.
You can't just shut up in these spots either. You do have to play. Sam will probably defend the King 8 suited here. Seems fairly standard.
Yep.
Yeah, and I suppose deep down, Stephen and Joss railing these particular hands are just praying for cooler upon cooler.
That'd be amazing. Yeah, that'd be so. That'd be so pure if these boys got it in and they both laddered.
I think Sam might be thinking of a move here, is he? No, it is just a call.
Yeah, I mean, it is the kind of hand you would sometimes turn into a light 3-bet. It's a nice hand to do it with, and if you feel that Andy is maybe tightening up too much or the money matters too much to him, you might want to put pressure on.
Pick your own flops.
Yeah, look at this flop.
Exactly, Tara.
This is a pretty sexy flop for Andy. Even if his ace is somehow behind, he's got the nut flush draw to go with it.
He's checked it. That's a weird one.
That is a weird one, yeah.
The reason I never check in this spot is obviously, you know, you can put the brakes on with your not particularly good ace if you miss the turn, but then if you hit the turn, you kind of wish the pot had been juiced up a little bit so you can keep building it. Now, it's going to end up being a spot where Sam leads out, so actually the check is going to work because he's induced something here. Andy, no reason to raise here. There are some 6Xs in Sam's range, so he's just going to go into station mode across 2 streets, probably not fold river either. He knows Sam will be capable of firing out some air, firing out some draws certainly too.
I'm trying to think of a river card we could fold. That's not one of them.
That is not one of them. Jack of Hearts on the river.
I mean, Sam can only win by firing again. The reason why this isn't a great bluff on the turn is there's just no river cards he can improve on to value bet the river.
No, and it's, you know, it feels like now very clearly like Andy has a very bad ace or some sort of middly 10.
Yeah.
And if he has a middly 10, maybe a barrel works here sometimes. Against an ace, it obviously
I like Sam's decision to just wave the white flag there.
Yeah, me too. I actually would have preferred no bet at all on the turn if I'm honest. But
me too. But
better not to follow.
There's no point showing good money after that. Yeah. So now Andy's trying to decide whether he can value bet or not. I mean, he can get called by a jack or a 10. Well, jack's unlikely, but he can get called by a 10 for sure.
Yeah, it's actually a way for thin value bet there on the river.
It would be very bit thin. Yeah, in fact he did bet, so it was thin. So now you can see there that moves Sam back a bit now. He's actually a good bit shorter than the other two guys.
Yeah, so he could be really pressurised now by the two bigger stacks for the foreseeable.
Yeah, he does have the advantage of position on them, so he gets to call a lot, and they really have to just fire in the dark if they want to. I mean, back in the day, people used to do that more, but now it's just kind of seen as...
In his shoes, though, if I'm there, I'm thinking, actually, I've got to be pretty honest with my opens now, because if I'm opening into their blinds, they can really lean on me with their 3-bets now and put me in horrible spots.
Totally, 100%. Yeah, into their blinds, he has to. But yeah, but he's only opening to their blinds when he's under the gun. But yeah, he does. He looks. What's happened here? Okay, so Andy's open for the cutoff, or he's about to open from the cutoff. Pocket nines, perfectly standard.
You got about a 350.
Danny lets the king 4 suited. That's the kind of hand you would sometimes put into the light 3 betting range, but I don't think there's any reason for the big stacks to fire off against each other here. Stephen, this is the kind of hand you can certainly justify calling. Similar to Jason's Queen 7 suited earlier, same type of hand.
Yeah.
Does make the call.
Hoping to flop some equity here, Stephen.
Yeah,
if he does, he may well go with his hand.
Case 9 would obviously be cruel, but he's
King,
going to avoid trouble here. The 9s obviously don't like this board either, so...
The 9 should probably bet regardless, though. In this spot, obviously 9s benefit from some protection, some random overcards, and then, you know, it's also their board. They have all the best possible hands, and secondarily, any decent strong hands in this spot would have 3-bet shoved. So you're probably going to take it down a lot, or you could even maybe get a king to fold on a later street.
Heading towards a break. In about 10 minutes' time, there will be a breather for the 5 guys remaining. And then back for the latest session. The blinds after the break will be 100, 200, 1,000, with a 200k. Big blind ante. $500,000 in the pot before we have a card dealt. Bye, heck. The high roller is still going on. Looks like 5. No, still 6.
Yeah, spot on. Still 6.
Yeah. They are in the money. 81 have played the £200. 200 euro.
Would you believe it? Sam with
Boy,
the
oi.
pocket queens
Boy,
again.
oi.
So
Ladies.
I'm actually losing track of the number of premium pocket pairs he's had, and I mean the kings and the queens and the jacks.
Yeah.
It's almost getting out of control here. On the button, well, easy decision for Stephen here. Question is, will Joss have a hand that could get him into trouble? No is the answer. We haven't seen what that hand is yet.
Stephen's already folded.
Unlucky for Sam in a way. What I'd quite like to have seen there is a limp, if I'm honest. I think he's looking at the two guys who are quite shorter. He should probably be oh no, sorry, they have 11 bigs now.
Yeah.
I will take that back. I thought they were sort of more like 14 or 15, where I might have been a little braver with the queen's limp in there. I think against the 2-11 big blind stacks, maybe that looks too strange. Although, could still get behind it actually. Yeah.
Hey, Donna. Donna's now watching Phil, Dora and Lappin. And who was Caitlin Angel? Who's that? Hi, Dora and Phil. Oh my God, sorry, wrong Twitch account.
Oh, that's going to be Donna from her daughter's account.
Ah, I see. I wonder why that's...
Hey, Donna.
Hi, Donna. So the last 10 minutes of the level, Jason wakes up with the ace king in the small blind after the initial raise from Sam. Oh, we've got carnage.
Well, easy decision for Josh Tompkins here. He's all in with the ace king. He's going to get looked up though. Pocket jacks.
Is it an ISO?
I don't know whether he's ISO, Jess.
Will Andy ISO with the hooks? Where's it? What's on into the graphics?
Hang on.
There
Okay,
they
there
come.
we go.
There they are.
I think he's got a flat fold actually. I think it's a weird spot, but Andy's probably got a flat here and fold if Sam shoves. Sam can't possibly shove lighter. So if Andy calls here and Sam was to somehow find a shove, he could get away. I think that would be the only way to play this one.
So Jason is all in.
We're off to the races here. Josh Tompkins needs to hit
€10,720 or a double up.
Yeah, big moment here for Josh. The curse of the 5th place.
5, 7, 10. He needs to hit.
Looking good. Are we about
back doors? The Jack Queen to make it interesting. All 3 jacks are already out.
Are we about to see another 5th place finish?
The case jack
for Jason
an
Tompkins.
ace or a king.
Boom!
Oi, oi, oi!
Oh, would you believe it?
It might not be 5th.
On the river, Jason Tompkins stays alive.
Oh, it might not be 5th after all. Jason Tompkins back up to 4.3 mil. Slightly drops Andy down to 9.5. That is exactly what you need just before you go off on your team talk on the latest break.
That's right now.
Less than 5 minutes to go on that break, and we've just had a double up. Delicious.
Yeah, huge moment there for Jason. Not only has he managed to double up, but he can sort of regroup now, maybe even get into the lab for a few moments at the break here and strategise the new situation he finds himself, which is that he's sort of in still a very tough ICM situation in that he's still going to be 4th place. He has put good distance between himself and Stephen, which is the good news, but the bad news is so long as Stephen is there, he's sort of handcuffed. These boys can get out those kinky handcuffs, tie him to the bed, and there's not a lot you can do about it.
Oh, are we up in some chips? I think we're getting rid of quite a few of the 25Ks and making more of the who want 100Ks. Being told that the 100K is the biggest chip in play, which is slightly weird when you've got 36 million chips in total.
Oh yeah, but they don't call it the deep stacks for nothing, Power. These boys have to. We want to see deep
the
stacks.
Pyramids, absolutely. Donna's asking where Annette came. Yeah, Annette was second out this morning. Per Johansson was first out in 11th. Annette bubbled the unofficial final. Ace Queen into Ace King was the big one. Left her with 3 bigs and then didn't survive. Nice flop for Andy.
Wow, yes indeedy.
No action unfortunately we can see, but unless Danny wants to start getting jiggy.
Yeah, I think Andy needs to do his own betting in this situation. There's no real point in checking in this spot. You basically want to charge your opponent who can always have a piece of this. It's the kind of board that it's hard to miss, but in fact Danny has missed it somehow.
Heading towards the break. Less than 3 minutes to go for a breather. 20 minutes and then back for more. 5 left in the deep stack. 5 left in the high roller. 50 left in the 200. The Omaha is about to... Has the Omaha started? I think it has somewhere.
Well, I think we're up to level 4 or 5 in the Omaha.
Level 4 or 5 in the Omaha. Oi, oi. Oh, the one, is that the one hand flips? Must be.
Might be. Now Stephen all in with the ace 5 under the gun. He's only got the 10 bigs now. He needs a spot basically. And ace 5, he's about to become the big blind ante as well. So it's sort of widens the under the gun shoving range in this spot. One of the unique features of the big blind ante is you should probably loosen up your shoving range in that seat. That he does. He might have shoved anyway, to be honest, and manages to add a few big blinds. Creeps up to 14 bigs now. So Danny, our prohibitive chip leader here with 12 million. Nice spot, isn't it? 35k up top. Action around to Danny on the button here. Chip leader.
Look like it, do you reckon?
Chip leader with ace jack. He's going to open this up.
Just checking the clock. He's now manipulating the clock. How long we got left? This will be the last hand, we've just been told.
He's going to open this one up. Sam behind him, and obviously Stephen on the short stack behind him. Ooh, Sam's got a. I would have thought potentially playable if he was not under such ICM pressure, but clearly just trying to bide his time now. Stephen has got to make his move soon. In the meantime, Sam just doesn't want to risk any chips that he doesn't have to. Clearly that's his strategy right now. And we are going to go on a break.
We are indeed. Back in 20.
More enjoyable when you go.
Oh yeah, I've got it. Lucky for you, what tough deal,
More enjoyable when you go.
Oh yeah, I've got it. Lucky for you, what tough deal,
More enjoyable when you go.
perioden. Vad tufft kul.
More enjoyable when you're done.
Oh yeah, I've got it. Bye-bye. Lucky perioden. Vad tufft kul.
More enjoyable when you're done.
Oh yeah, I've got it. Bye-bye. Lucky perioden. Vad tufft kul.
More enjoyable when you're done. More enjoyable when you don't.
Oh yeah, I've got it. Là, après, c'est ici, ouais, voilà. C'est ça le plus important parce que quand ça va, sur la coque, sur la coque. Le problème des petits voyous, en fait, c'est que les gens, comme leur trajet et tout machin, If you want to count something, you can ask. Do you mind if we look at ICM?
Look at it, but it's looking like
ICM favours short. Good business for short stacks, you know what I mean? I'm willing to give up a little bit. Well, we'll see if the boys want to look at it. If they don't, we'll just
You can ask Glenn, he has an Excel file for it.
Can you ask him? Yeah, sure.
Sharpie. Alex.
Playing on for.
Yeah, so we're just about to start. We've got a bit of news. Yeah, I don't know if you just heard there Sam saying, do you want to look at ICM? It looks like we might be. David Lappin has gone to play which event?
Yellow.
Omaha, really? So he'll be back with us in 15.
Yeah.
So myself and Dara are going to anchor the final 5 players here at the Deepstack in Dublin. A superb event, 362 runners, 130 making it through to day 2. 47 got the money. We're down to the final 5, and I think the players have just agreed to have a look at the ICM figures. So I'm guessing it's going to be done around the table. Danny's chip leader, so he'll probably want to look at the figures, and if it's advantageous for him, he'll decide on what he wants to do. There are obviously implications with all this, with backers. I've never been in this situation. You probably have, and you've probably got people that are involved that you've got interest in.
Yeah.
The computer's coming out. Do you get involved in stuff like this if you've got a direct interest?
Yes, you have to. I mean, if you have a significant share,
Yeah.
if you were the total backer, you would definitely get involved. And actually, a couple of years ago, one of the guys we were backing at the time, Kevin Killeen, got three-handed in the EPT in London, and the players weren't involved in discussion at all. It was literally just the backers of each of the players came in and tried to agree a deal among themselves.
Yeah.
That actually broke down on that occasion because Kevin McPhee, who was backed by Bryn Kenny, and Bryn wouldn't agree to a deal with the rest of us, so it actually broke down. Yeah, it kind of comes down to whose money it is. That's who's going to make the decision.
Yeah.
So interest of full disclosure, I do have a financial interest in Jason, so you can see me consulting with Jason.
There's nothing wrong with it. Like you say, if you've got a direct interest,
yeah,
you've got to be involved.
Yeah, and you also want to advise your friend in these situations, make sure he gets a good deal.
So we are looking at, it'll be ICM, not a direct chop.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the stacks are too far apart now.
Yes. Yeah.
So it will be ICM. It's unlikely in these spots you'll get an exact ICM deal agreed, because the player who feels that he has the biggest skill edge will pretty much always want more money in this spot.
So as the short stack Stephen sat there, he wouldn't really be able to say anything, would he? Apart from nod and agree.
Yeah.
Because, alright, next out is going to be 10,720.
Yeah.
That's what it would be.
Yeah.
So he's already locked up 10. It depends what they come up with, the ICM. There's Adam Neal. He looks like he's got an interest.
I think he might have an interest in the Dutch guy. I saw him talking to Danny yesterday, so it looks like he has interest in Danny.
So that'll be interesting. We will just await the outcome. As you can see, it's done live on the screen.
Yeah.
Rather than an empty table for 10 minutes while everybody argues about 38 euros.
Yeah, it's better to do these things transparently.
Oh, Dave's involved. He might want a Guinness for action tracking all weekend.
Yeah. So Glenn is inputting the stacks now and the payout structures.
Yeah.
You can see me in the back poking around on my phone. I'm also just double checking the figures to make sure that Glenn's spreadsheet isn't badly programmed.
This is not actually bad TV, because it's good for players that don't understand ICM.
Yeah.
And getting the backer involved, getting the players involved, and how crucial at this stage of the game it actually is.
It's very crucial, because there's a lot of money at stake here, and I mean, we've seen these are 5 very good players, so if they just play on for all the money, I mean, I know a lot of the purists prefer that and they don't like deals, but I mean, it's a lot of money to these guys, and it is just kind of gambling in a spot where nobody can really claim to have a massive edge. I do feel that Jason is the best player on this table, and I said that even at the start of the final table, even when Cathal Shine was there. but you know it's very much in the lap of the gods who's going to win from here.
Yeah.
And it makes a lot of sense for these guys to lock up. It's a 500 buy-in at the end of the day, and you know the difference between coming 10th or 5th and coming first is 25k, so that's pretty significant.
So get round the laptop.
Yeah, so Glenn is now explaining the figures to the guys.
Just showing the original prizes at the side of the chip counts for the players, and then the ICM figures and what will be left to play for.
Yeah. And credit to Glenn in this situation. It was very well handled by Glenn. The whole thing is transparent.
Yeah. I say for a young lad, he's so good at his job.
He's really, really good. Yeah.
I know, probably being taught by the best in Nikahara.
Yeah.
And comes along for all the events that we get involved in, but he is very, very good.
So Glenn just talking everybody through the figures there. The rules of the tournament are they have to play on for at least 4,500. So that 4,500 has to be taken out, and then they can chop the remainder of the prize pool any way they want.
Yeah. Yeah, he just said the money to be left over to play for will be 4,500 euros. Do you want to do the deals? Is it just a nod of the head from everybody, or do they have to do the old? Some systems do a red card and a black card, or a yes and a no card.
Yeah, they do. It was more informal on this occasion because it was clear that the players pretty much wanted to deal. The only player asking for more than ICM is Jason, because Jason very justifiably feels that he has a skill edge here. Yeah. So I'll spoil what actually happened. Jason decided to ask for 10% extra, and then the three bigger stacks talked among themselves and agreed who was going to give up what to give him that extra 10%.
Oh, okay.
And it was all handled very, very friendly. Often these can be quite emotional things because people get annoyed or angry if one person asks for more. But the way I always describe it is like Jason's a full-time professional who works really hard at his game, spends a lot of time studying every day, and essentially it would be like asking a plumber to not charge more than some guy who just does a bit of plumbing on the side.
Yeah.
So Jason went off to the side there. We had a discussion about what we thought was fair. Came back and the others immediately accepted that was fair, and you should see the deal concluded on the screen fairly quickly.
So they're now just going back to see the guys. If it does get agreed, they will play on for 4,500 euros. So I'm guessing at this point we're just about to talk about the extra 10%.
Yeah.
The Sam's just been beckoned over.
Yeah, myself and Jason went off to the side at this point because there was no point in us getting into that. That was something for the guys to sort out among themselves.
Yeah.
So leave them their privacy. So I don't actually know who gave up what in the end, but I do know that the deal was done.
So they have locked up 10,720. The figure being short stack is Stephen Keel.
Yeah.
And the figure that was being offered to Stephen was 13,510.
Yeah. And if you consider that the next person out's getting 10,000 and Stephen was significantly shorter, that's 3,500 over, and he still has a chance of winning the extra 4,500 as well.
It's less than 10 bigs that he's got sat in front of him.
It's great to see in the Deepstack too players like Sam and Andy who've been around the scene for years, getting into this position, both getting great paydays. And also Stephen, of course, a new player on the scene. This is his first major splash, but it's definitely not the last we've seen of Stephen.
So they're just discussing Jason's extra 10% and splitting it off, probably the top three. So in effect, Jason was being offered exactly third place prize money.
Yeah. He was being offered more or less exactly third place prize money, so now he's guaranteed more than third place prize money, and he still has a shot at the 4.5k extra. In fact, I believe the final figures were that if Jason does end up winning the tournament for the extra 4.5, he will get the biggest payout as well.
Yeah. So Glenn has just said we don't have a huge amount of time left. It has to be agreed now or cancelled. So Sam says he's going to get rid of the 6. We'll see what happens if it gets sorted out. Yeah, 5 left.
I'm good, thank you. Sure? Yeah, I'm sure, yeah. I'm playing later. So the final details have been worked out there on the deal.
We're just waiting for 100% clarification from the guys.
Yeah, so we're lucky to be joined again by David Lappin in the booth.
Well, there we go. The Omaha comp must have finished. How did the Omaha go, young man?
No, I didn't bother in the end.
Yeah, I did. Well, what was the line?
15 minutes was the line.
The
very generous line the terrace set.
And it's come back in 11. So there we go.
I did go to the cage. In fairness, I'd have been buying, I think, maybe 16 bigs in it.
Oh, really?
Which would have been fun for a spin, perhaps. But then I just thought, there's quite a lot of people in this. I could be here all night, and actually, this is going to be a long week next week. Maybe it'd be nice to have an evening off.
There is a tournament tonight at 9 p.m. called the Last Chance Saloon as well, which will be fast.
No, for the same reason that I bottled the PLO field, I might bottle this one.
You lost the will to play on the walk to the cage, obviously.
Now I'm going to be asked, can we do some serious railing of the deal making here? This is
quality
TV.
We've already done it, and actually the Twitch has been quite enjoying it as well. The openness of the thing, I think, is important here because you don't want to pretend.
Totally agree.
Anything that's happening is not.
What should happen when a deal like this has been done? The clock should be running.
No.
It should.
No.
Yeah, then they come back with 3 big blinds.
No.
But then you can take as long as you want.
Yeah.
Rather than Glenn saying you either don't do it or you do it because you've been at it 15 minutes.
So handshakes all round. The deal has been agreed.
It has. We can exclusively reveal that at this moment in time, our chip leader Danny Verhage will be getting €22,280. Andrew Duna, 21,000. Sam Bainham, 19,180. Jason, who negotiated an extra 10%, Jason Tompkins, 18,340. And Stephen, with 9 bigs, has locked up 13,510, with 5th place would have been 10,720, and there is €4,500 to play on for. The deal has been done. Well done, one and all. A good gesture and a good effort by everybody concerned. The deal has been done. We are just about to restart. The money's been set, apart from the 4.5 for the winner and the trophy. Well done, one and all. That's what we can say. Dara, happy with that?
Very, very happy. Yeah. Very happy to be there to advise Jason on the deal. My biggest ever high-profile chop was in Vegas, and on that occasion, Jason came with me to advise me on the deal. So nice to return the favour.
And your biggest cash this year? Congratulations!
Thank you. Yeah.
In fact, might be the biggest cash in the last 2 years. I'll check. I'll have a look.
No, I did.
Maybe the biggest cash in the last fortnight. So I don't know if you can go much further back than that. Though.
I did actually cash for 20k. I did actually cash for 20k about a month ago in Nottingham. So.
See you later.
Cheers, Jim. Is that it for the week?
Sorry?
Is that it for the week?
Yeah, I finished last night.
Right.
I've had enough bad weeks, and I don't talk about it. I think, forget it. If my luck's not in, my luck's not in.
Absolutely not.
The WPT in Amsterdam in a month's time.
Oh, lovely.
So, hopefully
good on you.
back with interest.
Well done, Jim. So the deal has been done. We are now back with the blinds at 100,000, 200,000.
We're not, yeah. You could try that Whitehall place, see if that's
and we're on 5.
So now we're essentially playing a winner takes all tournament.
This can either go one of 2 ways. We can be loose, and the 4.5k doesn't mean anything, or we can lock up, knowing that the only extra we get is winning the tournament.
Yeah, you pretty much just have to play it now as a cash game. There's no ICM anymore, which is good for the shorter stacks. So you can't pressurise anybody with ICM. It's all for first place. Whoever ends up with all the chips is going to get all the remaining money and the trophy and the glory. So it's now going to be a very, very different tournament.
Would you have listened to a deal at this stage, David?
No.
No.
Hands on heart.
You wouldn't have taken Jason's deal?
I think Jason's done very well out of that deal, to be honest. It's certainly tempting in Jason's spot, but no.
Locking up third place.
Nothing wrong with that.
Locking up more than third place when you are a very distant fourth.
Each to their own. That's exactly what it's all about. And our short stack is all in. Stephen is all in.
Yeah, we're going to see a very different style of play now. They're
Yes.
just going to be a lot less limping, a lot less small ball poker.
Yeah.
Do we know what Stephen has yet? No, we don't.
Unfortunately, the graphics have disappeared. We don't know why, but they have. Not sure why the graphics have disappeared.
Jason looks like he might be going to call here, or is he just rearranging his chips? No, he has folded.
Oh, the back. Here we go. I think it was a jam with King Deuce. It was. A jam with King Deuce.
So, how many more K above ICM did Jason get? Yeah, I know you were talking about 10% and stuff. What does that actually translate as?
1.6.
1.6K above ICM.
Yeah.
So it's 1.6 on the entire amount, not on the difference between what you were getting for fifth anyway.
No, they were getting 10k for fifth.
Yeah. So his
ICM was 16.6 and he got 18.3.
Right, so he got that's more than 20%.
Well, actually, that's true. Yeah, that's good.
Well, that's fantastic.
That's a good way of looking
Penny's done a fantastic bit of business.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, you're right. They were all guaranteed 10. So effectively, it's the difference between 6.6 and 8.3. So yeah, he effectively got 25%.
Yeah, 25% above ICM is an absolutely awesome result for Jason. And sorry, I did sort of feel the need to do the maths there because I saw, I suppose, greater levels of enthusiasm for that deal than I expected from you, and there must be some reason for it. But yeah, bit of a misnomer to say 10% above ICM when they all have 10 grand locked up, I think. In that
the way we presented it when Glenn showed what the figures would be, and myself and Jason went off to the side and talked among ourselves what we thought would be fair. We said 10% on extra on that 166. But you're right, from a purist point of view, it's actually 25% above ICM.
That's a phenomenal result, to be honest. I think Jason's edge against the field in this five-handed contest would be around 10%. So I think it's probably a pretty much, he might have a little edge there, but it's pretty close. But 25% is an absolutely breathtakingly good deal.
Yeah.
And yes, I would snap someone's hand off for that if I'm honest. There, Tower, now that we're weighing it up properly.
Yeah.
So a check from Jason, flopping top two. Andy bets 200k. Should be a call.
Yeah, Andy's obviously playing very differently now as well. We saw Andy playing very, very cagely. Jason is going to try and milk him here. Andy turns a pair. That might actually slow him down now. He might, because he's got showdown, he might feel he doesn't need to keep bluffing. Does check, yeah. It's unfortunate for Jason that he hit his pair there. Oh, look at this.
Let's fill up, shall we?
Yeah, and I think Jason probably has to bet now because Andy, if he was going to keep bluffing, would have kept bluffing on the turn. So he probably has to do his own betting and just hope that he's... Actually, what I like here, I think I'd like a really tiny bet here, which might go to a raise. Make it look like you're blocker betting a jack.
I love that, Tara. I like that. I think that's exactly the right way to go about this. Obviously, the dream scenario for Jason is that Andy has some sort of weak ace that he's decided to check back. Yeah. But you do also think you want to keep, a jack would have to call in this spot. A 5 might even call if you make it small enough. Yeah. So you get the value off all those hands, and maybe, just maybe, you go with somebody, as you say.
Jason's gone for a bigger sizing. I guess he is hoping to run into an ace. That's what he's targeting here. Or that a jack will call off as well.
A hand like King Jack or Queen Jack makes sense too, so that might have to station here.
Yeah, I think Andy will find the fold here now.
It's hard when you got the board so crippled with the ace jack to find hands.
Very, very hard. There's only one ace missing, so it's kind of unlikely he has the ace. It's probably the jack you have to target more than the ace. Yeah, I think a tiny bet here. Like, you can sometimes get a cry call. And sometimes you'll goad your opponent into making a raise because they think it's a blocker bet. But Andy does find the fold.
There's not been too much cheering regarding the rugby. Does anybody know the score?
Oh, right, here we go. Yeah.
No, credit to England.
I don't.
Here you go.
Last I saw it was 20.
No interest in rugby whatsoever.
25.
Yeah, see,
not
maybe
or
20,
not in the slightest.
Us working class boys, rugby's not our sport so much.
No.
Well,
darts,
being a
darts, snooker,
being a skinny, feeble, schoolboy, I was also not a rugby player. So cricket was more my forte. But that's just going to induce different kind of slagging from Darren now.
Cricket? Are you a cricket man?
No, I can't understand any game in the entire world where you play for 5 days and it's still a frigging draw.
Oh well, that's a really original slag of cricket there. I haven't heard that one like 400 times.
That's my stance on cricket.
Well, get some new material, will you, mate?
The best thing they introduced was 2020.
T20 is good fun, yeah.
T20 is good.
It is good fun, yeah.
No one's got a cucumber sandwich joke. No, you're reeling all the old insults now.
No, all the cucumbers now in your gin. 24-12 apparently. No, I don't do cricket and I don't do rugby.
Thanks, George, in the chat telling us it's 24-12. That's a little bit of a comeback from Ireland.
I think it might be a little too late.
It was 24-5, but yeah,
plenty of time.
Yeah.
Ireland going for the Triple Crown, weren't they?
They are.
Yeah. They
plenty of time. Last 2 minutes. Cut on them. There'll be 500 on there.
You might be right. I think there might be very little time left.
So you can see the boys are drinking. Sam's on swigging beer on his birthday. Birthday boss.
So he's got blackcurrants and water on telly, and under the table he's swigging the cider.
And why not?
Once you do the deal, I guess you can. Here's Stephen with the aces.
He's locked up 19k. Let the man enjoy his birthday now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, Stephen, nothing's really gone right for him today, but with pocket aces now, he's gonna get it all in here for. Not too many bigs.
Any action. Anybody got a hand?
No, it looks like it's just going to get through. I suppose any other sort of raise would have looked way too strong from that seat, so he had to just lamp it in and hope someone was out there with something halfway decent. Dazzler says, can't believe they did a deal with them payouts 35k for first, all getting down to 22k just. Then play for an extra 4k. Fifth place did pretty well out of that deal. No, I think I'm not going to question anyone's decision. ICM is the sort of way they started off the deal. Then obviously they changed it a little bit to accommodate Jason, who asked for a bit more.
Yeah.
But starting off with ICM, obviously ICM does tend to benefit the shorter stacks or kind of the middling stacks. Sometimes if they're under a bit of ICM pressure, they no longer have that. They just get cashed out at the ICM value, so that's not a bad outcome for them. Chip chop obviously benefits the big stacks more in general, so sometimes some sort of hybrid of the two ends up being a fair negotiation point. I'm not sure, but fifth, I don't know in this situation. Fifth, obviously, he is the very shortest stack. I'm not sure he's actually done particularly well. He only got another maybe 3 or 4k getting the play.
Got 3.5 over what he was guaranteed anyway. Yeah, and he still has an outside chance of getting the extra 4.5. Yeah, it's on the subject of chip chop. When Glenn showed us the chip chop figures to him, myself and Jason pretty much just looked at them and laughed that they were never going to be feasible. But I think ICM is the fairest by far. I mean, you might say, okay, the big stacks could have had 35k, but I mean, there were 3 of them. All 3 of them can't win the 35k.
No.
One of them is going to have to settle for second at best, and another one's going to have to settle for third at best, and third was only 16k, so they've all guaranteed themselves comfortably more than third place. And
they prevented the absolute worst case scenario for themselves of one of them running into the other and ending up in fifth, which can happen.
Yeah, they've simplified the matter now because they're basically just playing for all the chips. And it could actually make for more entertaining poker now because we won't see the same kind of really, really careful, cautious play.
And for what it's worth, on Jason's negotiation for a bit more, at the end of the day, deal making is exactly that. It's deal making. It's out in the open. No one's going off to the smoking garden to have private chats. They did it right there in front of everyone. Jason, maybe some will feel, was a bit greedy, but he got it. So why not be greedy if you can get it? That's the way it should be.
Don't say the word greedy.
Hogan says, what's cash games on down there? 1, 2, 3, 4 tables. I'm guessing it's 1 and 2. So the blinds are 100,000, 200,000. Danny raised it up. Sam calls. 5, Queen, 9.
Danny hits bottom pair on the turn, pulls ahead of the ace-10. Hand really not strong enough to check, so not strong enough to bet. He does check and he gets the good news that he outdrew his opponent.
So we've struck deals. Well done, one and all.
Yeah, everybody guaranteed at least 13k now. Fifth was 10k, and 4 of the 5 players have locked up 18k. They're paying on for an extra 4.5. So if any one of those 4 players ends up winning, they will actually end up getting most of the biggest amount as well.
Limpwacker says, can you just repeat the deal? 22,280 for Danny. Andy has got 21. Sam has got 19.1. Jason 18.3. And Stephen 13,510. And there's 4,500 euros to play for.
We saw Stephen shove the aces there a moment ago. He's now shoving the Jack-9 suited, perfectly reasonable. He may get looked up here in the big blind by Danny. It's pretty close, actually.
Yeah, I think this is a call the way it's played since the deal has been done.
So we have an all in the call. And 60-40 just about.
Yeah, Stephen's very live here. Danny does have one of his spades, but nevertheless, even though both his cards are... And there we go, he's hit the 9. Neither player has a club in their hand, so the Jack-9 now well ahead. Jack, entertainingly enough, would make a better hand for the King-Queen, so he has to fit a Jack, a Queen or a King. And he does.
And a double.
A double for Stephen.
Stephen, who it's fair to say not a lot has gone right for during this feature table, or final table I should say, has now finally got a rub of the green.
Yeah, and that moves him up almost level with Jason in chips, and you can see actually if Stephen were to double up, he would be right up there at the top of the thing. So it shows you how quickly you can change on final tables.
Yeah, they're bunched together now again somewhat.
Yeah. This is the point at which I'm glad a deal was done, because if they were bunched together and ICM was big, we'd probably see about 4 hours of limping.
But that's a great point, yeah. When it comes down to a sort of a chip-for-chip scenario like we're in now, you're going to see a king-queen call like we just did. Yeah. Actually, that's a really close decision if there's ICM implications.
In fact, I think it's probably a fold if there's ICM involved. So we'll see a lot more shoving and calling.
What we're basically trying to say is we're probably going to go home a bit earlier than we would have otherwise.
Yeah, we'll go to dinner.
I'm not saying it's going to last a long time, but after the next level, they have implemented a 45-minute dinner break.
Okay.
Which, seeing as
so they have decided they're going to be very civilised about it.
So this could be a long haul, even though the money has been set, and there's 4,500 to play for. And as you can see, they're getting closer and closer together now. The chip stacks 9.9 and 25 bigs as short stack.
On the outer tables here, we have a satellite to the Unibet Open starting any minute now. Anyone is in the Drumcondra area of Dublin, fancies playing some poker for a grand next week, you can get in on the cheap now if you come down tonight.
Is there any guaranteed seats, or is it just whatever's taking?
I don't see any guarantee on it, but I assume they're guaranteeing at least one seat. We have 6 entrants so far. That's going to kick off in the next 10 minutes or so.
Also, I can. Interestingly enough, when we entered the Deepstack, they were running a last longer competition. You could put pay €30 extra to go into a last longer, absolutely no rake.
Yeah.
That generated 3 seats for the Unibet Open next week.
Oh, wow.
And Jason Tompkins has actually won that last longer. He's the last player who was in the last longer. So in addition to his payout, Jason has wrapped up a seat for next week's Unibet Open. Stephen's in it as well, is he? Okay, so Stephen and Jason are the last 2 players in the last longer. I believe the 3rd seat went to David Kelly.
Correct.
Who finished 10th, 9th, 11th. Yeah, Annette was 10. Yeah, so Annette actually didn't go into the last longer. She'd normally be a great woman for the last longers, but she can't play the Unibet Open. So good news for David, he gets a seat as well.
Donna says, Donna, have you done anything about doing a deal an ICM? I'm guessing you mean about the last 5 players. Donna, yes, we have. The deal has been done.
I think Donna might be asking if I've.
Or is that personally
if I've
in
done
previous tournaments?
Maybe she's asked if I've ever written anything about those things. I have actually written some material on deals in the past.
Ah, right, okay.
For Bluff magazine. I don't know if those pieces are still available because unfortunately Bluff is gone now. But it's certainly, for professionals and for amateurs even, or recreationals who find themselves in a spot, it's good to know what a fair deal is, basically. And why certain types of deals favour players. For example, chip count is a terrible deal always for the shorter stacks.
Yeah, I'd be looking around for you two guys. I would.
We've both been involved in a fair amount of deal negotiations down the years, even if Mr. Lappin never agrees to deal.
I have turned down a few, but I have made a few too.
Some people just don't like it. Some people want to play it all out.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with it.
What was
yes
the biggest
or
deal
no,
you ever agreed,
it doesn't
David?
make a difference.
I did some, and I want to say I did some smoking garden business at the Full Tilt España series 10 or 11 years ago. Totally unapproved by the tournament organisers. It wasn't transparent the way we have it now. Which I think is much better, to be honest, because if someone's going to renege on a smoking garden handshake, it's a much easier thing to do. A very unprotected deal was done that day, and I did actually do a good bit of business.
Yeah, I think that's why it's better to have deals out in the open like we saw here, because then there's no risk that anybody's going to get scammed.
I've learned what the Django's are.
Have you?
What on earth is smoking garden business?
So, in the eventuality where,
Which movie is this from?
So in that
apparently rich people like David have special gardens just where they go to smoke.
I don't even smoke, so let's say the organizer of the event does not stand over any deal making. They don't want to have deal making, they want you to play it out.
Yeah.
You're 2 adults. They can't really tell you what to do with your own money if you want to make a private transaction with somebody.
Yeah.
But that's generally done then out in the smoking garden where you say, oh yeah, no, we won't be doing any business. We're playing on exactly as you wanted us to. And then you walk outside and you go, yeah, we'll just chop this up. So that type of thing. But again, it's totally unprotected, which I think is a problem. And I think it's why you've seen that cultural shift in the game to transparent out in the open deals where, in fact, the tournament director might provide the ICM numbers and the chip chop numbers and do the calculating for you.
There we go. I'm going home tomorrow morning just a better man. Things I've learned this week, I just feel better for you.
You know what a smoking garden is.
Has the Twitter comp you were running for a copy of the webinar been done?
It hasn't. I'm sorry, more TPC. I've been completely neglecting that. I've done a few of those and I did give away the first one, but the second one, which was for people to retweet in my latest blog, I will try and get to that. What day is Monday? That's tomorrow, right? I'm going to be at home for one day. And I'll try and get all that stuff done before I get back into the swing of Unibet Open Week. So you can see the stacks are coming back together again now, which is interesting because now nobody's really in the open shoving area, so we're going to probably see a bit of tippy-tappy poker again until the stacks get shallower. Maybe we need to accelerate the clock now.
Actually, that almost does make sense for these guys. Like, yeah, okay, not to take away from the fact that we are still playing on for $4,500, but you almost could justify a little acceleration, couldn't you?
Yeah.
I'm sure they all agreed to it. They would. There's certainly not going to get any arguments.
I have seen that. More commonly, it happens heads up because players just don't want to play heads up forever. But it's going to be quite a big heads up when they do get heads up, though, because it's still going to be for $4.5K at the end of the day.
That's when you do the second deal.
You do the second deal, but that one has to be the smoking garden apparently, because the organisers are insisting on 4.5 has to be played out for.
Fair enough.
So yeah, we are. We're back to the small blind limping and the big blind checking, and that's a function of the stacks having come back together. They both hit top pair. This could get expensive for Andy now because Jason has checked to let Andy bet. Andy was almost certainly going to bet here, and he does fire out the bet. Jason, what do you reckon? He's going to check or check call, check raise?
If he raises here, he can potentially put himself in a bit of a tough spot down the street. So I think calling's probably more prudent.
Calling seems better. He does also have a backdoor flush draw, which is helpful. That's a total break apart from the fact, I guess, that ace-5 gets there.
Limp up free wide ranges, though. Even the 2 might connect with someone's hand.
Sure, yeah.
It's probably going to go check, maybe bet again, call again, or maybe check back, and then we'll probably see a little bit of action on the river.
Yeah, I think I like a bet here from Andy. I mean, we know he's behind, but he's supposed to bet top pair.
Yeah.
A lot of draws on this board, a lot of gut shots. Any card that has any hand that has an ace, a 5 or 6 has a gut shot, so makes sense to bet. And Jason will call, I think, again, or maybe Jason decides to raise now and deny equity. Jason's, this is the spot where you can go either way. You can just take the more cautious line and check call, which is what Jason has gone for. Now
10 of hearts on the river.
I think this goes check probably. Yeah,
that's going check. Jason stacks in a few more.
Andy could have lost more there, to be honest. Jason obviously is not to know that he has a hand as strong as a 7. Jason's just trying to get value from 4s, ace highs, random draws that are going to keep bluffing.
Dallas says PLO went well then.
Is this wind up lapping day?
And TBC says he started telling the story about his hand again and he missed the late reg.
Nice.
Oh, we love you, David. We love you. A super week on the Dublin Poker Festival and the European Deepstack coming to an end for us, but there's more coming in the way of the Unibet Open and a full week of poker to be played here in the Bonington. If you're sticking around, then make sure you join in all the fun.
Yeah, this is strange. It has a kind of an end of festival feel to today, but actually this is just a start because Unibet Open kicks into full force from Tuesday, and we'll be back here again.
Yeah, I would expect Wednesday definitely to be the day where it suddenly feels like an absolutely buzzing festival again. Yeah. We might have a sort of a slow open Monday, Tuesday. There will be some bits and bobs around, but I guess...
is there anything on Monday? I don't think there's anything on Monday.
No, I think Monday will be the quiet day. Yeah. Monday will be moving day.
Yeah.
We all get to take a little mid-festival breather.
I'm going to go home, pet my dog,
get a long run in,
run my raffle, see who gets my Pico webinars.
I thought you were going to say marathon.
Is brought on. I'm also hoping to do a long run, because it's the only day I have any chance of doing it. And then we'll be back from Tuesday.
Yeah. I'm scheduling one of my long walks.
So, small blind versus big blind again. We've seen a lot of these. Small blind has limped to jacks. The cutoff has opened though. Okay, so Stevens picked up ace jack suited in the cutoff, has opened. Small blind folded, and he's just up. Well, no, small blind called, I guess.
So we're defending super wide with the queen 2.
Yeah.
There wasn't a 3-bet with the ace jack.
The ace jack opens. Andy calls from the small blind with
Of
jack
course,
7
yeah,
suited,
yeah.
and Danny calls the min raise as well with queen 2 suited. So has anybody hit? The jack 7 has actually hit the front.
Stephen's not going anywhere here, though.
Stephen has a flush draw, nut flush draw at that. Nut flush draw is particularly strong on these types of boards because your ace high can be good a lot of the time. People can have lower flush draws. You can win a huge pot if you both hit your flush. Your ace high can win if you both miss your flush. So
Not the worst 2-barrel from Stephen if he thinks about going for it. He may exactly target, although small blind call, maybe there's not that many 7s, maybe it's more likely it's King X and he wants to shut down here.
and this is also a brick, so this is the brickiest of bricks. It's hard to see,
He's going to fire.
but he is going to fire. Stephen has shown this willingness to keep firing when he's betting. I mean, he doesn't
Is
mind.
it because the pressure's off?
I mean, it's certainly easier to do it when the pressure off, but to be honest, he was doing it
The
even
two
before.
shorties seem to be more active than anybody else, and
Yeah.
they keep winning the pots.
We did see him double barrel with the ace deuce on the king jack 10 board in a spot where a lot of us would have just waved the white flag. So this seems to be very much Stephen's style. The only thing you don't really want to happen here is you don't want to get check raised. So if you think Andy's not going to check raise you light, it's almost a free shot to bet again because you'll get him to fold sometimes. You're still in the pot, you can improve on the river, you're building a pot for when you hit. So Andy hasn't, I don't think we've seen Andy check raise all final tables, so he's probably a good candidate to do this against.
So still sizing down here, relatively. He's maybe fired out 37, 38%.
Yeah, he's making it believable here that he's trying to milk value.
Yeah, sort of selling the ace, king, king, queen story quite well.
Yeah.
It does call.
He does call. It's a small bet. We can't really fold to a bet that small, I don't think.
River
King
pairs.
on the river. I mean, that makes it less likely now that either player has a king. So now I think the only question is whether Stephen wants to triple barrel or not, and he decides not to.
And the tables are 7.
Yeah, in those spots, busted flush draws make the worst bluffs because you're basically hoping your opponent has a busted flush draw, and when you have 2 of those cards yourself, it's less likely.
Dazzler says it's been great watching the tournament. Can he please give his buddy Brendan, who went out in 13th, a mention? His poker promotions, Chop Pot Poker, a mention. He runs brilliant tourneys around the country.
Yeah, I guess Brendan is Brendan Norton Daybonk, who is. I played with him quite a bit. Wonderful presence at the table. Huge man as well. I mean, he's basically.
His arms are like.
I think his arms are bigger than myself and David. So, and yeah, I've heard he runs great events around the Midlands. So yeah, shout out to Brendan. You played with him too, I believe.
Yeah, very impressed
Daybonk.
with his table presence. He was full of table chat, actually. That's
Yeah,
something I
very
didn't quite
chatty,
expect,
very
but
chatty.
he was, there was a lot of attempts to sell the story that he was playing one way when he was playing the other and whatnot.
Yeah,
I think he was somebody who wanted to check the live stream and not necessarily believe when he told you what he had. But no, I thought he played superbly well. You said he has a lot of experience playing online these days. He talked about playing 20, 25 tables on a regular Sunday grind. So
yeah, he told me he was a losing cash player online for years, and then he switched to tournaments. And tournaments have been going much better for him, particularly specialising in bounty tournaments, PKOs. He shipped a scoop or a W scoop, I can't remember which, PLO tournament, because he's a big. He plays primarily PLO when he was a cash player.
okay.
Very funny man. We were talking about music at the table, and somebody expressed liking for Journey, so Brendan decided he was going to knock him out just on the basis that he liked Journey. And then every new player who came to the table, the first question Brendan asked him was, "Do you like Journey?"
Well, Samuel is
awesome.
contemplating maybe a big move here, sort of a 4-bet candidate, a light 4-bet candidate in the King Queen here.
Oh, look
We
at
know
this.
that it will be big trouble if he goes for it. I guess he's contemplating a shove here. He's going to maybe consider a 4-bet shove as sort of a really big play to pick up this 2 million line out there.
There's 2 million line out there. He's got 8.8 million, so getting it through would be huge for him. He would add more than 20% to his stack. In those are the spots. King Queen is the kind of hand you like going for because you're blocking Ace King, Ace Queen, Kings, Queens, all those hands. But he has decided to let it go. And Jason makes the really disciplined fold. Don't know how many times I said that today, but Jason is still very much in the mix here. And look at this, the stacks have concentrated. Now Stephen's drifted back a bit, but the other guys are pretty close. And going back to the deal, I mean, this is one of the reasons why deals kind of make sense, because even if a guy is chip leader right now, I mean, a lot can happen between 5-handed and heads up. We've all seen guys have massive chip leads and go out in 5th. Usually their name is Andy Black, but anything can happen on the final table.
Yeah, Mick the Mod doesn't have the exact numbers, but he's pretty much in the right vicinity. I think between all but Stephen got between 22 and 18, and then I think Stephen got maybe 13 and a half, 14, and they're playing on for 4.5. That's it in a ballpark, guys.
Yeah, so essentially, if anybody other than Stephen wins the tournament, that person will have got more money than the rest. And even if Stephen wins the tournament, he'll have got less money than the rest.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Tower, there, putting in the exact numbers. So hopefully we can cut and paste that about 10 more times while we keep getting asked that question over the course of the next couple of hours.
Yeah, somebody copy and paste that.
Shout out to Mick the Mod, who has been doing sterling work all day. Thank you very much, much appreciated. All weekend, in fact.
Yeah, even though I'm a mod, I've no idea what it means. And I can't even do commands.
Modern guy?
Yeah, that's it. Moderate kind of guy.
Modern man.
So now we're doing the deal. Do we call?
Now we've done a deal. Do we call? Yeah. Do we make it lazy?
Yeah. That's exactly what's. Some Tonys you would, some Tonys you wouldn't. Oh, here we go. That's a raise coming in, surely.
Well, I guess the answer to your question is we're going to gamble, and here we go for a heap of cheddar here.
Yeah, look at this.
17 million in the middle, and
My,
they're both pretty much covering each other.
got it all in.
Yeah, Danny may be deciding that Sam might have loosened up and be at it here, but he clearly wasn't.
3 bets to 3 mil, and they move all in for 9.6.
4 bet to 3 mil. I mean, he can't call this, can he?
No.
Oh, I thought he shoved.
I thought he had 2.
I thought the King Jack could put more chips in. I thought that has to be all of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the fact that there's so many numerical chips is confusing us here. Yeah, he basically 4 bet folded, which you don't see very often these days.
No. Question from that quiet: will you guys be doing the Irish Open in April? Dara, start with you.
Certainly, yeah. I've played the Irish Open every year since I started playing. This year won't be an exception. I've already won a satellite for it. We'll be showing up there. Optimistic as ever. My record in Irish Opens is appalling, but this is the year it's going to change.
Tower, is that one you come to?
I won't be working, but flight is booked.
Nice, so you'll be here to play?
I will be over here, not working, but I'll definitely be at the Irish Open.
Excellent. That's great.
Yourself?
Yeah, I'll be making the trip back from Malta. I think I'll come in probably the previous Wednesday or Thursday, do the last weekend of the Norwegian Championships, which are in the same venue, and then Irish Open week is pretty much a can't miss. In fact, my little boy was born, terrible family planning when I think back actually, born in April, and that's basically, like, I know it's Easter, so it's kind of a moving feast, but it's always going to be around then, so I really should have thought that one through. The only year I've missed the Irish Open was in fact the year he was born. But I have to keep missing his birthday, which is bad form. Did
your football team win the first game of the season or something? Is that it? Is that what it is? Celebrate the previous August.
It's it was a very poor.
Or was it a big poker festival in August and you thought that's it?
Yeah. Funnily enough, my missus doesn't get too excited about the prospect of a football match, so it wasn't that. Although they did say that, didn't they, at the when Ireland did well in the World Cup '90, there was a load of babies.
Baby boom, yeah, there was, yeah, a lot of 1990 babies.
There was something on Twitter a couple of weeks ago when was it Salah and Mane from Liverpool, both had children on the same day, and it was 9 months exactly from the Champions League final. Yeah, that was a tweet that was going around. They literally had children 1 day apart, but it was exactly 9 months away from the Champions League final. That quiet is going.
You never know with footballers. Has there been a paternity test done there? There is a bit of swapping, isn't there? In the football culture.
Yeah. Sometimes you can pick up the wrong keys.
So, any hopes we had of the people just going mental and getting all their chips in the middle after the deal was done? We still haven't seen a bust out.
Slim.
Yeah, they seem to have all just realised that they're just in a 900 quid sitting go now, and we're just going to be
getting all the TV time as well.
Which is probably the prize of the sit and go. You're going to be playing on Wednesday, isn't it?
Yeah.
Might be more. Might be more than we're getting. Yeah, we're not sure what the prize pool is, but yeah, I mean, this is one of the spots where
sometimes really just to have been a new thing now.
It's a new thing. Yeah, sometimes recreational players would just go, I've won 13 grand, 18 grand, 22 grand, whatever it is. Who cares about this? But a few weeks' time, you'll think back and think maybe I should have given that a better shot at winning that extra 4.5k. All these lads have obviously just mentally readjusted.
Yeah, Dara Davey says, come on, what the fuck, lads, just lamp it in and get on the beer.
Yeah.
I thought you'd had a bad week at poker. Look at that, eh? Watching the live stream, having a massage at the tables. These poker players, all they do is bring the game down. They talk about doom and gloom. Bad beat stories galore. No, not in the slightest. Dara's got the correct idea. That's exactly what we're thinking. There's actually a 45-minute dinner break scheduled after this level.
Yeah, any word if they're taking that dinner break or not?
It was scheduled after they'd done the deal.
Oh, so they shortened it a bit, but they kept it in. Okay.
So that quiet is going to the Irish Open for the first time. That is why he asked the question.
Okay, great stuff. Well, great to have you added to
it. It is a festival you will never forget.
Yeah. Almost as good as the Unibet Open.
Oh, hold a minute. 547 brownie points. There we go.
So what's happening here?
We've had a raise, a 3-bet, and Sam's in the tank with ace 10.
Jason's 3-bet's a 7-4 suited. This is enterprising.
Come to play.
Yeah. Jason we haven't seen any light 3-betting from Jason yet. So he's decided this is a spot to do it. He could get a lot of credit here. Ace 10's not the type of hand you like to call a 3-bet with.
Are we definitely sure about this? So Sam's reached 400 and Jason's put in 1.9. I don't believe this. This doesn't feel right.
Yeah, the graphics don't seem. Maybe the amounts are not right.
You can always watch it back.
But
Jason has taken down the pot.
I think he did 3-bet.
I'm a disbeliever that Joss is going to chop his stack here with 7-4 suited.
Sam raises to 400,000 under the gun.
Yeah.
What are the blinds now?
Stephen in the cuts off with King 7. Raises.
Stephen raised.
Cheeky 3-bet from Jason, certainly a possibility. Sticking in that many chips, not really in my book.
Well, he didn't quite chop his stack though. He had Jason's 5.1 million, and the 3-bet was
1.9.
No, I don't think it was 1.9.
That's what came up.
Yeah.
It says 3-bet to 1.9. I'm guessing that's what the dealer has told the action tracker.
Yeah, Dara, who seems to be on top of things, says it was a 3-bet, but it wasn't 1.9 million. Yeah, I think it was a smaller 3-bet.
It did. Yeah, but he didn't make it 1.9.
Yeah,
I could see him throwing in a cheeky 1.1.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it was. Yeah, so nice 3-bet from Jason. Don't know whether he picked up something on Sam there, but 7-4 suited is not a hand you can call with, but it makes a decent 3-bet. And Jason's done very little 3-betting, so he got a lot more credit there.
So the blind's up, 100,000, 200,000, 200k, big blind ante. There'll be 1, 2. They're heading towards being. They're heading to 120, 240, I don't believe. No, it can't be 240, can it? Will it be the old 125?
100k, 250k maybe?
Something like that.
Yeah, maybe the 25k chips are out of play now.
Yeah, that's right. 125, 250 the next level. Okay. Level number 41 of the tournament.
TBC suggests Dara doing a great interview with us here for a future commentary gig, which he may need because it looks like he's going bust in Talon.
Yep. and bring your lovely son too, by all means, Dara.
Stephen's got the boots. He just calls.
Oh, look at this. Oh, top set. The problem is it's very difficult to get paid now. But he has. No,
by
sorry.
Here, you think he's earned himself one C-bet.
Yeah.
I think he's earned himself the 1 C-bet. It's a very small, one big blind C-bet.
200k?
Yeah, he has bet that's the big blind now, right? 200k.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he has got the one big blind. Now he's pretending, what do I do now with my top set? What do I do with top set here? Oh, we just shoved it. Wow. And the 5 high will fold. David, I'll let you break that one down.
I'm struggling with that. It's a head scratcher there, I'm going to be honest. I like the flat. I think the flat's good because I think the 3-bet shove pre just
we're
you
so
get
shallow
through
as well.
too much.
Yeah.
You want to earn that extra bet, but I think I definitely would have called. I think top set's quite nice, and I might have been happy with that.
That's Brian wants to do.
I would have thrown some rope. Well, Dara Davies gone full emo in the chat now. He says, "I hate you all." Go listen to some of your crap music. Fuses death metal with jazz and make yourself feel
no,
better.
not Simpson, are we?
No, we're not even.
All right.
Four is 400,000.
Is it now we have to do it? Is it now we have to do it?
At the end of the next.
No, it's an hour and the next 50.
Yeah, it's in 50 minutes.
Okay, players in the below, you have 1 minute remaining break. Dealers, you have 2 more players at the table. Please start preparing your decks.
It'll be like 1 total 6.
Stuff like that. I don't think he puts a chip in the pot anyway. I just need to make up.
It's like you might have 10 jack and frame for a queen.
That's what he has though. He's going to really want to budge a million behind.
Okay, guys, go back to front. 3 6. Dealers, can you do please? Again, that's 3 6 in the below. Players, can I close the below?
So the old Anna Kournikova for Stephen, who's raised up.
But I can get her to go to the other place.
He's going to be raising up in seat number 8. Is the lot going in? Yes, it is. 3.5 mil at 1-2.
Yeah, just send the link to. Well, you check first the stuff that you do from it. Yeah, I sent it.
Raise with ace king, the jam gets it through. So it hasn't materialised that we're going to go absolutely bonkers, and the 4.5k will just be randomly handed to one of the players. No eliminations since.
Yep. Yeah, so I mean, they're not just playing on, of course, for the 4.5k. They're also playing on for the trophy and the prestige of being European Deepstack champion.
Trophy.
Yeah, we do have Fergal, we believe, watching in, the ultimate trophy hunter. Fergal used to talk about trophy equity, which is different from full equity, and but yeah, I think they would all still very much like to get their hands on the trophy and be the official winner. And of course, unless it's Stephen, the official winner will be the one who gets the most money as well. So sometimes you get deals where the guy who wins actually got less money than the guy who came third. But we're not going to have one of those this time unless Stephen manages to spin his shortest stack.
This could be a perfect time.
Yeah, great spot for Steve here.
Should be a raise coming in, and then a jam.
Yeah, if Andy does 3-bet, which he has decided to do from the small, it's going to be an auto jam here from Stephen, who's way too high up his range to consider anything else, particularly in a chip for chip scenario like we find ourselves now.
Yeah, this is very, very straightforward jam, and
it should get the job done. I don't think Andy's going to gamble it up here with King Queen.
Yeah, King Queen's the type of hand. It makes a good 3-bet because you're blocking the hands that will 4-bet you. But then when you do get 4-bet, you're basically crushed.
Is Andy calling because he wants all the chips?
He's getting a very good price, but he needs like roughly 40%. Yeah, King Queen's not going to really have 40% here, I don't think.
He's gambling.
Well, he's gambling. Going for it.
So we could have another double up for our short stack.
Yeah, Stephen has played very, very well. I mean, we've seen him up and down, and he did take that horrible beat against me early on day 2, and he's recovered from that and come all the way to the final table. Final table started very poorly for him as well, but he's hung in there, showing great temperament. And now, unless he gets unlucky, he's going to be right back in the hunt. He's all in for 4 million. Neither player has a heart in their hand, so the presence of 3 hearts just makes a chop possible now. And
nope,
that's a brick, so now we're just down to 3 kings for Andy.
Or a double up for the shorty, and it is.
A double up for the shorty it is.
Stephen.
And that turns it on its head pretty much.
8.5 mil.
Stephen is now up to 8.5. If you look at the chip count, Stephen now was second in chips. Shows how quickly he can swing. And Danny, who actually was the chip leader when the deal is done, is now in 5th place.
There you go. He's probably feeling quite good about that deal right now.
Yeah, I think he's feeling very good.
So the blinds are up 125k, 250k. Last level before the scheduled dinner break of 45 minutes. Maybe shorten the clock.
Yeah, I think shortening the clock would have been a good shout here. There's still a lot of prestige and 4.5k to be played for, but it's
obviously 500 you get more hands in anyway.
Yeah, it's not the same as if they were playing on for 35k, so I think it would make sense to shorten the clock.
But we carry on.
Twice 125. It's 250.
Oh, sorry, man.
One raise 560,000.
So flopper 753, Andy, who's here to gamble now. Is he the man that's going to be changing it all now the money has been set? I thought from the 4.5 to play for. Best of 5 PLO flips to sort out the winner. We're up for that.
Yeah.
We're up for that. It does lose a little bit of sparkle, doesn't it, when the deal's done?
It does a little bit, yeah.
Obviously, nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with they're not doing deals, and they're not there to give us entertainment. They're there to make money.
Yeah, it's their money at the end of the day. The players put the money into these things. That's the nature of poker tournaments.
Yeah.
Money isn't added. It's not. I mean, people say it's a sporting event, but in a sporting event, the money generally comes from outside the
Yes.
players' pockets.
Yeah.
It's the players who pony up the money. Ultimately, it's their money. I do think it's important that the deal be transparent to you, because if we were sitting here pretending that a deal hadn't been done, we'd be finding it very hard to explain why the players all came back from a break and started playing very, very differently.
And drinking beer.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that everybody knows, but yeah, it is a different tournament now. It's a 4,500 winner takes all sit and go.
Yeah.
So on we go. Still 5 players.
Blinds are 125,000, 250,000.
So that will make the stacks shallower, make it more likely we get pre-flop all-ins.
Yeah. Superb tournament, 362 runners were down to 5. 130 making day 2 yesterday. And 11 playing made day 3. So we've gone from 11 to 5 in 6 hours. Which means, going at that rate, we'll finish at 1 a.m. Don't look at me like that, I'm only going through mathematics. There we go, there's the blackcurrant and lemonade. Birthday boy.
And why not?
Absolutely.
Yeah, great birthday for Sam. Sam's definitely going to remember this birthday. So Danny's got Queen Jack off suit in the cutoff. He's going to open this. Sam has 10-9 suited on the button and lots of chips. Danny's shallow now, so Danny is basically down to 16 big blinds. So 10-9 suited. We can't really 3-bet this because then we're committed to calling. So Sam has decided to call in position. Round to Jason in the big blind. Let's see what he has. Jason got ace jack. This is spot for Jason here. Jason could go for this.
Great spot.
Yeah. Yeah. Jason's considering his options now. There's 1.6 million in the pot. Jason only has 5 million. He can add a third to his stack if he shoves and gets this through. He has a hand which will be very competitive if called. I expect Jason to just move all in here. Jason's moved all in. Danny, I can't imagine he's going to call off with Queen Jack off, unless he really is just in gamble mode. And Sam, I imagine he's going to fold the 10-9 suited as well. And he does. I don't know what you think there, but it's a slightly sloppy call from Sam on the button there, with Jason stacked behind, and the fact that Danny was also shallow. 10-9 suited doesn't really have the implied odds there with the stack depths.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think a bit deeper is a completely different kettle of fish in that spot.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Set up a great spot for Jason. Jason added almost a third of his stack there with no showdown.
Amazing.
Adrian Kelly says, come on Sam, great coverage lads, respect for the other lads, but also up the birthday boy.
Thank you, Adrian.
Cheers, Adrian.
Sam's opened the King Jack suited in the cutoff. Stephen has 4-3 suited on the button. He's reaching for chips. But yeah, I think he
thinks against it.
Mischief is in mind. But lets it go. Jason's gonna. We did see him 3-bet to 7-4 before, but that's what we call a low frequency play. He's not going to do it every time he has 7-4, even though it worked last time. And we're down to the big blind now. Andy has the ace-2 suited, so that's definitely a call.
Yes. Flop time.
Flop time.
Diamond, spade, 3-10-9.
2 overs and a gut shot for the king jack and a backdoor flush draw. The nut flush draw for the ace-2, and the ace high is going to be good a lot of the time, as it is here. So this is an action flop.
There's a big bet coming in from Sam.
Yeah, and Andy's shown a willingness to gamble since we've done this deal, probably the most willing to do so, so we could see him bloat this pot.
Yeah. Yeah, facing a big bet, this is a good spot, I think, to check raise now, because there's a lot out there. In fact, the pot's 2.4 million, Andy only has 5.9 million behind, so...
Might just go with it.
He might just go with it here, knowing he has great equity even if he runs into a hand. And if he gets a fold, it's massive. He adds 40% to his stack.
You can get some better hands to fold right now. You have a lot of outs if called.
Yeah.
There's a lot out there.
The lot's in.
And he has decided all in is the way to go. I like this, to be honest.
Yeah, this is a great play from Andy. I think the fact that Sam bet so big set this up, basically. Sam obviously wanted to take the pot down there and then with his king high, but unfortunately he's created a spot now where he's going to have to fold away quite a bit of equity if he folds.
Yeah, other hands Andy might do this with are, I don't know, maybe like a king 10. He might just feel like he wants to go with it.
Queen jack.
Queen jack makes a lot of sense, so I wonder if that's why Sam did take a few moments over what seemed like a fairly easy fold.
Yeah, I think we can actually be ahead of some of the hands that shove. 8-7 might shove as well, so it's a really horrible spot. After you get shoved on, you kind of think, why didn't I check behind and take my free card or bet a smaller amount?
Yeah, as you said, Dara, the larger c-bet there sort of created the favourable risk-reward situation for Andy.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where like often people will bet bigger because they want to take the pot there down there and then, but actually you're just creating a situation where you're more likely to get shoved on because you put more chips out there.
Final 5. Dublin Poker Festival European Deepstack. The final 5. Money has been set apart from 4.5. That's what they're playing on for. Wow, you had a walk. Wow. Can you just nip down next door and see if they do sleeping bags?
We could be here a while. Now the chip leader though only has 30 big blinds, so they've been playing 5-handed for so long that the stacks have gotten shallower. The blinds are starting to creep up on them. Nobody's super short yet though, so it could be a while before we can see the fifth person out, but the blinds will eventually force them into these confrontations.
And confirmation there from Twitter, Thirsty Payday, Adam Neal finished third for 4,100 after a deal in the 300 side event this weekend, and he has committed to more life poker this year. He really enjoyed himself.
Good man. If you like a little bit of a flutter, ticking in a little piece of Adam when he offers it out to people.
Oh, did you have a piece?
Isn't the worst thing. No, I was too late.
There's some happy investors out there.
I was too late. Yeah. if you could do worse than looking straight at Adam Neal. He does tend to offer little percentages out on social media. Check him out.
Yeah, that's something you will often see from the younger generation of poker players these days, whether it is because some of them twitch and it's kind of a good way to keep your audience interested if they have a little piece of the sweat. If it's because maybe, in this day and age, let's be honest, coming up the way in poker, particularly if you're just trying to build a bankroll, it's no harm if you want to take some shots in some live events that are very profitable, but maybe your role can't take
Absolutely. Well, talking about Twitch, he's actually just come off Twitch because he said he was affecting his game.
Yeah, I think he announced his retirement from Twitch about a month ago.
Does lads announced his retirement? Jesus. What is he, like 19 and a half years of age? Retire. I've decided to retire from this platform.
I'd like to take this opportunity to announce my retirement from international football.
I actually don't know when I retired. I also retired from Twitch, but I don't think I ever formally announced it, and I don't remember I don't remember my last stream or what I said on it. I imagine I just went...
Did you know it was your last stream at the time?
I imagine I just walked away from the camera with a gin and tonic in my hand and never came back. And there might be there's maybe still somebody watching that stream. It's just
it was less glorious than that.
It's just a webcam of the wall in my bedroom.
Do you even remember if you knew it was your last stream?
No, I definitely didn't know.
Yeah.
I prayed. I hoped it would be.
Yeah.
I prayed that it might. I prayed that every stream could be the last one.
So Donna's doing double Twitch duty as she's doing Daddy. Ian is streaming as well.
Oh,
well, I hope you've
speaking of streaming for Unibet,
I
go check out Ian Simpson.
Absolutely.
He hasn't slept in about 8 days.
And I hope you picked his playlist because his playlist is absolute tosh.
If Meatloaf and Really Bad Metal is your cup of tea, then get along and Kibini Company.
Yep.
Sleeplessini. I can only imagine what Sleeplessini is like, given how much that man likes to sleep.
I wonder if Baby Adeline will make an appearance on the stream today. That might be reason enough to tune in.
Yeah.
Check it out there, guys. If you are a fan of Ian Simpson, well, first of all, obviously you don't have much going on in your lives, and secondly, Sunday, go check him out. It's slim pickings out there. Go check it out. He does have bags under his eyes, confirmed. Donna's checked.
Oh, well done, Donna. Well done.
She also says my streams were hilarious. Yeah, but it's hilarious in a way that it's really fun to look at something cracking up at the seams through the misery of not wanting to be there.
Yeah, I normally agree with Donna on everything. I didn't find them hilarious. I found them really, really sad. I often felt the need to ring David afterwards and make sure he was okay, that he hadn't hung himself immediately after coming off Twitch.
That'd be like so Dave, you didn't say anything for the last 40 minutes of that stream. There were no words spoken.
Yeah.
Are you alright?
It'd be like a beat, and then he would just stop talking and you would just see for 20 minutes, and then the screen would go dead.
Just walk away. Oh, hang on. You owe me money for your streams, TBC says. I subbed for Django emotes and never got them. Yeah, you can swing for it, mate. I couldn't care less. I told you not to pay any money. I told you not to subscribe. In fact, whenever anyone subscribed, I usually ban them, so be grateful that never happened to you.
So we've got two Ace Kings here. I guess we're getting it in. But
this should be much ado about nothing in the end.
Yeah, I mean, all 4 suits are live, so if there's a 4 flush out there, somebody's going to lose a huge pot in a very sick way, but otherwise it'll be a chop nearly always. Jason with the Ace-8 offsuit is going to get out of the way. Samuel will make the call, and we have
a huge anticlimax.
Huge.
Huge.
Unless we get 3 cards all the same.
That would be a sweat. Yeah, at least put 2 of the same.
Or 2 of the same. If we get a rainbow flop, it's over.
Okay.
2 spades. Okay, so the king of spades has now picked up the free roll.
Boring.
Well, they both picked up a gut shot.
2 pair. Yeah, me too.
2 pair. 2. Oh, that's the same 2 pair. Jason wandering off to the side there, looking.
Actually, to more TBC there on the Django emotes. Now that you're a member of the Unibet team, you can make them. I assume you'll probably get the passwords and whatever. You can create some Django emotes. We can make it happen. It's really exciting. I'm really pumped about this Django emotes thing. It's made me so happy. Yeah, I was probably one of the most. In fact, I don't want to suggest for a moment that I didn't give it my best, because I did show up for all my streams and I did try and create some good content to be entertaining, but I just didn't like it. Is the honest answer. I don't think people want to watch a sort of a 38-year-old on Twitter. No offense to Ian Simpson, who looks like he's 38. He's actually only 33.
Yeah, I think it was. I also think Twitch, you need at least to be able to fake enthusiasm, and you weren't very good at faking enthusiasm. So natural enthusiasm is obviously the best, but if you can't do natural enthusiasm, you need to be at least fake it, rather than just sitting there drinking gin morosely.
So we've just hit the 3-hour mark, 500.
That is incredible. That is incredible. You would think these
I
lads
could have
were
been in
playing
the
for a
Omaha,
massive
I could have been out the Omaha, I could have been back in the Omaha.
I think they've got nittier since the money became less significant.
They're like, oh no, it's winner takes it's 4.5 or nothing.
That
now.
actually happens sometimes.
Yeah.
It really does.
I mean, 4,500 is still a significant amount of money to all of these guys. And to their backers.
Mick Lamont says, I thought you were funny. Yeah, ha funny.
See, what they could do, whether it's good bankroll management or not, is split it 5 ways and play the Unibet Open next week.
Yeah, I think that's
just saying.
Yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense. And the stacks are quite even now, but obviously there's still the trophy to be played for, and the glory of being 2020 European Deepstack champion.
It is a big tournament in the calendar.
So since the deal is done, we've seen a complete turnaround. Danny, who was the chip leader and got the biggest payout, is now the shortest stack. Stephen has been up and down, and he's back down to second shortest now. Jason has played super steady, picked really good spots. He's hung in the middle. And Sam is now the chip leader. Who's your money on, David?
Jason. Sorry. I'm just seeing more TBC here. He says, I thought your Twitch streams were award-winning. The disdain for each and every viewer was great. I would look and I'd be like, oh, there's 30 of you now. Oh, get a life, lads. Just find something else to do, for God's sake.
Yeah.
I thought there was something in that, though. I thought I could have really broke a niche there of the streamer who was like, it was almost like he was held prisoner and didn't want to be there.
Yeah,
he would enjoy that.
I think it was a much better idea in theory than it was in practice. In practice, it was just very, very sad, particularly for people who knew you and kind of liked you. But for
that's like you say, people. I don't know. I'm trying to.
But I think even people who didn't like you couldn't really take any great pleasure in it, because it was like a long, slow, dripping torture rather than you getting your eyeballs gouged out.
Yeah. Really was. Now I have to say a lot of credit to the guys who stream and can make it work.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't my cup of tea, I'll be honest. I prayed for the day that the Twitch chip race became significant enough culturally that I could move away from Twitch streaming in a justifiable way.
Yeah.
But no, credit to obviously Ian Simpson and David Van der Hayden who do it for Unibet. I know Adam Neal obviously did a little bit. Jamie Nixon.
Yeah. Shout out to Jamie. Jamie's actually genuinely enthusiastic for streaming, so I think it's a good fit for Jamie. Yeah, a lot of good streamers out there now, and it has gotten bigger. Jesus, he's over there. Look at him. Gearns.
We're up here. We're on there. We're on there, sir. He didn't get rid of us.
Okay, I've got a replacement. So
we're just making our dinner plans there, under the assumption that Tower had cut us off. Apologies there, guys. He walked away, making it seem like he'd cut the mic. He hadn't. So yeah, we're making our dinner plans. Actually, we might be making them prematurely because there's talk now of them not doing dinner. So we're going to try and figure that out. I suppose it kind of makes sense if they want to get it over with, but it's not like they're making great progress at that so far.
So yeah, we have made our dinner plans now, so we're back. You've got our full attention. David and I will be disappearing for dinner in 40 minutes. We're trying to line up.
TBC said, "You're not kidding anyone." Lappin's obviously getting a Deliveroo of Bomba.
Yeah, that too. But yeah, we're hoping to line up Brendan Naughton, who was 14th, 15th yesterday.
14th. I came 13th.
14th. Yeah, he was 13th. He also runs a lot of poker events around Ireland, so he'll be very entertaining to listen to. He was very entertaining at the table. He was the guy who was decided that the criteria whether you want to knock somebody out of the tournament was whether they like Journey or not, which seems reasonable. I'm sure he'll keep you entertained while myself and David disappear off to dinner in about 40 minutes.
Jason with the Django's. He's not going to get any action, unfortunately, this time. Just picks up the blinds and antes. Squeaked his way all the way to 8.2 million now. Jason Tompkins, is he second place right now? He might be. Keeps a low profile. We saw that audacious move with the 7-4 earlier. Apart from that, it's been just solid poker. And
super solid. And the 7-4 was a well-chosen spot. He hadn't done it. It's interesting when you see the entire final table, because we've seen that Jason played really, really solid. If this was a highlights reel, that hand would have made the thing and people would have thought maybe Jason was doing that all the time. But the reason why it worked is Jason basically hadn't done it light 3-bet all final table and therefore got much more credit than his hand deserved.
Absolutely right, Dara. And I suppose that is the secret to poker, really, is the occasional well-timed sort of step out, which means people know it's in your game, means they can't fully assume you're, always got it.
Yeah, but
they can't always assume that you don't always have it because you have it a lot.
Yeah, if you do it too much, that's actually easy to play against too, because then people can just call more.
So do we know, are they going to take a dinner break?
They are indeed at the end of this level.
Excellent stuff.
It is confirmed, 45-minute dinner break at the end of this level.
Well, what Dara and I think we'll do is we'll go for that dinner break. We'll probably not be back within 45 minutes. That seems a bit tight for dinner, but we will be back as soon as we can. In the meantime, we do have a substitute, a very good substitute, who's going to come in and join Tower for, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes to an hour, and then Dara and I might be back before the end of proceedings.
Yep, so we're hoping Brendan isn't in the building at the moment.
If you see any of the finalists on the dinner break, can you just tell them that my ferry's at 2? Please, thank you very much.
Yeah, the tower needs to be out of here at 2, so please finish this up. And
that's tomorrow afternoon. That's not tonight. It isn't a overnight crossing. To be fair, they're saving me a lot of money, because if we'd had an early finish with 5 and we could have split it, would have been at Temple Bar.
Oh, okay.
And we'd have spent a fortune.
€9 points there.
£9. Yeah. We'd have spent a fortune.
And actually, you're British, so they make it $9.50.
Yeah, they look at you and think, yeah, you're not Irish. That's another dollar.
Brexit special.
Absolutely. Yeah, so you're actually saving me money. So if you carry on till about 11, that'll do nicely to finish off with a couple of pints here rather than head down into town. Because it's also €30 on a rickshaw to come back.
That poor horse.
we actually came back on one at the IPO, and the guy got off the rickshaw and choked in the car park. We told him not to do it. We told him to take breaks. We're not rushing back. It was a lovely evening.
Uphill as well?
Yeah, uphill, all the way uphill. We told him not to. Don't rush. Take your time. Don't want to stop. No, I'm fine.
How much did he charge you for that?
Yeah, €30.
Jesus.
Yeah. It was his first job of the day. And it was his last job of the week, I think. Yeah, they're all right, them rickshaws. They're pretty fast.
So in the meantime, Jason limped the 4-3 and took it down with 4 high on the flop with a bet against Andy. Jason's going about his business very, very quietly now, but chipping up. I feel like Jason is the shorter hand that this gets, the bigger Jason's skill edge will get over the players. And now that he actually has got some chips to play with, he's been very, very patient. I think he's in a great spot. David already tipped him to win. He would be my tip now as well. I mean, he was at the start, but
yeah. He's played well.
And he's also, I would say the longer this goes on, the more likely Jason is to win. He'll just grind them down. He's used to playing long sessions. He's put in very long cash sessions. He's a cash game player as well. So stamina or endurance won't be an issue for Jason.
So 10 entrants now in our Unibet Open satellite here. So if anyone does fancy jumping in that one, you have a bit of time still. I think you might have another 40 minutes or so to get in and win yourself a Unibet Open seat for next week.
IVQ asks what odds Jason is to win 5-handed. I believe he's got about a fifth of the chips now. So I don't know.
I'd say maybe like 28% of the time, 29% of the time.
Yeah, I was going to say 7-2. So that's in that region. Yeah, 28% maybe.
It's thin margins in tournament poker. Obviously, as Dara said at the very start of this final table, the cards will often be the major factor in dictating who does what. But it's all about those small edges, those value bets missed, those value bets made, those hero calls, those huge folds. And when it comes down to it, the players with all the experience who've been there before are probably more likely to get those really tough ones right, and they can often be the difference.
Totally, yeah. I mean, we saw Jason win a pot there with 4 high out of position. Those are the spots that make the difference at the end of the day. Jason now up to second in chip. Sam is still the chip leader. Andy's drifted back. Stephen's been up and down. He's now the second shortest. Danny, who was the chip leader when they were doing the deal, is now short. He's actually showing visible signs of tiredness as well. It's been a long haul for these guys. We had a long day 1. We had a long day 2. I mean, nobody knows better than my co-commentator David, who played almost all of it.
Who hurled at the fourth break. Sat under a pair of sunglasses for 3.5 hours.
Yeah. And then jumped straight into the high roller last night. So 2 very long days for David. These guys came back today at 12 and they still find themselves 5-handed on the final table.
Yeah, as it should be. Poker tournaments should be a little bit of a marathon. Sometimes that can get out of hand with like 14-15 hour days. We haven't seen any of that. I really like the structure and the schedule here, but the structure in the way that the blinds have incrementally creeped up the whole way through, smooth as you like, is a wonderful touch. The fact that we've remained deep stacked until probably now actually, and now we've had a bit of a log jam since we got 5-handed. If we'd had the same attrition rate, we'd probably be 3 or 4-handed by now, and you'd still be feeling the deep stacks. But only 10 hours of poker each day, 12-hour days total, including the breaks, and that's kind of what poker players probably anticipate. To be honest, more than that, they find it tough. Less than that, they're kind of surprised by a shorter day, frankly.
Yeah, actually, I did hear. I think it was Dave Kelly saying he would have liked day 1 to be a bit longer, which certainly surprised me that anybody thought that the 10 hours of play was on the shorter side. But I think people are used to long day 1s now. Glenn Keogh in the chat is asking if I want to wager on Jason.
Well, we know the future here. Be careful, sir.
Yeah, be careful. Yeah.
Oh, I've taken them bets before.
Remember, there's a 30-minute delay, but we are almost able to see the feature table from where we are, and I'm obviously in contact with Jason, so it wouldn't be fair for me to take a bet.
We see here Jason opening things up now. He's raised it to 500 with the Queen Eye now.
Yeah,
Andy in the cutoff looks like he's going to do a 3-bet.
Yeah, good 3-bet here from Andy. Andy may be getting information about that Jason is loosened up now.
The gear change, yeah.
3-betting the 7-4 suited.
Presents a spot for all of the remaining guys who all have stacks that could go with. Oh, Danny's got exactly the type of hand you might consider if you had a little bit more.
Yeah.
If you had 6 million, this might be very attractive.
Yeah. He has no fold equity here really on a shove, so I think he's going to have to make a side call unless he just feels like gambling.
Yeah, I think
he has made a correct call.
6 million stack, it's almost like the dream spot, but 4.7 just not so much. And Jason's, I don't think, going to make a move here. He's not going to let it go immediately, maybe study the spot a little bit, but I would anticipate that Andy's propensity to put 1.3 million here of his 5.6. We know he's actually doing it with his ace blocker, and he's probably going to fold to a shove, but I don't think Jason's going to make the huge move here.
Yeah, this is very much characteristic of Jason's game. As I said before, Jason's not a stubborn player. I mean, you've known Jason for as long as I have. Have you ever seen Jason blow up?
No, I've never seen Jason blow up at all. I have seen, as you said, those selectively aggressive moments. Often not for his entire stack as well. Often, you know, probing away, sort of implying that he might go as an entire stack but won't. So, you know, they're sometimes the most effective bets.
Yeah, if Jason was a boxer, he'd be very much his game would be based very much around the jab. He likes to play a lot of small pots, make a lot of controlled aggressive moves, but he doesn't generally put all the chips in on a mad one.
Around about 16 minutes to go until the end of this session and the 45-minute dinner break. You two guys are taking a break after the dinner break.
We'll probably just take a slightly longer dinner break. If they're only doing 45, I'm not sure we could get our main courses in that time.
Main courses.
Oh, well, you
courses.
Courses. Do you only have one main course? Yeah, oh no. So starter, and then main course, second main course.
And then after we'll repair to the smoking garden.
Yeah, I think we'll probably take something like an hour to an hour and 20 minutes, and hopefully you'll have some company.
But Brendan's on his way to keep you company.
Good old Brendan. Is this who we don't know, Brendan Norton?
Brendan Norton, yeah.
Who was part of the chop pot.
Exactly.
Yeah, there'll be two big lads on the commentary. Don't worry, you might find it struggle to get a word in edgeways with Brendan. He's a fine talker. He could talk for Ireland.
So Brendan Norton will be joining us. Any questions about the chop pot, let us know. But we will, in about 15 minutes, go to a 45-minute dinner break. I'll have to stick the clip on what's a 60-minute dinner break, but it is only 45 minutes, so we'll be back around about 7:30.
So Dara, who do you like for the sit and go now next week? We're obviously playing an ambassador sort of battle royale. Ian Simpson unlikely to make the journey. That probably limits us down to 8 or 9 participants.
Yeah.
Alex Rayar, obviously, bit of quality there. The man from our French stable. You must be fancying it though yourself as a sit and go maestro.
Yeah, 10 years ago maybe.
Oh, that's fair. Oh, look at him. He's trying to get better odds. This is what we're working on here.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the structure is. I presume it's going to be pretty fast.
Would you make yourself favourite?
No, I would not
Second
make myself
favourite.
Charlotte's done very, very well in these sit and goes, if you remember. And you obviously have a lot of experience in 45 mans. In fact, I think our first encounter was in 45 mans back in the day on Full Tilt.
Yes, it was a memorable encounter.
It was indeed for both of us. And
Espen's not too shoddy.
Espen is definitely not too shoddy. Espen's done a huge amount of work on certain final tables and ICM scenarios. I think it's going to be a very high quality. I certainly wouldn't make myself favourite. I think any of the people I mentioned there, Alex obviously.
I think I'd make you and Alex joint favourites. I think I'd make Espen third, and I'd like to think I might slip in there, sort of middle of the pack, fourth favourite.
Yeah.
If I was putting a book down, like.
We were talking about this yesterday. The last one of these was actually when we were all announced as ambassadors in London at the start, and I believe Charlotte won that occasion.
Charlotte beat Victor heads up. I came third.
You were third, yeah.
And they were the only money spots anyway.
Yeah.
Other people who may participate in this one include Monica.
Monica is a very, very good player. Monica's a really underrated player.
She's very underrated.
Very,
very mixed player. Actually.
What I really should be asking is who's the worst.
Well,
who do you think would finish ninth?
Simpson's not there, so.
Who's the gambler amongst you?
Who's the gambler amongst us?
Yes.
Okay, who's the most likely to go at first? I guess that's the question.
Well, that was Simpson.
It definitely was Simpson, yeah, for sure.
By the way, if you're enjoying watching us take lumps out of Simpson and you really want to see more of that, go to his stream right now. I'm sure all his opponents are doing the same thing. Well, I suppose you have to look at the people who are probably more willing to play the higher wire style, the more aggressive style, and maybe Espen's in that mix. Yeah,
I guess Espen is the most likely. He's not because he's the worst player, but just he'll take the more chances.
Who's not going to take it seriously?
I think everybody will take it seriously because
No,
there's
there's a
money
few
on the
quid in the
line.
line.
Okay,
Yeah, I think we all will.
But you know what? Even if there wasn't much money on the line, and hopefully there'll be a few, Bob. We haven't been told the prize pool yet. I think there is a bit of sort of ambassador rivalry between the teams. People want to, reach the top of that one. So.
Like it.
No, it should be a fun occasion. Look, obviously it is a small sort of curtain opener to the festival, and I think it'll make for some very entertaining live stream coverage. I think Henry Kilban will be here to cover the event, which will be great fun.
TBC says, will there be a book on the...
I hope so. That's what I'm trying to... Can't you see that's what I'm
There
trying
was
to do
last
here? I'm trying to induce the book.
There was last time, I remember, on Unibet.
If anyone wants to have a really big bet, I'm willing to take it fall in any spot wherever you want. Lappin it falls down in the third round. Now, joking aside, now it is a bit of fun when they add a book to it, and they may well do that. They've done that for the esports.
They've certainly done it for the esports, and it used to be possible to get value because the spread of abilities, let's say, in the esports players was much wider than among the pros. There were some guys who barely knew the hand rankings, and there were other guys who were actually pretty accomplished poker players, guys who played quite a lot online.
For sure.
So if you got on one of those, you had a much better chance.
Well, if you have an interest in betting on the sit and go, I would encourage you to lobby Unibet Poker for the next couple of days. There is time to get a book up and running for that. I think it's a great idea, and I think it would add to the interest. Much more fun to rail that one if you got a tenner on someone.
Yeah. So Jason has a spot here. He checked all the flop with middle pair. Ace on the turn went check, and now Andy's value bet the river. The fact that Andy checked the turn might earn him the call here. It's harder to think he'd hit the ace and then didn't bet.
Jason's some man for piecing the puzzle together, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't make any quick moves here. He's thinking the whole thing through. He's asking himself,
sick fold.
Oh, look at this. That's a sick fold. That is a sick fold. Well played, Jason Tompkins. I think most of us would have paid off there going, well, I don't think he has the ace.
Yeah, the check on the turn just disguised it really well.
That's why it's so hard to play against players like Jason, because they just don't give it up.
No.
So first wager down, more TBC has 37 pence left on his Unibet account. He's going to stick that on Lappin to be out by level 4.
I checked mine yesterday. It's 37 pence more than mine.
That is zeros.
I had to find my account yesterday. I might have to deposit once more. It's been a while.
I think it definitely adds to the fun of things if people watching on the stream can have their fiver and tenner and responsible sized amount of bets on their favourite ambassador. Should be a bit of fun. There will be lots of great live stream coverage coming to you next week, by the way, guys. If you do tune in to the Unibet Open stream, you will not just have the ambassador sit and go, you're also going to see the high roller day 2, I believe. We're going to have pretty extensive coverage from the high roller this time round. I'm really glad to see that, I gotta say. That's something I've been internally lobbying for a long time in Unibet. I kind of feel like those 2K events that we have usually showcase the best players who come to the festivals, and you want to put them on the live stream and show off the best possible hands, the best quality of play that could be out there. Also, a fairly good chance you'll see some of the ambassadors on a final table of that, because they are small field events, and the chances of one of the ambassadors making it all the way is pretty high.
Indeed.
On top of that, you're going to have the usual 4 days of fantastic non-stop coverage of the Unibet Opens day 1, 2 and 3. We of course have 2 day 1s. David Van der Hayden and Henry Kilban will be bringing you at least 10 hours of coverage every day.
Yeah.
So do tune into that.
Yeah, we'll be popping in and out as our playing schedules allow us as well. Jason opens the A7. Andy on the button with the Queen Jack suited. This is a hand he could call. Can also 3-bet it, put the pressure on. He has elected to call. It's a hand it plays very well as a call, and that's one of the reasons why players generally prefer calling rather than 3-betting, because if you 3-bet and get shoved on, you hate having to fold it. Set up a spot for Danny now, though. Danny's in the small blind with ace-8, and he has less than 20 bigs, so he could potentially have thought about shoving there, but he's let it go. Sam is probably going to call in the big blind with his queen-jack. So we've 2 queen-jacks against an ace-7. Sam does make the call. So 3-way to the flop. The A7's obviously in great shape here, but they don't know each other's hands, so a lot's going to depend. So the
10-6, 4, 2 spades is the flop.
Massive whiff, really.
Everybody's whiffed, yeah. The A7's moved further ahead, but doesn't really love this flop. This kind of hits the other players' ranges.
Yeah, Jason does have a few backdoors to play with here, but it's pretty ugly.
Yeah, he'd prefer to have the ace of spades rather than the 7 of spades for backdoor potential, but he might take a stab here with his backdoors.
Now, Andy does have the backdoors with the queen jack here. Is this ever a float, Darren?
Yeah, you can certainly justify floating here because he's got the club. There's a club on the board as well. So a club, a king or a 9 give him a strong draw on the turn.
I suppose it comes down to, like, they're not deep anymore. Like,
No,
a little
no.
bit deeper, certainly a float just seems super reasonable
Yeah,
here.
it would do, yeah. I think
Because of the shallowness of this, it kind of feels like you're putting quite a bit in to test the guy out.
Yeah, 100 bigs deep. This is a fairly routine float, I think. But this shallow, it's a lot different.
Now, we know Tompkins will pull the trigger on some turn cards, but he will be forced to shut down on a decent number of turn cards too, I feel.
Yeah.
Andy gets out of the
And
way.
it does
Sam
get the
gets
job
out of the
done.
way.
Great work,
Well
Jason
done,
Tompkins.
Jason, yeah. Didn't get the best board, but took his courage in his hands, bet, and took it down.
Moves up to 7.8 million.
Middle of the pack now, Danny.
Yeah, 40 bigs is big stack, 18 bigs is short stack. Heading towards the 45-minute dinner break, around about 3 minutes' time. Dara and David off on a romantic meal for 2.
We might be
That's
joined
with-
by our
with
better
multi-
halves.
with-
It's actually going to be
With multiple main courses.
multiple main courses, partners, and a child, a small child in tow, yeah.
But we'll be back at 7, just around about 7:30 p.m. with more of the same. 5 players for 3 hours and 30 minutes. We could have been in the Temple Bar, jigging with the guy with the guitar in the corner. But no,
No, we're here.
we
It's
are
five-handed.
we're in the corner
Where-
of the Bollington Hotel.
I've almost forgotten what it's like to see somebody getting eliminated from a tournament. This seems like the poker version of the Jean-Paul Sartre play,
No exit.
No Exit. And that's
Hell
completely
is
lost.
other players.
Yeah, hell is other players, yeah.
Oh, look at us with our philosophical references. That
Yeah, we
literally 0 people in the chat are
definitely
getting.
lost the
We
entire
are
Twitch
literally the
audience
definition of a pair of wankers
talking
right
about
now.
French existentialists.
Oh, it's a high caliber stream here. Click on Dublin Poker Festival if you want to listen to some musings about obscure French existentialist plays.
And Ian Simpson music.
It's one or the other with Unibet. It's
Actually-
either the highest levels of culture or a Simpson playing Meatloaf in a cat den.
Well, a very good point from Morty BZ in chat. He said you could tune into Ian's stream if you want to see bust outs. Bust outs are plenty on the Ian stream.
Is this the last stand of the session?
Didn't realise Emma was feeding on stream. Oh, come on, that's a
no.
classic bit of wordplay. No one's going to get that. That's just so good. That's the kind of material that could have been used by Roy Chubby Brown back in his worst days, and Jimmy Carr now, ironically.
Benny Hill. Yeah, this looks like the last player hand of the session because Andy's standing up getting his coat.
He is.
Andy's
I'm sorry, Stephen.
Andy's come prepared for much colder conditions than we're actually experiencing in the Bonington. He's been wearing a bobbly hat throughout the entire
Yeah,
final
the snow that's
table.
forecast Thursday. Maybe he looked at
Yeah.
the wrong day.
But in the meantime, we have a pot between. Is Jason thinking mischief here with the 7-5? No, he's just going to call. So three-way pot, A7, Ace King, and 7-5 suited.
Last hand of the session, and then a 45-minute break.
And Jason flopped open-ended, but he's up against Ace King. This could get juicy.
This could get juicy. Now, I think Jason will probably take the passive roll as he proceeds, at least for the first street.
Yeah, Danny's going to bet his top pair on one. It's a fairly draw-heavy board. A lot of gut shots, 7-5, 5-3 are both open-ended.
Yeah.
Diamonds.
The good news for Jason here is, if he hits, he's getting a lot.
He's getting a lot, yeah, because he's so disguised.
Like, if a 3-ball rolls off here, there's no way Danny sees that coming.
Might be.
Now, Jason might also be thinking, there's only 3.5 million behind, there's some fold equity. If I shove, maybe I get jacks to fold. Maybe I get, some ace X's that are winning right now to fold. Maybe it's worth just putting them to the test and taking my 30% if I'm wrong. No, he has decided to go the low variance route, as we first predicted.
You can also, you can set up a check raise on the turn, although that's not necessarily the card you want to check raise the turn with.
Although, combinatorically, that makes it less likely that Danny has a king. Would you ever lead out in Jason's shoes now? Sort of rep that king.
That's an interesting line. That's definitely better than the check raise, because most of Andy's bets now will be King X, I think, because a lot of his hands will just shut down. Like if he has a pair here, there's no real reason to bet this card.
Sure.
If he has ace high, he's probably not going to bet the card either. He's just going to see what happens on the river. So alarm bells may go off in Jason's head now that he's actually up against a king here.
And these are the types of spots that we've seen Jason just make the really solid pass here. Figure this is not the hill to die on. Let's just play another hand.
Yeah, some of his outs are compromised as well. Sometimes he's already up against a boat, and hitting the straight is no good. The diamond could potentially, in some worlds, make a flush for the other guy. So his hand has shriveled up in value on the paired board.
And remember, the original c-bet was into 2 players, gives it a bit more credibility. Admittedly, a king-high board, very favourable to the original opener anyway.
Yeah, Jason's given this very careful consideration.
Only 2.1 million behind. So it looks like there's no fold equity. Of course, we know Danny's someone who's capable of making this bet with kind of a no equity hand, feeling like, well, I could just toss it away and keep the 2 million for a spin.
Yeah, I think this is a polarized bet. He either has a king or better, or he has nothing. The problem is when he has a king or better, our straight draw might not even be good.
Jason deep in the tank here, trying to work out
difficult decision
if
here.
Indeed this is one of those bets that if he raises here with just 7 high, is there a chance he could actually get Danny to fold that additional 2 million?
It's harder to get people to fold as well when there are 2 diamonds out there, because obviously there are other draws apart from the 7-5. If this was a rainbow board, it would be more believable that you had a made hand if you check raise.
Yeah, you put all the pieces together, I think you end up with a fold from Jason, and I think that's what we're going to see Jason do ultimately. But again, always one to take his time, ponder all the possibilities.
Good fold, and that's the end of the session. Enjoy your dinner, you two. Thanks for being here with us for this final. We're still on 5, back at 7:30.
for you then. What cup do you like? For you then. What cup do you like? For you then. What cup do you like? for you then. What tough deal, look.
More enjoyable when you don't.
Oh yeah, I've got it. Bye-bye. Lucky for you then. What tough deal, look.
More enjoyable when you don't.
Oh yeah, I've got it. Bye-bye. Lucky for you then. What tough deal, look.
More enjoyable when you don't.
Oh yeah, I've got it. Bye-bye. Oh. Welcome. for you then. What tough deal.
You won the last one already? Okay.
I put 15 and I had like...
That's definitely healthy.
More enjoyable when you don't.
Welcome.
Don't want to see you for a while.
Oh yeah, I've got it. Lucky for you then. What tough deal.
You won the last one already? Okay.
I put 15 and I had like...
That's definitely healthy.
More enjoyable when you don't.
Welcome.
Don't want to see you for a while.
Oh yeah, I've got it. Lucky for you then. What tough deal.
You won the last one already? Okay.
I put 15 and I had like...
That's definitely healthy.
More enjoyable when you don't.
Welcome.
Don't want to see you for a while.
for you then. What cup do you like?
More enjoyable when you don't.
Oh yeah, I've got it. Lucky for you then. What cup do you like?
More enjoyable when you don't.
Oh yeah, I've got it. Lucky for you then. What cup do you like?
More enjoyable when you don't.
Welcome.
that I'm here, man, I'm going to try and win. See my message? No, probably my own phone. Got me on Facebook. I did give you my new number. Huh? No, I didn't get it. Send it to me on this. I sent you my number. So oh, okay. Uni back coming around the corner, man. Plenty of tournaments. Well, I was so happy. Plenty of punters hanging around me.
Alors, 2, 4, 6, 7,
Ouais.
7, 550. 550.
Oui, ça. Tu m'as dit 750.
Non, 500. 6, 7, 200, 550. Alors 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 millions 60 ans.
Thank you very much.
Charles? Charles, il le garde du coup? Mais je l'aurais pris. Fish better?
Better after
Eating?
eating, rest, wash the face. It's nice.
So we are back from the dinner break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be on level number 42, which is 150, 300,000. Dara and David have gone for a little bit of food, and they'll be back very shortly. But in the meantime, I've had to move sideways. Andy's had to move sideways because because Brendan Norton has just arrived and going to do a little bit of comms with us. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, lads? How you doing?
We're good. Well done in the main.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
13th.
Yeah. No, 16th.
16th.
16th. Lost tens.
Happy with your play?
Yeah, very happy with the cards I was getting because I was card dead for a while, so to kind of blind it out for a while and then lasted as long as I did was very good, you know.
Yeah.
It takes one hand to get back into it, but it was unfortunately to the hand of a Stephen, no good, you know.
Did it pay for the weekend?
Yeah. Without, yeah. Always pays for the weekend when you cash. I was only in for one bullet this time.
Excellent.
So that makes it even better, not to be in for multiple bullets.
Good stuff. No, it is always nice. That is for sure. So in the Twitch, you are part of Chop Pot?
Yeah. So
what's that?
I used to run. I started working as a dealer 10 years ago. I was a croupier for 10 years, and I ran small casinos for people around the Midlands.
Yeah.
And after a while, we started Chop Pot Poker Tour. So it was areas that had no poker. We'd bring poker tournaments to them.
Yeah.
And we move it around every week.
Pubs, bars, clubs.
Yeah, mostly hotels. We rent them out. We fill them with 100 players. We do a guarantee of some sort, and incredible people, incredible action, and really enjoy, because a lot of people might not want to travel too far to Dublin. A lot of people might not be comfortable paying in for 500 buy-in. So we bring a lower buy-in and a high standard of poker to the Midlands.
Nice one. Sounds ever so good. I think one of the best things about it that differs from the mainland UK is that whoever runs the tour over here is licensed to run it, whereas over in the UK the building's licensed.
That's true.
So that's the best thing you can do. You've got this idea. You take it to wherever you want to play it. This is what we'll do. We'll fill it. We'll get everything done. Do you fancy it? Yes. It's a great idea.
A lot of our players, they love poker. They're not comfortable with a buy-in of a certain number. So, and a lot of them are not interested in travel. Maybe.
Yeah.
As much as they love poker, they might love the small pub corner of a pub to run a game. So when we started Chop Pot, we started doing different buy-ins, different structures, bounty games, rebuys, freeze-outs, a mixture of every game depending on what time of year. They play some cash games after.
Yeah.
It's a really enjoyable experience, and it's really good, and it brings poker to the Midlands, because a lot of casinos unfortunately are closing down, the small ones.
Yeah. So I'm guessing wherever you go, you're the recognised man.
Yeah, I'm known everywhere because I probably play 7 days a week, 24/7. I play everyone's cash game. I play my own games. I play 100 tournaments a day online. So it's I have a mixture of all different parts.
Excellent. So there'll be plenty of people know you in the chat box. So if you do know Brendan, don't hesitate to give him a bit of stick.
I see one or two of them coming in now.
Absolutely, that's what it's all about. It's you're here. You'll know a lot more people in the chat box than obviously we do because of the way the Irish poker scene. But this place for the last 18 days, obviously the Unibet's coming on as well. This has been
brilliant.
What a start to the year!
It's incredible. It's been a good year. I felt last year was very slow. I don't know why.
Okay.
There seems to be a better vibe, a better atmosphere in the room, which is missing from poker. It's not about the wins and losses. You need to have a good time. If you're not having a good time, you're not enjoying yourself, you're missing half the point. And it's a good way to meet up with old friends, new friends. It's a game we're playing, and we all play it differently, and you need to enjoy it. And unfortunately, a lot of people last year were enjoying it, but this year has been great. The vibe has been great this year. The drinks have been flowing. The people have been in good spirits, and there's a bit more chat at the table, which makes it more entertainment than people staring at the ceiling for an hour or thinking about a hand.
I did walk past one of the cash tables 10 minutes ago, and the guy's doing an Irish jig. And I think that's at a 5-10 Omaha table.
That's probably my friend Mark. Yeah, that's him. I can hear him singing from here. He's a great character. If it is Mark, that's what the game needs more of.
Yep.
Evening Dazzler. That's Darren Carroll from Mullingar. Dazzler.
Yep.
Online player as well.
How big online? What's the biggest score?
My biggest score was I won a scoop.
Fantastic!
In Omaha though. The 4-card game, the evil game we don't talk about, and that was a 4-max for just under 30,000. That was my but I've had a good 2-3 years online.
Excellent.
I started taking it more seriously a couple of years ago. When I had more time to not work for the people and kind of do my Chop Pot Poker Tour and play myself. So
cash predominantly, or do you try and satellite into different tours?
I have a small family, so I don't really travel as much as I like to. I normally play a lot of satellites. I normally just buy into events for if it's 1,000, 1,500. I'm comfortable buying into them figures. I need to play more satellites for the English trips, the other trips. I need to more. I need to. That's the one thing I lack in. I'm a bit of a homebird when it comes to playing on Irish soil.
Yeah. Apart from obviously playing in the final 2 tables in this, any of the guys that you knew before this tournament?
They're in the final 2 tables.
Yeah.
I like Sam Bainham was there. Incredible player.
Birthday boy as well.
I heard that actually. Yeah. Someone said it's his birthday today, so happy birthday, Sam. He's a phenomenal player. He's been on the Irish scene a long time. Everyone knows him, and a really good guy.
Yeah.
I know of Jason Tompkins because he plays online. He's a Blah 666, I think.
That's right.
He's been a beast for years online. And the young lad Stephen knocked me out. He seems like a really good player. The 2 gentlemen, I'm not quite sure who they are. I don't think I played with them over the last.
We'll see one. Andy is going to end up losing a chunk of chips here. It's just whether he calls this one off, because the flopped a set of 2s as Sam. Andy top pair.
Yeah,
Andy check called the flop, check called the turn. And now checks the river.
Oh, Andy's bet 3.6, is it?
No, that's 3.6 to call.
To call, sorry. Okay, I see it now.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Andy checked. Sam bet 3.6, and it's on Andy whether he wants to call with top pair on the flop.
Looks so easy from here, but it's a really tough
decision.
Absolutely. It's a really tough decision.
So much easier with the cards.
It's very hard to see bottoms. That's here, it's disguised.
Yeah. You were staring down at a guy in seat number 5 from seat 1, and he's just put in 3.6 million. You want to know why?
And a lot of draws are missed. The flush draws missed, the straight draws missed. And by the river, a lot of it's all. So it sounds very hidden.
Yeah, Dark Angel says if you're not good with satellites, then Dara's book's definitely worth reading.
Dara, I have to get it. I really do have to get it. But like I know Dara for years online. He's incredible. He's always been an incredible online player. And when I look at the online scene more than the live scene, when you look at the top rankings, he was always thereabouts. So I looked at people like him and people like Lucky Mo, the grinders online, the absolute beasts online.
So good evening. We are still on 5. We've actually been 5-handed for 4 hours.
Wow.
At 7:47, we will have been 5-handed for 4 hours.
Andy made a great laydown here.
He did.
Great laydown. Yeah, that's a really
such a dry board as well.
Yeah. It's a great laydown.
Sam, birthday boy, chip leader. We have got a little bit shallower now because we've been a 5-handed for so long. They did that deal where they flattened the structure and did the ICM. Danny took 22,280 in seat number 4. Sam took 21,000. Andy took 21,000 in seat number 1. Sam 19,180. Jason 18,340 in seat number 9. And in seat number 7, Stephen taking on 13,510 with 4,500 playful. So not to be sniffed at.
Do we know much about these 2 players?
This is all virginal to me, all relatively new. Most of these guys know quite a lot about Jason because he's online and final table of the WSOP, final table of the EPT.
Right, he's going years, Jason.
And the UKIP and the IPT, and he's won a scoop. His final table of the S scoop.
He's making me jealous now. All these things. He's making my scoop win look dwarfed.
So, with what you said, 500 for 4 hours. How does it pan out this session? Lines have increased to 125,000, 250,000. Oh, in fact, it's 150, 300,000 now. There you go, bottom line to the bottom. So 300 is the big blind.
say how many hands he's played on the final table yet? No, how many hands?
No, not directly, but we've been getting around about 27 an hour.
That's not bad. That's good. That's actually good.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I think the big blind ante slightly helps.
Yeah,
with the speed of the game.
It's brilliant to have.
Helps the dealer.
Otherwise, we'll be here till next year.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly helps the dealer because obviously the dealer's not having to say antes, please.
Since the brought in, it's been incredible. It's been incredible.
It has.
Even when they changed to a button ante, it worked. But the big blind ante, there's always going to be a big blind. It will always work the best.
That's correct.
And all tournaments should take note.
Have you got a local game coming up soon?
Yeah, we got Carrick Cross this weekend. Actually, Kevin Fitzpatrick, that came out 9 Fitzer.
Yeah.
He helps us organise that game. That's his area.
Right,
Carrick Cross is up in Nirmonagh, and we're there next Saturday. And the following Saturday we are in Ferrix in Ratone, and then the week after we're in Portumna. And then we'll probably take a break for the Irish Open because a lot of our dealers we share dealers of other organisers. So
the Norwegians and the Irish Open seems to take over the whole of April.
And it's nice to play them events, so it's not work and play them.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a fabulous place to get to if you can manage to get over to the City West and the Irish Open over the Easter period, and the Norwegians. Is the Norwegians just before it or just after it this
Norwegians
year?
are before it, and Irish Open after it.
Yeah.
So it'll be good. So hopefully we don't go broke before when the Irish Open starts.
So you say you got a small family. Will the winnings go towards the family, or is there a little bit of a bankroll?
Spoiled. They're spoiled. I have 4 kids, believe it or not. 2 boys, 2 girls.
Oh, excellent.
So it's good. My routine has allowed me to be there during the day, and I can play online at night time. So it's
good.
It's a good routine I have. I'm very fortunate. It's been easier over the last couple of years to do these things. Because especially with online poker, it's very time consuming.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a grind every day, 10-12 hours.
Yeah, full-time job.
Yeah.
It certainly is. It certainly fry the brain sometimes. 8, 10, 12 tables at a time.
You can do a tournament 10 hours and then one misclick, one mistake, back to square one.
Stephen Keogh moves all in for 3.5 mil. Andy Duna. Another decision.
Might just be too much for Andy to call. King 9 suited. I was playing with Stephen yesterday. He knocked me out. I was talking before that he's a trainee accountant. I'm sure he's good with numbers. He's going to take his hand down. You here next week for all of it?
No, we're back over to Manchester for Grosvenor's GUKPT.
Oh, very good.
1,000, 200,000 guarantee.
I have to start going over. A lot of my friends go over.
That starts on Thursday, the main event. The actual festival started today.
Brilliant.
But the main event is what we cover. We're back over on the ferry tomorrow. And then 1 day's rest and then back onto it on Wednesday.
I'll go.
Yeah, some Tonys just roll into another one, and then sometimes you can end up with 3 weeks of nothingness and a little bit of golf. I'd actually like the dry weather for the start.
Yeah.
Because my God, it's been wet.
Have you played anywhere in Ireland golf?
No, I've played the City West once.
That's lovely course.
Yeah, I played the City West once.
I'm trying to get into it slowly. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but a lot of my friends do it. So
you've got the arms for it, let me tell you.
You've got a nice swing for it.
You want to hit a ball for?
I could be a baseball player, I suppose.
Yeah. You want to hit a ball for that? I don't think that'd be a problem.
No, I just gym 5 days a week. I think you have to when you're playing online.
Yeah.
I got into a stage where I got very heavy and I got very lackluster and fatigue.
Yeah.
So I made myself do an hour and a half every day.
Yeah, good on you.
it's part and parcel of playing poker, I suppose.
And if you do it into your daily routine and like class it as part of your job,
oh yeah,
it becomes just the norm, doesn't it?
Even simple things as I bought a standing desk, just because I was sitting down so long, and I've got 2 large monitors, so I have a standing desk, press a button, and when you go down to 2 or 3 tables, you can stand up and stretch and just walk around, and it's it sound like simple things, but they're everything really. You wouldn't realise how much you need it.
Yeah, put it into your daily routine and it becomes easy.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant for you. It's good for the head. Even if you do 20 minutes, if you do an hour, it's good for you.
The nightly turbo has just started in the club. Just 22 runners for the nightly turbo. A lot of people now starting to fade away and to go home and to get themselves back off before the Unibet Open starts later in the week. Oh, really? The nightly turbo 22.
There's a Monday. I think it's tomorrow, isn't it? Tomorrow is a one-day rest.
Yes, the one day
I think that's actually a good idea.
I think it's
actually very good that it doesn't go continuously, because a lot of people might get cabin fever.
Yes.
So one day away, and you come back, you feel refreshed and feel good.
And even if it's just the dealers taking either a day off or going back home to the families.
I was a dealer myself for years. It's good to get the break. They might need a few pints themselves after this week. Especially listening to people like me.
Yeah, not many people think about the dealers in these 20 days.
Yeah, they're incredible. A few of them now have worked for me.
Yeah.
There's Vasco actually here. They're really good guys. Yeah, they're hard workers. Really hard workers. They don't get enough praise.
You're working for 20 days and most of them do it all straight through.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys
ain't easy.
Yeah, a lot of these guys are travelling as well, travelling the world dealing. It's actually a great job if you have an interest in poker and you're young and you want to travel.
Yes.
If you're not too sure what you want to do, poker dealing is an incredible opportunity. Plus you'll learn a few things when you learn.
Has Rudy finished? He's in civies. What's on that? These tournament directors doing half shifts.
I see him now, he's in track clubs. Here's Robert now playing as well. He has a day off as well.
Yeah.
Robert has the cash floor.
Starting to slow down now, aren't
they? They love the game themselves though. He actually won the Omaha game here last year, I think. So it goes to prove that dealers can play.
Yeah. So 500 for over 4 hours. Doesn't happen very often.
No.
It doesn't happen very often at all, no matter where we are.
But I know Sam. Sam can play for 4 days without making a wrong mistake. He's just waiting his turn.
Yeah.
I'd be very surprised he made a mistake. He's too good. There's 2 big hands down the blinds against King 9 and Ace Queen.
Yeah, big kudos to the dealers. They are the unsung heroes. They take a lot of flack. It's always their fault when you've got a bad beat.
Yeah, they're the first person we blame when things go wrong.
Absolutely. I don't like that. That dealer doesn't like me is a favourite saying of most poker players. What do you mean that dealer doesn't like you? From sitting at the table, probably doesn't know you, but he gets the flack. And they are always well trained, well mannered.
Yeah. This dealer actually on the table now is very good. I was talking to him yesterday.
Yeah,
he's from France.
Yeah, we've had some excellent dealers on our feet.
He's a really good guy.
Taking control of the table. We've never had to ask them to do anything that they shouldn't be doing, kind of thing. Yeah. They've got a great rapport with these two. These two that's been doing the featured table. It's been great, and it helps the stream flow as well.
Yeah, when you have a good dealer in there, it's
If we're to tell the dealer to do something, or we've got to do this and that, and the flow just stops. But these two that have been dealing most of the time on the feature have been absolutely wonderful for us. Gut shots both ways, one for Jason, one for Andy.
Yeah, it's a good card for both of them. Both players like this card. I'm surprised that Jason's going to lead out here. He's definitely going to lead out here.
He was the shortest stack when the deal was, or the second shortest when the deal was struck.
Yeah, someone like Jason Tompkins doesn't feel pressure. He's been here 1,000 times before.
Yes.
So
on bigger stages as well.
Yeah.
He can play.
He really is good.
A lot of people said just keep behind him. He was on his day one. He was on one of the feature tables.
Yeah, he's not one person who wants to sit down my table.
Andy's beginning to suffer a little. He might feel like he's being bullied a little.
Do you know where he's from? Is he English or is he?
I don't think
nationality
I
is he?
think I think he's
I don't recognise him from.
I don't think he's Irish.
I'd just be surprised. I've never seen him.
Yeah, Andy Duna from Ireland.
Wow, Jesus. I've never come across Andy before. Maybe someone in chat might know more about him.
Make them odd. Interesting question, actually. If you win 22,000, what should you leave in as a tip for the dealer? Well, it's entirely up to the player's discretion.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever going to force you to leave a tip. Ever. They're not going to pressure you. As I just look down, and Andy's put the pressure right on to Jason.
A very good bet. Yeah, it's a very good bet. It's a very, very good bet. It's not easy. That's not easy to pull that trigger there. It'd be the same if Andy led out and Jason shoved. Coming from being a dealer for 10 years, I'd always leave a tip for dealers.
Yeah.
Whether I had a good experience or bad experience, it's a very thankless job. And whatever you leave is entirely to you. It's appreciated. Whether small or big.
Yeah.
If I won 22 grand, it'd be anywhere 250, 500 is no problem. It's incredible. And they work hard. And when you break these tips down, it's not a whole lot. You might think it's simple to one person. It goes to being amongst how many staff is here today.
Well, there'll be 50 dealers on in total.
So
all day.
And without them, we don't have a game.
No.
So we need them. So it's good to.
There were dealers that started at 11:30 this morning, sat ready for the high roller, the 300, the main event. Then there's the side events, the satellites. There was 8 events in total today.
That's amazing, absolutely amazing.
So and there's cash tables.
Yeah, cash tables are always strong here.
If there's 30 dealers, they're usually looked after if something does come their way.
Yeah,
floor staff as well.
I think whether it's small or big, I think just one tip is appreciated.
Yes,
they're not going to look down on you if it's small. Well, thank you if it's big. It's irrelevant. I think it's a good thing to tip. And that's just my preference. There's a Dale Matter in chat. Dale's a good friend of mine.
He said he played with Andy for 10 hours on Friday at Cash.
Yeah, she is an incredible player. She is one of the top female players in the country. I think everyone knows who she is, and a really, really good player.
Good to see Annette running so deep as well.
Yeah, I know Annette from years ago. I don't think she remembered me because I was only a kid back in the old Celtic poker days. I know Annette because she used to always be at the final table when I was only learning the game about 15 years ago. It's amazing that she's going strong after 15 years. Where did she finish in the end?
10th.
10th.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, she bubbled the final table basically.
A very, very tough opponent.
Yeah.
She's going years. Incredible. It's good to see after 15 years that the players years ago that had it are still doing it.
If you're still running the circuit after 15 years, you're doing something right.
Yeah, of course.
That is for sure. If you have a 5-year turnaround and still see the same faces after 5, 6, 7 years, you're doing well.
Yeah.
Obviously, life changes.
Young
lads coming through the ranks there. Family life changes.
The game changes.
They get older. They get older. They get wives and children and things like that. Things do change, and then it becomes recreational.
That's what's good about these one-day events. I always say these one-day events are good because some people that work maybe 5-6 days a week, or some people that have kids and can't play the 2-day, 3-day events. It's very time-consuming. So it's good to see good one-day events at the side events at the so at least they can experience the festival.
So 300k big blind, 5-handed for a long time. They chopped it. They did an ICM and playing on for 4,500. The money is set wherever they finish, unless it's first place.
And he's been very aggressive. Very aggressive.
Yeah, I think he's realised that he needs the chips because you can't win any more money without them.
Yeah.
Pop of 893.
Sound defender the big blind. So easy when you see the cards, isn't it? I was praying for Sam to lead out in the turn. I was praying for him. Obviously, it's easy here seeing the cards.
And it's Andy that bets out, and that will, unless we're calling for a gutter ball.
Sam might think his 2 overs are good as well. Might think a queen or 10 might get.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be seeing the
I think 400k, yeah. I think he's going to call 400k. He does call.
Off to the river. Oh, and he's cemented it with a showdown value.
This might go check call. This is a good card for Andy to bluff as well. This is a very good card for Andy to bluff. No, gives up. Sam will take the pot.
Have it, the queen. That was always in front. Now, is that Lucy D or is that Lucid LJ? Brendan, well done yesterday, man. You got a future in the commentary and runs fantastic one-day events around the Midlands.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, yesterday was a great day. It was a long day. I had 2 hours sleep from the night before because I was playing cash games.
All right, okay.
I'm a sicko sometimes, but I enjoyed yesterday. I had a great day, and I came in only with 200,000 on the start of day 2, so everything was a plus.
Great effort.
Losing 10s 9-8 took me a while to get over, but I'm over now.
Yeah, somebody unfortunately has to lose.
Yeah, it's part and parcel.
16th out of 362 ain't bad. That is for sure.
Yeah. I just want to work on my live game more. That's all it was. I think it was online. I'm used to it.
Yeah,
because I can be in that position 5 times a night.
Obviously, the difference is you lose online, you click open another table.
Oh, it's
and that's the thing. You lose live, and you might have to wait till next week.
Yeah, like you lose a big tournament, and you're playing 4 big tournaments. You have no time to sit and be angry and mope in the corner. You have to keep going to other 4 tables because that's the difference. So for me, playing 1 table, it's a slower appeal, but it's a good one. Oh, Adele's saying Andy. I thought you meant Andy Black. It's Andy Duna. He's from Killarney. Oh, okay. Plays more cash games than tournaments.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you meant Andy Black.
No, Andy Duna.
Oh, okay. So he's a cash game player from Killarney.
Nice little 10-hour stint.
Yeah.
A pretty standard.
Yeah. C4 has been very quiet. Oh, C3, is he C3?
Yeah.
There's our chair behind him, C3.
Yeah, Danny has.
Very quiet.
He moved up to 11 million and then dropped back down again. At some point we'll have to realise that you need all the chips to get the extra money. We'll have to start playing hands.
Stephen has gone all in from small blind. And Jason's going to call.
10s. The 10s are calling.
Yeah.
The 10s are definitely calling.
Oh, here we go
and
now.
we've tabled 10s. First all in a call for an absolute age.
By me buying there 7
4
pocket
hours
tens.
and 15 minutes. We have been 5-handed. Looks like Jason is all in. Jason Tompkins. Looks like he's all in. We'll check the stacks very shortly. There's always an ace.
Ace on the board.
So he needs to hit one of the 2 remaining black 10s, or we are down to 4.
Oh, 5 will
chop outs.
Chop up.
Yeah. 5 to chop it, a 10 to win. And it isn't.
Okay.
It's a jack for the first time in 4 hours and 15 minutes. We have lost a player. Jason
Tompkins, incredible player,
who took 18.3 in the deal, has been eliminated, and we are now on 4 players.
Unlucky Jason.
And birthday boy is still in.
I think Sam would like that because I think Sam would understand Jason might be his biggest threat at the table.
Brendan, what does your screen name mean? What is your screen name?
I can't answer that question.
Or is it anonymous?
No, you can spell it backwards and you'll see what it means.
Oh, right, okay. Right.
I can't say it live on air, I can't curse. I made it when I was like 9 years old. That's a joke, by the way, but I made it about 10 years ago. So I had no, when I was very immature.
And just going back to the table.
It's
just going back to the table. Jason has just finished 5th again, and Doak was saying don't finish 5th because that unfortunately has been his finishing position in a lot of big comps.
What did they split anyway? Was it ICM deal? Was it equal or?
No, it was an ICM. All done on chips. 22 and change was
Jason's payout.
Was Danny's payout.
Danny's payout
in C3.
Okay.
He had the most chips when they did the ICM. Second in chips was Andy in C1. He got 21,000. 19.1 was Jason, who's just been eliminated. Jason in. Jason, who's just been eliminated. Sam got 19.1, Jason got 18.3, and Stephen, the short stack at the time, got 13.5. So we're down to 4. Lucid LJ is Liam the dealer. Liam, who's moved over from South Yorkshire and is now starting to get the old twang. Not been back home for a couple of years, so Liam's been working all weekend, probably finished for the weekend now.
It's still a busy night here, isn't it? Good 10 cash games going on here.
Yeah. There's events everywhere. The schedule just carries on and on and on. The Omaha was going on. There's a satellite for the Unibet Open.
I missed the Omaha today, which I regret.
The Nightly Turbo started at 7. At 9 o'clock, there's an event called the Last Chance Saloon. And then at 12 o'clock, if anybody's actually still in the building, the Midnight Madness will be on. That's for anybody who's left. The Last Chance.
It's two big hands here now. 4-handed, ace-9. I think I'm slowly losing my voice after shouting all day yesterday. I'm not normally this husky.
So we're on 4. Stephen in seat number 8. Stephen Keogh. It's like a 3-bet to 1.7.
Sam is licking his lips.
Liam's going to be dealing Mick's and Brendan's game next weekend in the M Hotel in Carrick Macross. That's Liam.
Yeah, Liam Neville, good lad.
He just finished for the week.
Yeah, he was here yesterday dealing. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
he's new to it. He's coming on very fast. Oh, Sam had the ace-9. Sorry, Sam had the ace-9. Stephen had the ace-king. Okay, that made sense. I thought Sam folded ace-king 400.
sorry, 133.
Is this Brennan's voice? This is not my voice, it's my husky voice. All the essays shouting at people and a few drinks made it rusky.
Righteous, 1976. The long hot summer of 1976.
I wasn't even born then.
You weren't even there.
10 years before my time. I'm in 86, baby.
I won't say I left school in 84.
You don't look it, you look good, so that's good. That's all that matters. Chop pot. Can't say that word, labis. So that's obviously Lithuanian Rytas. Rytas, where are you? You should be down here playing. I didn't see you all weekend.
Plenty of cash tables available.
Yeah. Still action tonight if you're coming down.
You want to open next weekend?
Yeah, that's going to be a great event. I'm going to play the Friday. The Friday day won't be, the day one on Friday will be easier for me. Still one more week of this will be good.
A full 18-day festival. The start of February.
I think it's good. I think it's a market for 2 or 3 days a year. I think they're brilliant to have.
Yep.
Rytas, you're minding your kids. Bring your kids down here, let them play. Any games for kids there? Get a babysitter, you're too cheap.
Well, you still look around the room and you still see 5 different coloured clocks. It's incredible.
Yeah.
They're absolutely everywhere. The event's going on. I think the high roller might have finished now.
The Omaha's down to
finished.
Yes,
the Omaha's going on.
Yeah.
The Nightly Turbo is going on. The Satellite's going on. The main event is going on.
I'm raging I missed the Omaha. I slept in today.
$400 in the Deepstack.
Who won the high roller? It's still on, is it?
Don't actually know. No, it's finished.
It's finished.
It was over where the plastic box is.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like it's finished. If we get a result, I will let you know exactly who won it. Not sure if there's any information online at this moment in time.
Rytas, you're making excuses. Just come down here now and play poker. If you're not here now, be here for the Unibet next week.
So Stephen's 10 million's over the line. 1 ace-8's already been folded, and Sam's got a little decision. I don't think he's calling with.
It might just be too much.
It's not his tournament live, but it's very close. I don't think ace-8's even 4-handed. Some people would instantly call with an ace, but I think the way Sam's played, I think this is a fold. I don't see him getting too involved. I think he's chip leader with 12 mil. 36 million chips in play. And I don't think he calls.
We're still yet to see Danny play a hand, are we?
Yes, he just sat there waiting for the 4,500 to land in his pocket.
I think so.
But by the time he moves all in, he'll have chips that anybody's going to be calling.
He's just sitting back and enjoying himself.
Yeah, Sam eventually does get out of the way. $300k big blind, 40 bigs chip leader, 39 bigs for Stephen, and then 16 bigs and 5 million for Danny. And he's dropped down to 5 mil. He was up to 11. But not really done too much wrong, but just not played a hand for an hour or so. Were there any notables on the high roller final table? I don't actually know. I know Nick Newport was on it. That's as much as I do know about the high roller. If we get any information, I'll let you know.
If you see a waitress. Pascal, how are you? You well?
So Queen 9 for Sam on the button. Looks like a race to 7. John Dwyer won the air roller for 17,000. 17,000 was exactly first prize, so there was no deals. The only deal that they did...
Oh, John Hannafy came second.
The only deal that they did is that they should have paid 6. They decided to pay 7, and 7th got their buying back.
50 runners, is it? 50 runners, I think.
Exactly 50,
exactly
yes.
50.
So they did like a bubble saver kind of thing, so they paid 7. He got 1.1, and 17,000 was first place, so John Dwyer took first place.
Oh, Zeke got third in the high roller, I was told by Brian.
So there we go. The numbers are good. The names are coming through. Nick was 6th. I think it was 3.5 for 6 because it was quite a big jump.
Brian just told me Zeke came third.
And Zeke came third. So we nearly got all the names. Victor was 4th. So there we go.
Yeah.
Who was
I know
fifth?
Victor.
Who was 5th?
Regis, send us all your info. You have everything.
We're only missing the 5th name finisher. And then we've got them all. Andy moves all in. Oh, if only
there we go.
Oh, we do. We get a call. This is going to leave Andy short on 1.6, or he's going to get lucky and take out Danny in 4th place. Heads up. Ace 7-9. The ace connects. Running
hearts needed.
Running straight cards. That's about it.
Oh, there we go.
There's one of them.
Chop outs.
There's one of them.
Jacker 6.
No. So the ace 8 will leave.
Danny gets a full double. First time he's played.
Andy doing it with 1.6 million with a big blind at 300k. So 5 big blinds.
Kieran Burke came 5th. Very good player, Kieran Burke. Very good Omagh player.
Kieran Burke. Well, we've got them all.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Looks like
well done, Chatbox. We've got the final 7.
They're all big Omaha players. Like, they sure it was an Omaha high roller. Zeke and Kieran Burke and Victor. All the Omaha players running right in the high roller.
Shows you they can play with 2. Never mind 4, 5 or 6.
Zeke's one of the best Omaha players in the country. So is Kieran. Kieran's a very tough opponent.
That directly in front of us is satellite for the Unibet Open. The heads up. I'm guessing the 2 tables there are for the nightly turbo with 15 players left.
Yeah.
The Omaha is in top right hand corner.
And there's about 8 cash games going.
Yep. Victor won a platinum pass last month. Awesome.
I didn't know that now. So he's having a good month.
7 deuce, 7-4. Let's move on to the next. Nope, Sam says I'm going to get tricky. With the old whip.
You just want to play a flop of 7-2.
Yeah. The old whip wins a hand.
And in the short stack, 10 big blinds. Yeah, you got the best deal though, hasn't you? The most money so far. The best deal of it. So it's not the worst day for him.
Wexford, man, you're not wrong. They're still playing. Looks like you missed out on the late reg in the Omaha. I certainly did. When they got to the final table within 20 minutes of the start today, I thought, this is it. The Omaha might be a possibility. Not a chance. They knew. They wanted to save me euros, that's what it was.
What time did today start?
12.
Wow.
With 11 players.
Wow.
And it's 20 past 8, and we've still got 4.
They want the title so bad. Again, I know Sam will wait till next year if he has to.
They've locked up quite a bit of money, but we're on 4,500 and the trophy. The trophy means a lot.
Yes.
This is the 13th season of the European Deepstack.
The trophy you remember, the money will go through, the trophy you remember. Unless you sell the trophy.
We did a European Deepstack in about 2010 in Birmingham at the Broadway Casino, and it finished at 5:30 in the morning. And they were double dealing on the table. They had a dealer in seat 2 and a dealer in seat 8, and they were doing two hand. She were dealing, they were shuffling, passing the card straight over.
Yeah. I've seen it before as well. I've seen another dealer maybe seat 8, seat 9, shuffle the cards, and get ready.
Yeah. It went on forever.
Yeah, it's crazy when you see something like that.
But you get a lot of runners in a deep stack because that's exactly what it is. You don't very often start with a competition with 1,000 big blinds.
No, I love it. I love Deepstack. It's incredible, I think it is. I think a lot of people like it as well. You can make a mistake early on, not be under pressure.
Yeah.
It was an incredible structure. It was a very incredible structure. It's really enjoyable now.
Wexford man says I can play the midnight madness. I might have finished by then. Yeah, you're not wrong. There will still be people here. There will still be people around.
It's only 8 o'clock, 20 past. I'm only here a while. It's 20 past 8. I say if you feel longer, but for me it feels really...
The Midnight Madness yesterday collected 1,300.
It's incredible.
1,300 for a tenner.
See, all the cash game players love a bit of a gamble on it. Even the waitresses, the masseuses, they all get involved.
Yeah.
Stephen is going to take down this hand with a pair of jacks. Sisto Kill said Midnight Madness on Friday was over 1,900.
Wow.
Is Sam tilting? I don't think Sam tilts. From what I know of Sam. He's a really good player. He really is. From playing with Sam a lot, he's an incredible player, and he's always thereabouts in every tournament. So I wouldn't say Sam is tilting. I just think he's buying his time. And someone said Sam is always on tilt. Okay. Chisel there 1. That name sounds familiar. Chiseler 1 is the red fish from Cavan. Killian Farrelly. Is that you? The red salmon is Killian Farrelly. Yeah, Jason Tompkins lost 10-10 to ace-7. It was small blind, shove on big blind, and an ace flop for Stephen. So Jason Tompkins was very unlucky.
He was.
It was blind v blind, and he busted in 5th place.
First elimination in over 4 hours.
Wow. Wow.
I know, yeah, you don't see that very often.
No.
In any part of the tournament, you don't see that.
Limp Whacker. That's
the old Limp Whacker.
That's a great name. It's up there with Debonk.
Been with us all week. That's the Limp Whacker. All week. So 4 players left.
Stephen is starting to build a slack slowly. Chip leader now, is he, Stephen?
Andy has dropped down to 3.2 mil.
This is going to be an all-in for Andy. Pocket 8s, big hand, 4-handed. Needs to find a hand to call him. Oh, this might be it. Yeah, all in the call. Andy's in good shape. 3 outs. Andy's the all-in player of pocket 8. Stephen is ace-8 of diamonds.
Sorry, Brendan.
Right. 1 diamond and a flop.
My frame's nearly as big as yours. So we have an all-in.
Stephen is going to need one of the remaining 3 aces to knock a player out.
Or fading ace, and we get a double up. So the 8's double.
And he's back in it.
Back in the game, Andy. Andy Dooner is back in the game.
Beautiful hand from Andy there. He doubles up. Back to 20 bigs, just under 7 million chips. Sam is our chip leader now with 32 big blinds. In chat, Killian Farrelly is the card whisperer. The legend that is Killian Farrelly. Ritus, I think Sam was our chip leader now. I think Stephen lost that pot. I think Sam overtook him. Nicest redhead I know. Well, there's 2. There's Ulton and there's Killian. And they're the 2 nicest redheads you'll ever meet. This could be a day 4 if this tournament doesn't finish soon. I don't think we're flying or ferrying tonight. Both players will flop bottom pair. Kicker, Andy May takes it.
See, you've been here 20 minutes, you're already in charge. Running around, that's what we have to do sometimes. Jack of all trades.
Actually quite enjoyable, actually.
Jack of all trades, that's us. Do the blinds always shorten heads up? I don't think they did. I don't think they did. Or I don't think they do. I know that when we do the GKPT over in the UK, when they get four-handed, they make it
half a blind, isn't it?
Yeah, it goes from 60 minutes to 45 when it goes five-handed.
That's very good.
Yeah, it works out. I think they've obviously worked out that you just about get exactly the same number of hands, so it drops. But,
it's brilliant.
I have noticed over in this event that they didn't change the 50-minute clock. It's been a 50-minute clock all day today, so it's still the same at the moment.
Stephen has a check mark with a straight. He's going to bet it. That's one question.
That'll be a thumbs up. So we're on 4. We were on 5 for a while, a long while.
It's getting close again. 32 bigs, 31 bigs, 27 bigs, and Andy's not too far behind on 16 bigs. No one wants to make a mistake. Everyone wants title.
No, don't forget the money's locked up. Already sorted, apart from the 4,500 for winning outright.
That Mullingar accent doesn't sound as bad as half I was expecting, Brendan. Would love to have you commentating on the stream.
It's the Rod Stewart impression that you're doing. That's what it is.
I've been playing poker for days on end, having a few pints.
Can you just sing the first line to Maggie May for me?
My voice is on the verge of going. This is not even my voice. First time doing commentating, my voice is going.
Wake up. Yeah. You can do it. You can get away with it as well.
If I do this again, I promise you my voice is back to normal.
Excellent.
Not after 10 days of playing non-stop poker.
Are you back next week?
Yeah, I'm back next week.
Take a few days off and then come back.
Definitely come back. I will play probably Friday, the 1100.
Yeah.
And I'll be up playing cash most nights anyway.
Excellent.
It's a good atmosphere. If anyone's come here, it really is a good atmosphere.
Yeah, it is.
It's a well-run tournament. And,
David Lappin said there's nearly 150 online qualifiers.
That's incredible.
For the big one,
yeah,
which is
it's brilliant for Unibet to get more out there.
Yes.
You know? It makes it easier to qualify for lads who don't feel comfortable paying in for 570 or the 1100 one next week. So it's good that Unibet are sponsoring it.
So Sam's got the snowman this time. In seat 5, birthday boy. Raises to 800. Stephen Keogh calls the 800. Now, and that should bring Andy along with the ace-4 suited.
Be interested to see if Danny wakes up with a hand in the big blind. No, the ace-3 folded. 3 ways to the flop.
No, Andy's moved all in.
Oh, okay.
Andy has moved all in with the ace-4 suited. Sam's called.
Oh, here we
Birthday boy is all in.
Oh, I didn't see that there, yeah.
Birthday boy is all in as chip leader.
We already seen.
Can't be eliminated, but we can lose Andy.
Yeah. And we already seen Danny folding ace. 2 remaining aces before diamonds get into play. I think Danny just told Sam he folded an ace, which is making Sam feel a bit better.
Two, Jack, Queen.
The flop of the
Ace
eights.
4 diamonds is pretty wide off the mark.
A queen be dirty.
Queen a bit ill. A queen will be the worst way.
And he's just picked up 3 more outs.
Oh, it's the ace
my
instead.
God.
The ace from space
Wow, that
gives
was-
Andy Duna a double. He's doing a double.
Andy is now back in it again. Short stack. I think he's taking chip lead now.
I think the stacks more or less instantly reverse. Andy's on 13 mil, Sam's on 5.
Wow. Unlucky for Sam, but a lovely hand for Andy. Stephen now becomes the short stacked. This tale was have everything. Stephen was a chip leader 5 hands ago, and now he's a short stacked. But he's still not too bad. Oh, no, this is the counts before Sam's stack, is it?
How did you blag your way into the booth, Brendan? Guinness.
Guinness.
That's all it takes. Nothing more,
Guinness.
nothing less.
Big Mick G. They were sick of me bluffing yesterday and making a
Big
scene.
Mick.
They said if you safer, I was in the corner.
Big Meek was on one of our tables this week. Good to see him.
He's a legend of Irish poker.
Yeah.
An absolute legend of Irish poker. Incredible player.
The satellite's finished. There's 12 left in the nightly turbo. The high roller's finished. You know, if there's not too many people around at midnight, will they make it like an 11 o'clock madness instead of midnight madness?
You can get 2 of them, but you do 11 o'clock and a midnight one. People seem to love them either way.
It has been a super week. We've loved coming over to do the European Deepstack as Cardroom Direct. We've not done one before. I've done a European Deepstack in Birmingham before, but not here at the Bonington, and it's been great. Love coming over. My flight is already booked for the Irish Open. I'll be back over in April. No plans just yet. I've just booked the flight because it was 26 quid. Return, by the way.
Yeah, if you shop early and you get good prices, you're
Absolutely.
laughing. You're laughing.
For 26 quid, even if you can't manage to come over, it's a meal.
You don't care.
It's burger and chips these days.
Yeah, you wouldn't
isn't
even claim it back. Yeah, that's what it is nowadays.
Yeah, it is. Burger and chips, that's all it is.
Especially with hotel prices.
So yeah, the plan is to do something, play something and enjoy myself, but the flight is booked.
Sup, Brennan? Steve Ireland 92. Stephen Riley, is that you? Which Stephen is that? Nice bluff with the ace 8 to get 2 to fold yesterday, Brendan. Yeah, I bluffed the great David Lappin in the only way I could. I check raised him. I knew once I checked and he betted, I knew he was value betting 2 pair or straight. With the flush there and I had the ace diamonds, I knew I could hopefully bluff him. And I did. So that's why David Lappin's not talking to me now, because I bluffed him. But in saying this, it does only work on good players, that move. So he's an incredible player, David. Sam is now down to 3.2. Can be a cool game poker. Cool game poker. Yeah, I lost 10s to ace. I lost 10s to 9-8 yesterday. Stephen, the current chip leader, second in chips, hit 2 pair against me.
take down the 200 sides.
Are you still in it? I'll come find you to it anyway. Best luck. What's up top? The Omaha. Oh, okay, brilliant. Take it down, best luck.
So we're on 4.
Is Mick the Mod Mick McGuan?
No.
Mick the Mod is not Mick McGuan.
Don't think so. Mick's from. I think Mick lives in Edinburgh. I think.
Mick McGuan runs tournaments up in Cavan.
All right, no,
Mod
he's,
he's
he changed his name. He was Mick O number 1, but then he became a moderator at the Battle of Malta that we did in October. So we nicknamed him Mick the Mod because he became a moderator, and it stuck. So he changed his name.
Suits him, Mick the Mob.
So he's now Mick
the Mod.
Yeah,
Glasgow, he's saying he's from.
Glasgow. Ace Queen, Sam's all in. Birthday boy for his 3 mil. That's 10 bigs.
Stephen has an ace. A suited ace. This might be Sam's chance to get back into it. Yep, Stephen has called. And he's in good shape, Sam. Sam has the ace queen. Stephen has ace 5 of clubs. This is Sam's chance to get back into it. He was very unlucky 2 hands ago. It's a 5 and a flop. No hearts either. Sam is remaining to 3 queens. Or 2 it says here. Maybe 1 queen was folded. Queen and only queen.
It's a 3 of diamonds. Oh my word. A shake of the hands from the birthday boy, Sam Bainham. I tell you what a performance.
Yeah, very unlucky, Sam. Yeah. Very, very, very unlucky.
Very, very unlucky indeed.
Incredible player, Sam.
Yeah, well, and he's played well. He has played well. The 5 hits, the ace queen gives 2 pair. The ace queen who doesn't play, and Sam eliminated by Stephen, who's got nearly getting all the chips now. Stephen Keogh, which means we're down to 3. Sam locked up 19,180 euros on his birthday. Is that a decent birthday present?
I haven't had a birthday that good, so...
Is that a decent birthday present or what?
And I'm pretty sure he won't be putting his hand in his pocket to buy drinks. He'll be buying drinks for him.
Absolutely not. It's his birthday. If anybody sees Sam walking around the room, shake his hand, wish him happy birthday, get him a Guinness. Which means we're on 3.
Stephen has taken names. He's taken out Jason. He's taken out Sam. Took out me yesterday. Stephen Keogh is taking out the big names.
And one of the first hands yesterday, Dara O'Kearney, ace king, Stephen aces. Dara hits 4 to the flush.
I was on a table with Dara hit 4 to a flush, yeah.
It's 4 to the flush.
Incredible hand.
He hit 4 to the flush and then managed to, and Stephen is now down to the final 3.
Yeah, it goes to show. It generally goes to show.
Oi, oi. Yeah, sweet. It's
That's the one thing I can remember. It's about the only thing I can remember. Oh, it's 5. Right, Aidan will tell you.
Most of the derby were.
Sorry? Yeah.
So there's 3 left. 48 bigs, 17 million is Stephen Keogh. Andy Duna has been up and down like a bride's nightie, but he's back to 12 mil. And the short stack now is our player in seat number 3. I think, what did he lock up? Let's just have a buzz. Let's just have a quick thing. It was a decent.
He got a decent deal, Danny.
He did. Danny got 22,280 as he was chip leader.
No wonder he's been smiling the whole time he's been carded.
Yep.
Danny limps in and Steve checks behind. Top pair for Danny. Steve's got a good shot. We should see a bet from Danny now. No, he goes for check again.
So we are 3-handed. After having that long wait from 5, we've now lost a couple in quick succession. Jason Tompkins was 5th, Sam Bainham was 4th, so which means we're on 3.
The river goes check, check. Danny's going to win a pot.
I'm not too sure about Stephen raging that he only got the 13,000. He agreed to it at the time. He was guaranteed 10 from if it had gone out straight away. It was on 9 big blinds.
Yeah, no,
they offered him 13 and obviously got a chance of winning 4,500 if he wins it.
Yeah, he can
so that'll take him up to third place prize, winning 18,000.
Yeah, 18,000.
So
he took it when he was shorter than the rest of them as well. I don't know, I couldn't hear it. We're going to go 3 ways to the flop. This spells trouble. This spells trouble for Danny. Danny's flop top pair, Andy's flop bottom set. They check, back down to original razor. Andy is licking his lips at the moment. He's loving this. Danny bets. Danny bets 1 million. Stephen comes along with the ace 10, doesn't know what pain he's in.
So Mr. Lappin comes back after a romantic meal for 2 with... Was the missus and Hunter there?
2 misses, Hunter, and unfortunately Jason Tompkins showed up as well.
He wandered in, did he? And you went,
yeah.
oh my word. Well, we'll just come to the table as Andy flops bottom set against Danny's top pair. Danny bets $1 million.
Stephen called $1 million.
Stephen calls $1 million with
not know
with
he's in.
Yeah, he's got the back door, hasn't he? But Danny's decision. Let's find out what the bet is from Andy. It's 3.2.
Yeah, he's pushed all in. And
the triangle is in the mix.
Wow.
Well, you come back, David, and it all happens. Could you come back 3 hours ago?
Oh yeah, this is.
You should have gone for dinner and come back 3 hours ago.
Earlier, yeah. Well, it's a terrible spot, obviously, for the Queen 6 here.
Yeah.
It's got some backdoor potential, but that's all of the 9% pretty much. Got a little bit of hope of boating up too. He's going to be dead on a lot of turns. Not that one.
No, he's a 4.
We need a 4 to survive, or Danny Verheij is out after chopping it and getting most on the ICM chop. It's a 10 of hearts.
Yeah, they're done.
So Andy Dooner has taken out Danny Verheij, who's just finished in third, but taking over 22,000 the part of the chop. 22,280.
He's still smiling. He's still smiling. He's grand. 22,000 a day.
He is still smiling, which means we are heads up for the title. Andy Dooner in seat number 1, 2, wherever they're moving him to.
They're going to move him.
And on the right hand side, Stephen Keogh.
And credit to Stephen, he obviously came into today one of the chip leaders and had nothing go right for him. Really went from a very big stack all the way back down to, I want to say, less than 2 million at one point.
It
and
was.
has obviously got a little bit fortunate there. I know he was the A7 against Josh's 10s, but you need a little bit of luck on the way back up as well. But he's spun right back into the mix here.
So it'll literally be a 2-minute break. David lapping his back until we crown a champion. And we've got Brendan Norton here as well, who's got millions of people online cheering him on in his first time in the comments box.
Giving up on my Mullingar accent, that's losing it as well, at the husky voice. Still all go here.
Can I just get you to pull this way so that we can get the dulcet tones of Mr. Lappin in?
Yep,
I know I'm sitting in the middle of you. I don't understand why you're in the middle because
everyone keeps getting up on my arms or something.
Me and
David feel like
me and David feel like we fell out of bed.
So of course you were very unlucky. I was flashbacking to the times where he got lucky against Joss, but of course he was very lucky against you last night.
First hand.
You flatted the 10s in the button, was it?
No, he made a mistake. He tried to raise, and I think he just. You actually pulled him up on it. He raised, but he didn't raise enough, so he had to min raise whatever he was doing. You pulled him up on it.
Yes,
I 3-bet for the first time, I think, in 2 days, because I was limping my kings and queens against you earlier on, trying to play you post flop. Well, I 3-bet for the first time, I think, with 10s. Flop comes 3, 6, 9. This is where I don't know if I played it right or wrong. This is where I need help, because the pot was about 900,000 and I had about 1.2, and I decided just to overshove. I don't know if I should have betted small and deuced to bet. I think it plays the same way. He flops top pair with 9-8 spades. He decided to call me 3-bet with 9-8 spades. 3-6-9 flop, 2 diamonds. I just overbet my hand.
I kind of like it actually. I actually kind of like it because I think it looks weaker.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes like a more panicky like Ace King might do that sometimes in the eyes of some people. I don't think you would.
Yeah.
But some people's eyes
might overplay the hand.
Someone might too. They just go, there's so much out there, and I've got a better pot size, but I'll just try and lock it up. No, and actually the hand does value. It does benefit from some protection on that board. So
well, that's what I'm saying. I as well. I was pretty sure he was strong with a pair of some sort. I didn't slap call me. We made about 10-15 seconds, so I knew it wasn't set. Once he called in, I was surprised to see 9-8, and unfortunately 8 on the river.
Not being funny, but if you'd have seen the trophy before, when you were in the final 2 tables, would you have tried harder?
He's really needling the 2 lads.
I know.
Well, I'll tell you what a fantastic trophy.
It's incredible, isn't it? I might just go rob it or something. See if we can't find it.
You're not on a flight home. You need extra luggage.
Yeah,
they'll be charging you for
it's
that.
like the World Cup.
Yeah. That's fantastic. That looks good.
I'm winning next week. Don't worry, I'm winning next week.
Yeah, it's the big one next week. The Unibet Open. Satellite's running. Side events running all week, and
it's going to be a great tournament.
The main event starting on Thursday. It's going to be a busy one.
Yeah, I think usually with the way Unibet Opens go, the Friday will be about double, or maybe even slightly bigger than double the Thursday. But the Thursday will be a great spot as well. Like, you know, the qualifiers usually come in on the Thursday. If they come in the morning, they might jump straight in.
Yeah.
Remember, if you play on the Thursday and you bust, you can play the Friday Day 1C, and that gives you kind of all the options for maximum regging it.
That's good.
Whereas if you play Friday and you bust late on Friday, which, let's be honest, a lot of the time you do bust level 9, 10, 11 or whatever it is, then you might have missed late reg on the 1C turbo leg, and you kind of get caught where you would have been willing to go again and you don't. So sometimes maximising your options in terms of the re-entry possibilities, getting into 1A is no harm.
Yeah, definitely.
In fact, I think that's what I'm going to do myself.
Is there actually a specific answer for playing day 1A and day 1B on regarding a recreational player?
Well, you're going to get more recreationals into 1B, so if you're a recreational, you're probably in a more level playing field by playing 1B.
You're more likely working Thursday and coming late Friday, maybe, if you're in that position.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very rare occasion where the 1A is softer than the 1B. In fact, I can't even think of an example. But, to be honest, the Unibet Opens, lots of qualifiers. It's going to be good value both days. I don't think you're making too much of a mistake either way. Great structure as well. So, like, I have to say, this structure has been superb, though. I
loved the structure. I loved the structure.
I was having a debate with a few lads who were talking about, it's a bit almost too deep at the start, and those first 3 or 4 levels are a bit meaningless or whatever. But you know what? Poker players, recreational poker players in particular, love having heaps of chips in front of them, being able to make a mistake and not be out the door. I say give it to them. I say this has actually been great. This structure has held up the whole way through. These extra 2 levels every 10, the 3 7s and the 7 14s.
They're good. They're
class.
good. Yeah, they're very
absolutely
good.
class.
Very good.
And I think they've actually really helped the tournament all along the way. You've been able to have this kind of choppier half-hour clock, 40-minute clock, 50. We never had to go to an hour clock, but it's actually just stayed smooth all the way through. It's been lovely.
It has been a cracking event.
It's good to come back on a day 2 and have loads of play. You know, in other tournaments I'll mention, you go back in a day 2 and you're under pressure from the get-go, and you've got certain spots you don't want to be in that you're forced to be in.
Yeah.
So if you come back and you can relax on day 2, I came back with 200,000. I came back with burial, like just double from the starting stack. And I had loads of time to play and fiddle about and get going again. So it's really good to come back, especially if you're travelling. If you're not from Dublin and you're travelling or wherever, you're not panicking to making the wrong decision and driving back home again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I think it's been great now. I think, the 362 runners who played this one, I'm sure there are a few re-entries in there, but, it's definitely, as a structure, held up and actually probably deterred re-entries because it was hard to bust it before re-entry closed. A lot of people made it to day 2, 40% of the field almost.
At least.
Spoiler alert, it's not over yet. So there's going to be some battling here.
It won't be long before they come back. Andy Duna is going to be in seat number 4, and in seat number 8 it'll be Stephen Keogh. Stephen, the man that first doubled up Dara with the Ace King against the Aces.
Oh, that was Dara's bit of good fortune early yesterday or early day 2.
I was on the table. I was there on the app, and that was incredible.
And then he more or less got the chips back, did Stephen, with Kings against Dara's 10s.
Yeah.
Okay. So
they returned the favour.
Yeah, they returned the favour. The trophies on the table, they will not be long. There is 4,500. It's a 4,500 euro flip.
That's it.
And the trophy.
Unless they wanted to go into the secret garden and start to
smoking garden
and do a 3K 1,500 maybe. You never know these days.
You never know.
You never know these
Stranger
days.
things have happened.
Absolutely.
In the smoking garden.
Glenn is there ready to.
Was Andy locked up already?
Get the players back. Pardon?
Andy was locked up already. Andy. Stephen has 13,000 locked up, is he?
He's got 13,000. Stephen's got 13,510 on the right. and Andy has got 21,000.
Yeah, so Stephen might be favoured playing this, I think, to increase his payday. The way he's running, he has to favour himself as well. That he's doing good, he's playing good, he's running good in right spots. How many cups of tea has Brennan had so far? About 1,000. So you're obviously in the room and see I'm not drinking tonight. I've got a sore voice. Chiseler 1. If you want to bring me over another cup of tea, you're more than welcome. The room is full, so I don't know who you are.
So we are still waiting. We got told it wasn't a long break, but a little bit longer than I thought it might have been. Brendan Norton sat with us. David Lappin just having a quick chat to
third place
finisher Danny and fourth place finisher Jason. Here he is, the man that's been in the chat box. He's here. Look at that. No, unfortunately we're full. We're full, and you have got time off. Make sure you get yourself a drink. You've earned it. Make sure you get yourself a drink and a new jumper. Oh no, I didn't say that out loud. Did I say that out loud? Oh, I don't believe it.
And new trousers. I think you'll go down as well. I might as well.
If you guys are paying, yeah.
We don't get paid for this.
We're doing it for fun. It's all about the love.
My voice is surprisingly hold up after all my weeks of days of shouting all week here. I know, because I was playing too much poker this week.
Do we know the stack sizes? 22 million for Andy, and I think it was 14 million for Stephen. But right now they're sat down. As soon as the names come on the screen, you'll know the chip stacks, because that is how we roll. It might be 22 against 14. There's 36 million chips in play. Glenn's going to start it off. Good luck, everybody. But I do think it's 22 and 14. Andy Duna on the left. Stephen Keogh on the right. Who is going to win?
Are we taking side bets how long this will last?
Absolutely. As soon as the first hand is dealt, the chip stacks will be under the player's name. You will see it. Dark Angel says could be some great interviews in the chip race. You're not wrong. Is that one of Fitz's trophies?
That's Pat Tracy. Yeah, it actually looks like one of the ones we used to use. I'm going to sue Ultimate Bet for copying my style. It does look. I must get closer now. If I get closer, I need to take the trophy after yesterday. But it looks like it. It's a nice trophy. It's a beautiful trophy.
So the first hand heads up, and it does have 22 million, and he is up against 14 million of Stephen. First flop.
Probably first man bets.
Called up with the blinds. The big blind 350k.
Yeah, I think so.
It is 175, 350. They are that's the level. Level 43 of the tournament. 175, 350. Now heads up, is there a running ante? Guessing not.
No, not heads up.
No.
I wish there was.
All chips are in play anyway, aren't they?
Yeah, that's it.
All chips are in play. There is an ante. Because the dealer's just put it to the side of her of the riffle.
That's just a big blind though, is it? No?
No, she wants to pull the big blind in, would she?
I can't see.
The big blind is going to be there.
Yeah, and she put something.
That's going to be 175, and I'm sure she just pulled in the 350. So there will be. That's interesting.
If that's true, I like it. If that's true, I really like it.
Well, that will create action.
Yeah, more money in the pot. Yeah, you're right. She has got something in front of her. I see it now. Yeah.
So there is a big blind ante.
Yeah, look at the size of the pot size. 875. I actually like that. I actually really, really like that.
Tommy Craig did indeed say, watch this space. Stephen Wynn said that this morning as we started the programme.
Yeah, he's running good. He's running really good. He's playing good. So his confidence is going to be high.
So 22 and 14. 40 big blinds against 63 big blinds. The ante is normally the size of a small blind, less than 5 people. Correct, says Thomas. Correct.
Yeah.
Thomas, you're absolutely spot on.
We didn't know they took a heads up.
I didn't think they took it heads up, but
That's gonna put more, that should put more emphasis on the button to raise every single hand. Every single hand you should raise heads up.
So the ante is 175. Thanks, Donna. Dark Angels, just want to say thanks to Tower, Dara, David, Brendan, and all the other guests who have been in the comms booth. It really has been a great watching the stream and also great comms and banter.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
And massive thanks to the dealers and all the staff involved in running and making it possible. Absolutely great words, Donna, and thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure watching someone lift my trophy.
That should be my trophy.
I might buy it off stream. I might see if he sell it to me. Next week, though, there's a tournament, so that'll be the 1100 main event.
It has been a great event, and if I hadn't been working the GUKPT in Manchester next week, I might have put my name forward for the Unibet Open, but they have their own stream and their own players and comms team coming in. I'm sure we'll cross paths very soon, ladies and gentlemen. See, if only that was a command, Mick the Mod.
If Andy hits 2 pair here, it's going to be a good card. Oh my god, here we go.
If
what a
only
card.
that was a command.
That's some turn card.
David's back for the heads up.
Yeah, look at
that's for a turn card.
Turn much?
Look at turn. Andy's flop top two, turn top 2, and Stephen hits a cut ball.
So we could have a huge chip reversal here.
Yeah. Unless Andy improves, he's going to lose a lot of money this hand.
So he's been slipped. He's going to bet what, like 1.7 million, and then get raised and be in a miserable place.
He's going to be in a terrible place. What was the bet? It looks like 1.7, is it? 1.8. Yeah, you're correct. 1.8 million. Stephen is now licking his lips.
Licking the chops, thinking, okay, will I make it 45 and then shove the other 8 in the river? Or how do I get these chips in? I think out of position, he's got to do his own raising here. I don't think.
Yeah, yes, he's going to miss value. I know he wants to keep Andy in the hand, but I know he's going to miss. He's going to miss value if he doesn't bet here. I think or raise here.
Yeah, in position would be very different. I think you could call again and hope your opponent bet, and you'd always have the option behind. But out of position, he's probably got to do his own dirty work.
See, Andy's been aggressive, so if he's happy with Andy, he's pulling chips for a raise. But if he decided a flat call here, he knows Andy's aggressive, and he's going to barrel any river. Keep all of Andy's bluffs in, just in case Andy was here with a 9 high, 8 high hand.
Yeah, I guess heads up ranges are wide enough.
Yeah,
you're right. There could be a lot of nonsense in there too.
Stephen looks like he's loading the gun.
I like that, and I like it kind of a size down relatively, because he can do this with like maybe he can make this like 4.2, 4.3, and leave himself pretty much pot commit his villain with these type of hands.
I think he's gone for that 4.2.
Also, if villain in this spot, which a lot of the times they will, has something like a king jack, he's essentially dead.
Yeah, again, Any 10 jack, king jack combos, queen jack combos.
Don't scare him off. He has gone a little larger, 5.5, leaving himself quite a small river shove if we get to the river.
Yeah, it might be too big, but it might work, but it might just be too big.
So
Andy is.
God, top 2, like the villain can be valuing bottom 2 here. He can be valuing middle 2 here. it's a pretty rubbish situation. Do you go with it sometimes with the King Queen and just think, well, we're probably going to go broke with this hand anyway on the river? So
well, Andy raised and Stephen just flatted, so I think if he had Ace Jack, he would have at least 3-bet, but he hasn't. So Jack 9 is there, but I think Andy's quite confident with his hand. I think he's happy with his hand.
And you're maybe worried that there's some, scare cards on the river to lose value with too.
It could be an Ace 4 of hearts, a Jack 10 of hearts. There could be any Jack combos. He's all in, is he? Yeah, he's all in. Stephen's going to call for a second, and Andy's going to see the bad news.
In 9% of worlds we are finished, but in far more worlds,
Stephen's been hitting. Stephen has been hitting cards against me and cards against Jason Tompkins. So can Andy pull one out of Stephen's magic bag? Okay, it would have been a
pretty big one.
Yeah, so it was getting paid anyway. So we're going to see a chip reversal
now, though.
Yeah.
That's
It's very unlucky, Andy. Very unlucky, yeah. Hands played themselves, both players played the hand well. It's just a sick heads-up spot to be in.
Yeah, it really is. So I think, are we looking at like a 4-1 chip deficit now?
Yeah, Stephen is
going to... that region. He's going to have to battle back. There's still a bit of room. I think that represents
he's
still more than 20 bigs.
He's
so
an aggressive
playable.
player, Andy. So he's capable of coming back. I think twice since I've been here he went down low and came back, so he seems to know what he's doing. He needs to just do it again. Stephen has not put a foot wrong, has he? He just seems to be going his way.
Yeah.
It just seems to be going his way. The poker gods are favouring him.
Big thanks here from Donna, Dark Angel 709. Just want to say thanks to the Tower, myself, Dara, Brendan, and all the other guests that have been here in the comms booth over the weekend. Yeah, we had Newport here yesterday. We had Adam Neal in for a while as well. It's been great watching the stream. Thank you very much, and great comms and banter. Also, massive thanks to the dealers and the staff involved. Absolutely, I second that one.
Amazing as always.
We're spoilt in Ireland here with some of the best TDs and floor staff in the world, and
we really are.
We come down for a local comp now, and we get sort of EPT standards. It's that kind of thing, isn't it?
I was saying earlier on, the vibe this year has been incredible. The atmosphere in the room has been good. There seems to be more of a buzz this year, which is good, because it's again, like we were saying yesterday, people don't seem to be having as much fun as they used to be, and they forget that part. So you need to enjoy yourself, meet old friends, new friends.
Well said.
Really have a good time with it and enjoy yourself. The banter is good. Like even tonight, I'm looking over, I see 10 cash games going. The Omaha's still going. I think the Nightly Turbo's still going.
No, it's one of those.
As soon as this is over, I'm going to.
You're going to play some PLO?
Yeah, I've been having a bad week in the PLO, but sure, that's the swings of, unfortunately, PLO.
And what are you in the big game there, the 5-10-20, or are you
no, I probably played the 1-2-5. I played the 5-10-20 a few times. It's not an easy spot to be in.
No, it's not. Usually, you look at
I prefer the 1-2-5 where I can.
7 strong players in that.
Yeah, incredible. Like some of the best Omaha players in the country are all here now.
Yeah,
they're incredible. They're so good. See you next week. Alest.
Jason Tompkins has left the building.
Very unlucky, finishing 5th place.
Yeah, he was unlucky in the end. I think if his 10's holding that spot, he's big favourite to win this tournament.
Yeah.
Such is life, though. A7 always has a chance there, and blind be blind, you couldn't really fault Stephen.
I see Chop Pot is popping up all over the chat.
Chop Pot everywhere.
I feel like Chop Pot might be the new sponsor of this festival rather than
Pat Tracy, Brennan who. Yeah, I'm the guy that pays your wages, Pat Tracy.
Yeah. Well,
Pat works for me.
We have you get to do a reasonable amount of shilling. That's the rule here for an hour's commentary.
I love it. I actually really enjoyed it. I was talking to Dara last night, and we were having a great laugh at the table. And it was he offered me it, and I couldn't say no. I really enjoyed it. It's incredible.
Great to have you in here.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Once again, it's great to see someone lift my trophy. Or it could have been your trophy. We both ran deep in this tournament. Incredible tournament. Great atmosphere though. Brilliant altogether. Really enjoyable.
Yeah, and I think it's don't want to jinx it now, but so far so good. It represents a little bit of a risk when you try and come up with an idea like this 18-day sort of super festival. Obviously, it's the amalgam of 2 big festivals, the Dublin Poker Festival.
I love it.
For a few years. Unibet Open, we've had one before here in Dublin, having the second one right away, so that there's almost no gap. Basically, one day
rest
day, and then
that one day gives the dealers the break, gives the floor staff the break, gives the masseuse the break, gives the staff in the hotel a break. that one day might recharge everyone's battery. Like I had to sleep today. I woke up at 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah.
Because my body needed it. I needed to sleep in. Unfortunately.
Yeah, you can burn it about then for these festivals.
My voice was going as well when you asked me. Because all the singing I was doing.
That's
the night
nice.
from,
It gives you kind of a sexy, kind of deeper timbre.
Rod Stewart I was called tonight, and someone else said it online. I was Rod Stewart. My Mullingar accent. This is not my normal voice. It will go away once I get my voice back. Nocton, not Norton. Brendan Nocton. It's okay. You can call me Susan if it makes you happy. Or somebody's known me as Daybonk online.
Where did you get the name Daybonk from?
You have to spell it backwards. I can't say it online.
I get it now.
It's I made it when I was like, I made it 15 years ago and I had nothing to think of.
Nice.
I don't know where it came out of.
I like it.
Slow dog was taken.
Well, here we see Jack of Hearts in the hand of Andy. Well, he was already way ahead. That's put him prohibitively in front here, 92%. No sense in betting, really. His hand can be good here. It can't really get any worse hands to call or better ones to fold. And I think we might see a sort of an equity denier here from Andy. Just something small, maybe a big blind and a half, something in that region.
Yeah, Stephen won't get outlined yet. He has a good chip lead now. He's just going to pick a spot. 28 million chips for Stephen. $80 big blinds. In England you can say Norton. You can say like Kyle Norton, the footballer. In Ireland I think we say Nocton. I think it's a Leitrim name. Nocton. But they do say Kyle Norton. So it's the English footballer. Norton. They spell the same way, just different pronunciation.
Do you watch much Twitch?
I watch all Twitch. I watch all Twitch. I have 2 massive monitors I play poker on, and I have a third one that I watch. I watch everyone and anyone.
Regardless of the fact that obviously we should be pushing David Van Hayden and Ian Simpson here. Who are your favourite?
No, I actually watched a bit of Ian Simpson before because I remember playing at his table.
Oh, that must have been awful.
Was
that a rough night? Was it?
I lost a lot of money that night. No, because I played.
You cheer yourself up by watching someone else lose.
Yeah, so. When I have a bad week, I watch Ian Simpson, so that I'm not the only one losing money. Sorry, Ian.
Oh,
no, I played with Ian at the Irish. He was on my table.
Is that the newborn on the live stream tonight?
Oh no! I would have watched that then.
He was.
I haven't seen that.
He was on my table at the Irish Open last year, the year before, and it was good fun. He's a good player, brilliant player, Ian. So it's good to see Twitch. I love to see more people doing Twitch.
Who are your favourites though? Don't worry about who sponsors them. We get your.
To be honest with you, I like watching the festivals more than anything else, more than the players themselves.
So this kind of stuff.
I love watching this because for me, my live game is not great. I play 12 hours a night online. For me, I've had my success online. My live game is not there as such, even though I've been around it all my life. I'm kind of working at running it because I used to run casinos. So for me, online is I love watching these festivals just to get because. I think that's why I was a bit upset yesterday because I don't really do good in live tournaments. So to get that far, that could happen to me in an online tournament last night, and I wouldn't change my attitude because I've been there before.
You've invested a lot there, and it was a cruel beat too. To be
and I'm still not too sure. I must talk to Dara after. I don't know if I played the hand right or does the hand play the same way. I really don't know if I played the hand right.
I definitely think it plays the same way, regardless, given the specific holdings.
If I downsize my bet on the flop and he shows, I'm calling, so it's the same result. I don't know. If I ever lose it. Ian Simpson is a legend.
He is.
Looks like we have Ian Simpson in the chat here. He's using a new account
System Kill. He's in the room, I think, because he was saying something wrong with me drinking tea, so he's watching me drinking tea.
He showed Little Adeline tonight.
Oh, that's great.
Absolutely gorgeous and dinky. Well, that's small then, yeah?
Yeah. Well, that's really interesting because I would be a bit the same now. I dabble in Twitch. I wouldn't have a kind of a favourite. I jump around the place a bit. And I've never heard somebody say that they sort of look out for these live streams in the same way.
See, for me, I play 12 hours a night. I play 6 nights a week mostly. I play 12 hours a night. So sometimes you can't listen to music 12 hours. You'll be burnt out. You can't watch a film because you'd be taking it. So I like to have something in the background that's there that takes my attention, and I can watch it and glaze at it.
Yeah.
I have two massive monitors and one screen here, so it's a massive setup. So for me, having poker on, even the old EPT videos, season 1, the old,
where
you see a 5-bet with King Jack or something. I love that old style of poker, the old cream tables like it. But I'd watch anyone. I like, the all in
You're just a big poker fan as much as anyone
I
else.
love it. I love all. I come from all walks of life of poker, from doing security in the casino to being a poker dealer for 9 years, to running tournaments, to playing online.
That's great.
I've been around poker for the last 15 years from all different walks of life, so I know both sides of the dealing and running it, to playing online, to playing it live. I just love it. I really do love it.
So Stephen hits his 9. Andy turns his 4.
I assume it goes check again here, it does. So I reckon we might see a value bet here from Stephen, probably targeting exactly a 4 and a 3. No, he has decided to maybe bluff induce slash keep it tidy against whoever might be out there. Small pot to Stephen, not much change, but we are seeing now Andy just even little pots at this point.
Yeah,
get
these pots are important to Andy now, these 1.8 million pots. Andy needs to win a few of these to get back in it.
Yeah, lots of play still with 19 bigs. Obviously he's not exactly in shove or fold mode, but he is going to be looking for some maybe like limp shove spots on the button. He's going to probably be limping a lot of his buttons now, you would think.
We were saying earlier on, there's a small blind ante, is it? Heads up.
So they've done that, okay, yeah. Sometimes
I'm a fan of that.
You like it because it just kicks on the action a bit more.
Yeah, I love that, and it encourages it's the big blind posting, isn't it? So it encourages the button to kind of be more aggressive anyway. But it always is heads up to me anyway, but I love it. I actually love it.
So, action on Stephen here. He's probably going to look to limp in a lot as well. Obviously the effective stack here is 19 bigs now, so both players sort of adopting similar strategies, you would think.
I think when you're chip leader you want to control the pots, you don't want to be shoved down with marginal hands and fold because you're under pressure in case you double them up.
8-5 deuce, all spades.
So we've got a spade in each hand here, and they're decent spades too, so this could get spicy.
And he has a pair as well with a spade.
Will do with a spade, rolls on the turn.
There we go.
There we go, that's it. We're going to get a double up for Andy.
Yeah, Andy's got 2 streets to play with here.
Yeah.
If Stephen kind of goes into pot control mode, you assume he is going to have to call the river here. If Stephen goes for some thin value himself here, well, same outcome perhaps.
Andy's going for a check first. And then Stephen takes the lead.
So Stephen is going to value this jack of spades. Andy probably no sense in doing anything other than call here. So if he does make the call here, it's going to come down to whether Steve wants to go for similarly thin enough value with jack of spades on the river, hoping to get a call for maybe the 10 of spades or 9 of spades, taking the chance that maybe the queen of spades looms.
Yeah, just a call.
So I think probably best route here for Andy is to, well, there's a sort of a deuce, which is interesting, obviously, and he had the deuce anyway, but probably pretty close now for Stephen, whether he wants to go for thin value.
Stephen the well there.
I thought that was going in.
No, wait for thin there, really. You definitely wouldn't value bet the 10 of spades in that spot, so it's kind of, that's exactly the spade that would be the gangster value.
I don't mind, I wouldn't, Stephen's, once Andy checks him, I don't mind Stephen putting in a small bet.
No, I don't either. I think, there's more,
especially heads up.
There's a lot more lower spades than higher ones.
Yeah.
Ace of spades is less likely to be in the ranges in a limp pot, although I think it should be there with a lot of holdings. And also you probably would have found out about it sooner.
No, if I was Stephen did well to get away from it, I lose money there.
Yeah, I definitely do the same now. I think I put in a 1/3 and lose another, 2 or 3 bigs.
Stephen doing everything right. He's doing everything right. He's very impressive.
More TBC has pointed out something actually quite important that's got to be said here, that the trophy, we've been raving about the beauty of this very ornate trophy, but it does appear that if you poured a drink into it, it might spill out of it, and that, you might be having a point
through
there.
it.
We don't think about these things, do we?
No, we should have a little compartment here.
Yeah.
We can stick
all
drinking in it or
trophies
something.
should be also double
Trophy,
as,
a
drink
cup.
receptacles. Yeah.
You'll have to talk to the people at Unibet now to design better trophies.
Yeah.
Straws without them next or something.
There will be a cabinet of trophies. Actually, we have a cabinet here, so the cabinet will be refilled with trophies on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So all the side events will come with trophies as well. So anybody who does compete here next week will be looking for some silverware.
Looking forward to next week now. After that run, the deep run live game for me.
Yeah, just give you a little taste of the fun of, when you do get a run live, it's kind of like nothing else. Even on
for me, my live game is not the best. So for me, it's a really good push for my confidence to play more live. Because again, if that was online, I do that regularly, weekly.
Yeah, and even if it's the same amount, it's not really about the money amount. It's about being physically there with people. There's something different about it. It is a special thing. I agree with you.
So I'm looking forward to next week. I'll probably bus first hand or something, but at least it's a rebuy.
That's it, yeah. You get one,
I'll probably jinx myself.
You get one re-entry in almost all the Unibet stuff. I think that's kind of our policy these days. We've we sort of resisted re-entries and still do resist them for the most part, but there are obviously when working with partners on the ground here in Dublin, in Bucharest I know as well, in different stops, you sort of they want them because that's a real good way for them to get a bit more money into the pots, which is good for the guarantees. A bit more rake obviously helps them out too. So the compromise, if you like, that Unibet have settled on, and I'm a big fan of it, is single re-entry. I think it kind of, for the players' point of view, it's not like the pros can jump in 5 times.
Yeah.
Recreational players might go with a budget in mind, and then they can go, well, I can only do 2, so that'll be the maximum. I think it's a nice compromise.
I think it's incredible because you see other tournaments where you can re-entry 5-6 times, and it might give it it obviously gives the edge to the players who are comfortable buying into that. Yeah, and it takes the steam out of it. But yeah, one single entry is perfect.
I think it's perfect. I think it's the perfect compromise spot, to be honest. Yeah,
this was incredible structure. It really was. I'm not saying it because I'm here. It was an absolutely incredible structure, and there was loads of play in it. Again, I came back with 200,000. And
you didn't feel rushed?
No, if that was another tournament day too, I'm normally gone and I'm looking for the next tournament or a cash game or next satellite because I'm up here because I travel from Westmeath. This tournament I had loads of play. I wasn't panicked, and I had a space where I had 3 hours of card dead, and I still had time to stay around. Yeah. So it was incredible. It was really incredible.
Well, bottom pair here for Stephen. He's also got some back doors. A lot of back doors for Andy as well.
Stephen now gets stronger.
Yeah, Stephen very strong, and Andy really got a whole lot of nothing now, so I think this will just be a one and done pot. We're not going to see many more chips go in here. Hard to have less equity than that 8-6 right now.
I think Stephen's betting here because the club draw is getting a bit scary, and he's just going to take it down. Yeah,
so again, these guys not putting a foot wrong here. The standard on this final table has been absolutely immense. I have to say, huge credit. We obviously singled out some of the big names in Irish poker who are here, but some of the guys travelling as well. Absolutely awesome standard.
When you see Jason Tompkins and Sam Bainham at a table, you cannot help but pick them. They're a different class.
Yeah, absolutely. Cathal Shine, of course, as
well. Cathal was there, was he?
Yeah,
Cathal, I thought he came 10th. No, he came 9th. Was it?
No, Cathal came
another
6th or 7th.
Absolute beast online, Shiner. I don't know him personally, but I do come across him a lot online. Another guy I don't want to be at his table.
No, not at all. Crusher.
Yeah. Jeez, I forgot about Cathal Shine. Yeah, I thought he became 10th.
And I have to say, looking around the room, when we did that 3-table draw, which of course we were both involved in last night, there was maybe a few, respectfully, I will not name any names here, but obviously at that stage there's a few spots, but there was feck all spots, to be honest. It was like
your table,
18
you were giving out. I seen you giving out because your table.
Oh, we had an absolutely manky redraw.
It was probably the 9 toughest players left, the 8 toughest players on your table. And we had a bit more access to move around on our tables.
It was a filthy table, I have to say.
There was no easy spots.
I was giving out. I was obviously a bit tongue-in-cheek, but I was...
Who did the draw fix?
It was just, I wanted to try... Because I remember, because I looked at the screen and I drew the same seat. I was in 2-7.
Yeah,
and I drew 2-7. I was like, I don't move. And so I just stayed there. Everyone else moves. And then it was just like one at a time, all the beasts arrive. And I'm like, here, come on. What? Use what? Stop.
Yeah, I seen it. I was actually happy I wasn't there.
The way it was, I guess, but a bit of fun. So you have to be the last person standing, so it's not like you can avoid them forever anyway.
You can't get someone to do all your dirty work for you. You have to go through them.
Exactly.
That's what we're saying. We're saying about Stephen. I think Stephen knocked out all the big names tonight. He's knocked them all out.
And I tell you, if it was a knockout, my God, he's knocked out.
Oh my God,
players.
yeah. He's knocked out a lot of players. It must be a bounty game one day.
He's played very well. Dara talked a lot, and I have to say, sitting next to him it was like we were trading seats. We were either one to each other's left or right, and we kept swapping seats either side of each other all day through the tournament yesterday. And I have to say, his composure, his sort of, there's no timing tells there. He sort of takes, he's not a tanker, but he takes those, he takes those 5 seconds. He takes those.
There's always one or two.
So obviously no one heard any of that, and we'll proceed. Just
16 left in 90 Turbo.
If you could all just go to that
round of applause for 90 Turbo, 16 left.
Yeah. if you could just all go to that place from Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Don't have your brains erased in some way, or bang your head off a wall, or drink something alcoholic, and maybe you'll forget. Sorry about that, guys. Probably a bit of a spoiler there. Something can be done. We didn't see the announcement coming, and we panic jumped for our mute button, but it wasn't to be.
I think they were clapping because the Omaha's over.
Oh, that's it.
That's what it was.
That was it. Well. Sometimes the best movies are the ones where they show you the scene from the end, right at the beginning, and you're building up to that point, and it creates a different kind of narrative drama.
I went to see Sonic with my 2 boys there during the week, and they show the end, and then they rewind it, and they show the bits of rewind it of the whole film, and it shows the end where Jim Carrey's character is chasing He's Robotnik, and then it shows it, talks about it, and it rewinds the whole way, and then it starts from start. So you kind of know where you're going to end. So there you go.
There you go. So exactly. So we've gone from the Sonic the Hedgehog
style,
movie style for this last half hour. I like it.
It's 9:30. It feels like 5 in the morning to me. I don't know about you. It feels like 5.
You just woke up.
I know. My time zone is all. My voice is gone. My time zone is all over the place. I see like 8 cash games going strong.
Do you know what I've loved as well about this weekend? And I know we're gushing now, and I suppose that's what you do, is you know you're entering the last half hour. But the selection of all the feature tables, I feel like we got a real showcase of Irish poker with that nice bit of sprinkling of European guys who've travelled thrown in, but a real showcase of the best of Irish poker to really enjoy and show off the high standards that we have here. We've seen an awful lot of really quality poker on the stream.
It was an incredible turnout of a mixture of every Irish players, the pros, the characters. I think we get the characters on the table. It's good to watch, especially if you're at home now and you're on the Sunday grind. It's good to watch the guys doing some crazy stuff. I was a bit nervous yesterday because normally I do a mad bet here and now and again, but I was on TV and I didn't want to do it and then have everyone text me.
Well, you were very hard on yourself with that Ace-4 barrel.
It was probably the only mistake I made. Well, in my head I only make, and because in my eyes, I said this to someone last night. In my eyes, that guy didn't play a hand for 3 hours on my table, and I thought. He called him a guy. He called him a guy with 7s on a Jack 9, 6, 8 something board. And so I know he likes to see. He doesn't like to go up. I know he likes to see turns. And it was so bad by me. The more I think about it, I'm actually depressed talking about it again.
To be honest, I certainly thought it was a reasonable 2-bullet candidate, but I think probably the river was a bad river because it probably hit his.
Yeah, it was a king. It was a king as well. I was thinking to myself, I'm losing. And I thought I went for the small. I was going to shove, and I would have been gone earlier, and I didn't shove because normally I pull that trigger online a lot. At live, I kind of just thought I'd go for a downsized bet to look like I want to get value paid. And he snapped call quickly 2-pair. It made his hand even stronger. Yeah, he bet it perfect. I bet it so bad.
You were hard on yourself, though. I don't think you needed to be that.
No, I was kind of like, that was a mistake I made. But that's again with the structure. But then. an hour, I got back to my starting
You were
stack.
back again, yeah.
Because there was, so I was saying to myself, there was no need to do that, Brandon. There was no need to panic and okay, your card dead, so you start thinking, oh, I'm going to make moves. I have to make moves because, you know, sometimes if I'm running really bad, I'll pick spots. You know, I suppose you have to. You can't wait for aces and kings, so you have to kind of pick as much spots as you can.
Sure.
That was one that backfired a lot.
Well, we see their blinds are up now with 204, and that puts a little bit of extra pressure on Andy, who still has 20 bigs because he has chipped up a little bit from when he was down around the 6 million mark. Minimum stakes tourney at the Unibet Open next week. I'm going to guess there's a 100 turbo somewhere. There's definitely a 150. 100% there's a 150. I'm going to guess there's a 100 quid game somewhere along the line.
There's a few good value satellites as
Have
well.
a look there. If you go to unibetopen.com and you probably have to scroll down, either click on the Dublin tab or scroll down a bit to where it says schedule. Click the schedule button. It'll all come up there. You'll get the full schedule for games going from Tuesday to Sunday. Have a look to see if there's anything in your buy-in range.
Are you going to be watching the Invitational with all the ambassadors on Wednesday? I can't wait for you, actually. I'm really looking forward to Wednesday.
I'd have a bet with you.
You'd be happy to deal it.
I would. I love to see that. Yeah, I love that. Go back to my roots of dealing.
But
these
you know what? I
games.
think I actually strongly suggest, or I strongly believe that there should be the dealer choices there should kind of be messing.
Yes.
Like it should. Obviously, we want professionalism from dealers,
Yeah.
but I think for that type of thing, you almost want your dealer to be kind of taking the mickey a bit,
Yeah, I like that.
dealing off the bottom of the deck,
Tag
giving you a choice of flops which one you want.
It's a tag team. It's a tag team.
Tag team the dealer.
No, it's not
not a tag team, no,
Yeah,
okay.
you can tag in the dealer for a decision, even maybe phone a friend.
That's what I used to.
Phone
Never
the
saw a
dealer.
game where you start the hand, I played the flop, you play
Oh, I
the
like
turn.
that too. Yeah,
I like that for a bit of fun. Yeah.
I think they could.
Because
spice it up
if
with a
you
few
start
things.
bluff, I have to carry on with it.
Yeah.
So if you get someone who's out of comfort zone,
I have played that structure a couple of times, and it is funny to put your opponent in. Your colleague in a spot, and then they look at their hand. They're like, "Why am I in this river with that size pot in this situation?"
They have to carry on with it then.
Oh, brilliant.
Who's favourite for this ambassador invitational? Who's the favourite?
We spoke about that earlier. Darrow is being very self-deprecating, but
Darrow will take it seriously.
I think. Oh no, and genuinely, I think everyone will take it seriously. But Darrow has been very self-deprecating, saying that he wouldn't be favourite. I think if he's not favourite, he's second favourite to Alex Rayar. Alex, top high roller player. He's been an absolute beast. He had a big World Series score where he finished last 2 tables of the World Series. I want to say 3 years ago. And
he's a tough player.
He's been crushing high roller since. So yeah, all things being equal, I think. You know, Alex probably pound for pound, but then Dara has the sit and go kind of pedigree and background. I think that counts for a lot. He has probably the short stack game to beat them all.
I think David priced himself up at 6-4.
That's a good price.
Only 66-4.
I genuinely think I'm mid-pack there. I think I'd also say Aspen, your stat is a pretty good bet in that one as well.
Yeah, I know him.
So I definitely put those 3 boys in the top 3, and then I think I'm probably somewhere after them.
How many's in it?
We don't know yet. Ian Simpson is not going to be here, unfortunately, so we don't know who's going to come last.
He's on chat here.
That's up for grabs now again. So I think it'll be Monica, Charlotte, Espen, Dara, on Alex, myself. We might have I think one of the Finnish. There's a Finnish ambassador who's kind of a regional ambassador for Unibet. I think he's going to be invited.
That's Wednesday, is it?
Yeah.
I'll be up here. I'll be playing cash in me, so I'll be up here.
Well, do you know what? I will tell them that you've offered to deal. So
I will deal it, and I will slow roll. I will do whatever
please,
I can.
Anything
I will
you can to interfere. That will be fine. Yeah. So, Natalie Sobaku of Peru, Kasia Scanlon, Mai, and all the events team are putting together a seriously good festival for next week. Guys, if you are in Dublin, if you can get to Dublin by next Wednesday, we do recommend it. There's going to be a high roller, there's going to be a 1k main event, we've got a 300 event, there might even be a 500 in there somewhere. There's a Queen Rules ladies event, and there's going to be 150 quid turbos going off left, right,
satellites,
centre.
about 150 satellites.
But is there a Midnight Madness?
There isn't a Midnight Madness, but there are flips, which I think is basically the same thing. So we've rebranded them ourselves, but we're basically doing the same
Brendan
thing.
was saying Friday nights took €1,900.
It's crazy. But people, it was rake free, isn't it? So people are just having a spin. Yeah, it's good for that. That's
This
all.
cash game players go up by 10 quid, run over, and
You're throwing in a pint, like.
yeah, that's all it is.
A tenner.
I've seen it get well. Geez, the Irish Open, or so not the Irish Open, although they do it that week too, but the Norwegian Championships on their last day in City West go around with a bag. Someone goes around with a big bag, just like a huge, big, like white bin bag, and walk around, and everyone like fires in fivers and tenors and whatever it is, and they end up. It's a full bag of fivers and tenors at the end, and they draw, and everyone writes the name on it. So you write your name on your fiver, and then they just pull one and read out the name, and that person gets the whole bag.
Takes the whole bag.
And the bag is like 30 grand in it or something insane by the end of it.
It's incredible. I've seen that last year. It's amazing.
Oh my word.
Yeah, totally nuts. I think it might be a tenor, and every tenor is a thing, so people are writing on the tenors and just firing them in. It's a huge bag of tenors.
I've seen that last year. I did it before. It's incredible.
Wow.
In a bin bag.
Yeah, and a see-through bin bag, so you can see. Yeah, so you can see what's in it as well.
Just take it to the bank the day after in the bin bag. Can I bank that, please? Where's that come from?
It's going to be some anti-money laundering sort of people in your case if you do that.
Edel says thanks for the stream and all in the booth. It's been great to follow all the action after playing Friday and Saturday. Will there be a stream next weekend? Obviously, we've just run through that.
Can I double down on that and just say, on behalf of Darren, myself, and all the Unibet people, and huge gratitude to all the guests who've come in, yourself, of course, Nick Newport yesterday, and Adam Neal. But 3 cheers for the Tower. You have been here for every moment of this. And it is not easy to do what you do, sir. And you are a credit to the poker community, so we really appreciate it.
Thank you very much indeed. It has been a pleasure. I love coming over here. Absolutely love it. It's such a fantastic city.
The Guinness is nice too.
And it sure is. And as Brendan said earlier, they play poker with a smile on their face.
That's what it is. Like people forget to think they're having. If you're running or losing bad, you kind of lose the sight of it. If you're having fun, you'll always enjoy it. If you have fun on the limit with it, you can always enjoy it.
It is awesome. And I can still see 4 different coloured clocks in the room. A gold one to my left, there's a purple one, a green one. Oh, there's 5. Wowzers. The red one, the main event one. The nightly turbo. The Omaha, the satellite.
Final table of the €200 zero.
And if we finish in time, I might have to chuck a tenner in for the Midnight Madness.
And can I say, I don't know if you mentioned this one already, but just in case you didn't, and sure, even if you did, I don't mind saying it twice. Congratulations to the 2 Johns, John Dwyer and John Hannafy, chopped up
the
we
heard
high roller.
They were asked what they were on. We didn't know who had done it.
We didn't get anything, and all of a sudden somebody said he finished it first, he was second, he was third. Who got the bonus prize?
I think John Dwyer took home the trophy, so congratulations to him. His brother Mick is a good pal of mine. And I met him the other night now, had a bit of dinner with them both, and it's great to see him back playing loads on the live circuit again. And obviously taking some tournaments down, it's going to keep him interested for a while.
John Hamilton's been around for a long time playing cards.
John's great, very fond of him.
And Zeke came third.
Yeah, Zeke, well, I played on Zeke's table actually when I joined the high roller late last night, and he had an absolute monster stack already. So
he's a tough player to play against.
Super well, sick PLO player. That's the main thing.
That's what we're saying, because Victor came 4th and Kieran Burr came 5th, and they're all incredible Omaha players.
Yeah.
So the Omaha players were taking over the high roller last night.
Well, I suppose it's probably the only thing juicy enough for them to get up out of their seats and walk away from their 10 grand stacks that they've been sitting behind all week.
They love the big buy-ins and the attraction of it.
So, looks like Stephen's going to go for some. I don't know what he's doing here actually. I guess he's turned his hand into a bluff, clearly.
Yeah, a pair of 2s and his hand's been counterfeited.
Yeah,
so I think he's.
So he can kind of tell the story, I guess, of having one of the other 2 pairs and having tripped up. He's obviously representing a 9 or an ace here, and Andy with just queen high is in a bit of a pickle. It's a full pot size bet here, so it's really leaning in. And he's mounted a bit of a comeback, just small balling away for the last 2 or 3 hands. So it would be.
It's a weird lineup. It's gone bet call, the flop, it's gone check on the turn.
Yeah, so he's kind of played it like a 9.
Yeah.
Or well, he kind of played like an ace as well, actually. I think he could plausibly have both actually here. Do you think he's going to find the hero here?
I think so, because it looks like Andy limp and Stephen checked. Stephen,
great call.
Great call. Very good call.
Top job, Andy. Well, you're right back in it, sir. 14 million to 22 now.
Yeah, that's a good call.
That's a great spot, and bit of a fishy line, I suppose. In the end, it was very narrow range he was representing, really.
Yeah, I think once Stephen's hand was counterfeited, he had to pull the trigger. That's not a bad play either. I think once he knows, I think Andy just knows I think it's basically 9 or nothing.
So there you see 36 big blinds, so he's way back in it now, having been
close.
only there 17 big blinds at his bottom. So every reason to believe he can get back into this.
Cheers, Carpet Catcher. Oh, you've enjoyed the live stream from the Dublin Poker Festival.
I think we've had the best names today. Carpet Catcher.
Carpet Catcher's great.
There was another one around. I can't remember what it was.
And what a day for Andy, it's got to be said. He obviously started the day cracking those aces with the kings. It looked like it was going to be all over for him right away, and then a fortuitous Django there.
Have you done
kept him in the mix.
Did you have a chat to Shiner while he flattered the ace queen?
I haven't spoken to him about it, no.
Okay.
Had a bit of a discussion over dinner about it, though. That was exactly the hand we all thought about.
What hand was this?
It was a spot where I think Sam opened, hijack, and he was deep, and Cahill was right behind him in the cut-off with ace queen O and playing like 18 bigs. He just called. Right, for all of our money now, I think we were all predicting a shove, and it didn't come, and he's just lamped it in here with the fives, cleaned up equity. And allowed himself to get away, because essentially Sam actually did have queens, and the board came low cards, and I think the board came maybe like jacks 7-6, and
he got away from it.
He got away, never put another chip in the pot. But I think we were all just predicting a shove with that hand, and I think I still kind of would shove in that spot, although I'm very interested to hear about the reasons. Obviously there's some ICM reasons. He was basically joint bottom with Joss at the time, so maybe there was a bit of outlasting in it. There may have been a live read, dare I say. I don't know if Sam's given off anything there.
Fair play. I think I'm shoving there 18 bases, because Sam can open there.
Jack 7 suited.
Incredible, he's an incredible player, Sam. So
yeah. So
I don't want to play a lot of post flop with Sam out of position.
No, he was going to be in position.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he did flatten position, but that was.
Sorry. Yes,
position,
sorry.
But,
that's interesting.
But look, he wasn't rewarded. Unfortunately, he was eliminated a couple of hands later. But it was an interesting one for us to analyse.
Wow.
Sometimes when you see top players do something that you really don't predict, it's not correct to immediately assume it was a poor player, it was something wrong. You immediately start thinking, what are the interesting reasons he might have done that, and what has he been doing in the lab with ICM that's maybe made a play like that much more logical.
He's a beast online as well.
He really is.
So again, I never played him live. I met him actually here yesterday, but online I come across him.
Lovely chap, very unassuming, pretty quiet at the table, but absolute killer. Here we go. Limping in here with the Jack Deuce. He's going to check his option here at the King 8.
I was just about to say sometimes you have to give up the old Jack Deuce. No.
Not a suited one with an ante heads up. She could have the best hand about half the time for Jack Deuce suited here. Flop dashed here, and he's going to throw out a little tiddler. Andy obviously checking back the King 8. That King is pretty strong just as a high card on its own. He has to sort of get sticky here. GTO will suggest, probably even calling a Queen high sometimes there, let alone a King high.
This gets better for Jack Deuce.
Yeah.
So Stephen probably checks back here. No, it looks like he's going to go again. I would have gone for the check back here. Your hand can improve. Not that the Queen is necessarily a likely card to have hit Andy, although it is possible, but more so that he could have a 3. And if he has a Jack, he probably has a better Jack, although with the Queen playing, it's probably a chop a lot. But obviously deciding on this kind of advanced blocker now. If he bets here, he can check back the river.
I think he's seen that Andy was capable of calling a Queen high a few hands ago.
Yes, actually, great point.
So maybe he's thinking now.
Ace high and King high.
And he doesn't want to give up a lot of his King high. Oh, here we are, King high, A high. So he wants.
No, but you're right. That's a really good point there.
Keep him in there.
They're obviously in a dynamic with one another, and they're starting to see each other's hands now, even with the stream. and they might be getting relayed a bit of info, and it all does play into your logic there. When you suddenly see a guy willing to be very sticky with just a dry overcard, it's like, ooh, I can't be barreling into this fella. So, little pot to Stephen there.
$400k big blind. What's that? 45 bigs each? 400k, 36 million in play.
Oh, you mean like if they had the same stack, what it would be? Yeah, something like that.
Well.
So Andy flops best this time. Wow. Oh no, he does not. Sorry, Stephen. I've just spotted the other pair. Oh, this could.
6 deuce.
Oh, this could be it. Wow, if some chips had gone in on the flop, this probably was it.
Flop and check. Check.
Wow, if some chips go in on the flop here, we might be looking at the last hand. We may not be looking at the last hand now because of that. Stephen is obviously going to bet here, and Andy's probably going to call, I guess. As played, he didn't decide to see bet top pair with a decent enough kicker. So does he spring the trap now?
Yeah, Stephen's going to go for check raise. He has to go for check raise. If he's checked twice, he has to put a check raise in now. Especially with a diamond draw out there, straight draw out there.
Bit of 800 from Andy.
So Stephen's going to spring the trap. Probably make it what, about 2.6.
He went very high last time, 5.5 last time.
So we might be looking at 3 million here.
He likes to. He's going for it anyway.
So Andy's going to be maybe putting a really tough river spot here. What is the sizing?
2.5, 2.6, is it?
Try to find out.
2.8.
2.8. So yeah, he has gone for something in the region of the 3 million mark. Yeah. And now Andy, who's, it's fair to say they both sort of under-repped their hands here. Obviously, Stephen capable of doing this with a lot of draws. Diamonds are out there, that's a possibility. 9-10, very likely. Maybe even something a bit funkier than that, maybe even a gutter.
The one thing he's not doing is putting Stephen on 6-2.
No. So
maybe a draw hand, 9-10 diamonds.
So if Andy makes this call for 2 million, we know that Stephen is going to put him to the test here. Stephen has the betting lead and he will go first, and you would assume he's going to put in a chunky enough bet here on the river, probably something in the region of 6 million? Well, let's see what the river is first. I suppose textures can change.
Nope.
Doesn't change much.
5 of spades on the river.
Stephen likes this. He's going to go for a shove, isn't he? No.
So 11 million, the shove would be a kind of 2x pot, or in that sort of neck of the woods. I suppose the more orthodox sizing maybe in this situation, hoping to get a call from, I guess he is looking for one pair hands. He's looking for the Jack X or the Queen X to call. Maybe a 4.5 million does the job. What do you think? You go for it, do you?
Nobody will say that, but he likes to bet hard. He likes to bet his hands hard. He doesn't like to value bet. He likes to always give the opponent that he thinks he's bluffing it, or he's
sure.
He sizes.
Go for those polarizing sizes.
3 times he sized very high, so.
He's not 100% sure he has the best hand right now, but he's probably 90% sure he has. So sometimes you can go really, really big in that spot, feeling like, well, that makes it look bluffy, and maybe I'm just looking for that one pair to make a hero.
He got caught.
Look at that, he is lining up the troops here.
That's 6 million, isn't it? 5 point.
Yeah, that looks like full pot bet is being lined up here.
Yeah, he likes his big sizes. Yeah, it's 5.8 million.
Okay, so we've gone for sort of 85% here. And again, okay, the 3-4 has got there. That's almost impossible. That's not really in the factors here.
Every flush draw and straight draw is missed.
So, and that's the important factor in all of this. That's the really important bit of all of this.
Jack X diamonds.
And this is where you replay the hand and think back to the flop check, and that's where this makes this bet really good, because that's the fishy bit now. Why would you check back a hand on the flop that is now willing to go this line? And this is why he might get paid. I actually wouldn't blame.
No, you
Andy
can't.
one
No,
bit
no,
here.
you can't blame
I
Andy.
almost think
It's
he
not
should
a
call,
good-
to be honest.
Yeah, it's
I know
not-
that 10 is somewhat relevant to just block some of those draws, but given as played the way this line is, I think it's too fishy. And we've seen Steve's capable of these bluffs too.
3 hands ago.
I call.
I think I do as
I
well.
think I call as well.
I call too.
I think a lot
It's
of
easy
people
now,
out there-
us looking at it, but I think
I think I made the call.
We're looking that he shouldn't call, and we're also
Yeah,
saying
we're
he should
taking call,
So
so it's-
I
it's
definitely don't
crazy.
think we give him too much stick if he does happen to make the
it's
hero
not
here.
a good spot to be in. I'll be impressed if he gets away with it.
Yeah, credit to
if he gets
Stephen
away
for
with
being
it.
this greedy.
Yeah, because honestly,
He
yeah, here he
makes it,
goes. Yeah.
Can't see anything wrong with the call at all. It's just unlucky. But we now have a huge chip leader.
Yeah.
Stephen Keogh,
He's got a mountain to climb now.
Size and high, he gets paid off.
31 mil out of the 36 in play.
And Stephen
Wow.
will be smelling blood right now.
Yeah, it's nearly there for him.
You're just hoping the deck does all the work for you now.
That's it now, just sets it up for you, sets it up, makes it easier. If I ever come across Stephen, he sizes me high, I'm folding top pair to him. I'm not even going to understand him or go against him, I'm just going to fold top pair against him. His size is high, he's always had it.
Well.
Apart from when he has the counterfeited
He
pair of
can't
books.
play, no, but he went in value bet then, didn't he?
No, that was full pot.
Was that full pot as
That
well?
was full
2 million
pot,
he
yeah.
bet.
That was full pot, yeah.
Okay, I don't want to play him again then. Because I can't read him, there you go. Nothing wrong with Andy there, that call is acceptable.
12 bigs, Andy Dooner.
Well, I hear a rumour now that Sensing Blood, the production team, have called on Darrow Carney. He's on the way down from his hotel room now. He's putting on the suit jacket, he's ready, he's got the trophy. Will he be handing it to Stephen in a matter of moments? Who knows?
It's a bad combination when you get a good player flopping good cards. Isn't it? Like, Stephen has been running really good. That was a quick one. I was going to see it 8-5.
Easy game for Stephen right now.
Yeah,
poor old Andy can do nothing but take it right now. The deck can just put you out of the tournament in the spot. It's desperate.
he's gone down short 3 times, Andy, and got back up. So he knows how to play a short stack. He's not panicking, I don't think. Stephen, he's a trainee accountant. He can be taking summer off, will he? After this win.
Oh.
I don't get many of them.
So, when it rains, it pours.
Yeah.
Andy just ebbing out of this tournament right now. He's down to just 10
10
bigs. Stranger things have happened, but that is an absolute Everest to climb right now.
It's a good feeling when you're in a Stephen's position, isn't it? When you kind of feel it, you're nearly there, that the adrenaline's going.
Yeah, you just want it to be over.
You want to be over because you want to make that one mistake and get back into it.
Feel like we're in flip and go mode at the minute for Andy. Win, then we're alright. That'll do.
Stephen repays the compliment there with the 10 deuce suited.
Yeah.
It's generous.
I'd rather limp fold than fold. I think
so too.
I know you're not comfortable shoving 10-2 or in case gets back into it because you have in a good position. I don't mind limp folding because you could be limping with a big hand, inducing the trap.
Agree. And I actually think if you look at it, 10 deuce suited mightn't be miles off.
Yeah, it doesn't look beautiful, but it's
It'd be miles off a shove there.
heads up. You have to. You can always limp fold. If you lose another 200,000, it's not going to make. I'd rather than jamming 10 point something. Jamming 10 bigs.
Looks like we're all in here. He's got the suited connectors.
6-5,
A quick call here.
7.
So 6-5 suited.
This is the hand you want to go against it. Yeah, it's
that's why you pick a hand like this. It gets to be 42% against 2 overs.
Chance of being champion.
Stephen's
Dublin
happy.
Poker Festival European Deepstack.
The both boys are going to stay in their seats for this one. For now, anyway. This could be the last hand if the ace-7 Stephen can hold up here, he will be the Unibet European Deepstacks Champion 2020. A little something there he's wrapped around that 4 diamonds.
Yeah.
We're just about
Turn needs to be important.
7 of diamonds, anyone?
that's
it. We have a champion.
Amazing effort from Stephen Keogh. What a superstar he is. David Lappy, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Brendan, thank you very much.
Pleasure, absolute pleasure.
Absolutely, everybody who's in the chat box, thank you very much.
The one and only Stephen Keogh.
We've been good, yeah, run quite well. I had a big part earlier on with King going to 3, just to see that. So, done with from there. Incredibly tough final table. I've not had the table that tough. It was, yeah. So we did a deal with my vendors, and then people were just stubborn. No one was dropping off.
The European Deepstack always delivers fantastic events.
Not quite, it's fine. You take it before the week starts, of course. Yeah, no, the dealers were absolutely amazing. Didn't make the step wrong. Did everything very well.
We enjoyed watching it, whether it was smug or not, but we really enjoyed watching it. Fantastic second place. We're going to introduce the champion. Everything.
Not too bad, yeah.
How you feeling?
Yeah, tired. Happy tonight.
It's won a lot of players, and I'm one of our first Deepstacks over in Dublin. Said, watch out. You're on the pitch table, early doors. Watch out. The names are going out to watch. Stephen Keogh, Jules, Woods, you get to the final table, and eventually. How does it feel? Just said to Andy, bit of a slog. That's what it can be. Happy with the deal?
Yeah. Well, at the time I was, yeah.
Well, obviously, yeah.
Yeah. I do it again.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we were in the chat, we were with Thomas Vidal, and I think we were saying it was the right thing to do at the right time. It's obviously turned completely on its head. And I don't know whether you became relaxed, or whether you changed the game, whether you just thought, you know what, I've got to get every chip to win it. So, fantastic. Donna, can we get you to do the honours? Because champion of the European Deepstack, I'm going to hand over this. Donna, I'm not going to drop it, you hand over that. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the European Deepstack is Mr. Stephen Keogh! Just going to finish off, you stay there holding that trophy, young man, if you deserve it. Quick word with Dara to finish off the season. You've been in the fan box with me, you also cast as well. You were the first ever champion 13 seasons ago. This event just feels
Yeah, it's phenomenal. I was the first ever, as I said to Steve when we were on the table together, I grew up in sporting as well. Steve was such a sporting boy as well. Great to see two Western lads doing so well. I was sitting in that chair yesterday when I joined there with the Daces. He stayed incredibly composed afterwards. I was incredibly impressed. He just took the beat on the stride and connected.
Absolutely. This week, as a whole, super.
It's been absolutely superb. This is a great venue now. The venue gets better and better every time we have an event here. We've got Unibet Open coming next week. That's going to be great as well. The staff will all be great. The viewers will be great. It's been really well.
Can you just hold that trophy up to that camera one more time? Stephen Keogh is champion of the European Deepstack. Thanks to everybody who's been in the chat. Thanks to everybody who's been watching the live streams. Thanks to this guy who's been relentless in the comms as well as playing and cashing, and now we've got a champion as well. It's been a superb event here at the Bonington, and fingers crossed we'll be back for another European Deepstack, the Fuller Tower, and a fantastic European Deepstack here in Dublin.